Who knows if those two were killed by it? Long Chen and Yue Zioqian rushed as fast as they could with their little energy for over 2 hours before finally taking a breather. After running for so long, Long Chen couldn't even speak without gasping. It seems they were. We ended up drawing the Flame Devil's attention, and the two of them should have taken that chance to flee. Yue Zioqian shook her head. Foolish girl, can't you at least comfort me? Isn't it fine to say that they're already dead? Can't you lie to make me happy for a bit? Long Chen bitterly smiled. Yue Zioqian was always serious about everything. Long Chen also knew that those two had probably survived, but if he heard some comfort, he would at least feel a bit better inside. Zioqian, what origin does that flame devil have? How is it so terrifying? I feel like it's even more powerful than an 8th rank earth dragon, said Long Chen. Yue Zioqian explained, the flame devils are rumored to come from a flame hell. In the immortal era, they flourished and broke through the spatial walls, breaking into the Martial Heaven continent. At that time, they caused great damage to the Martial Heaven continent. The continent's experts were unable to stop them, and they were on the verge of being destroyed. The legends say that immortals intervened, suppressing the flame devils and sealing the broken spatial wall. However, there was still a small number of flame devils scattered throughout the continent. Because they were too weak, they managed to escape their search. Later, people found the leftover flame devils and began killing them, but they found that flame devils could live for practically forever. As a result, the experts captured them and began to raise them, turning them into their pets. However, if you play with fire, you'll get burned. They finally reaped a bitter consequence. The flame devils had reproduced to the point that they broke out of their control. The continent was once more bathed in blood. In the end, they managed to suppress them, and the experts of that time declared that no one could continue raising flame devils or they would be exterminated. As a result, the flame devils have basically become extinct on the Martial Heaven continent. As for the flame devil here, I feel like it was bound by a formation, and its energy was extracted to keep other formations functional. It can save plenty of resources. Flame devils can live practically forever, so their life energy is extremely powerful. It can constantly draw energy out of the lava to live forever. I guess as there is a lava pool nearby supplying it with energy, while the formations draw out its converted energy. Your attack previously broke the formation and let it regain its freedom. Flame devils are originally berserk, so after being enslaved for so many years and finally escaping, it naturally is full of resentment and wants to release it on us. Its power should definitely be much stronger than 8th rank magical beasts. But because it is bound by those divine chains, it isn't able to release its full strength. But even so, the power it released was very likely greater than an 8th rank magical beast. Fine, I won't bother it. Let's go. The huge battle just now is definitely drawing over countless people. Long Chen's expression suddenly changed. He rushed off while pulling Yue Zioqian. He sensed a distant group of experts that came in their direction, seeming to be searching for something. Long Chen, it's Long Chen, we've found him. That group was comprised of over 100 people from the ancient race and corrupt path. Within their group, several people were carrying 2 stretchers. 2 charred bodies were lying on the stretchers. Their bodies were pitch black, and if it weren't for the blinking of their eyes, no one would be able to tell they were alive. Help me shout, you bastard Long Chen, you won't be able to escape. I'll definitely make you live a life worse than death, croaked one of those charred bodies. That person was Zhu Yu. In order to survive those flames, they had used up their final bit of power. If the flame devil's attention hadn't been focused on Long Chen and Yue Zioqian, they would have definitely died. Although they had escaped with their lives, they had still been burned to a coal-like state. They were unable to bear even the weakest attack now. Fortunately, after Long Chen had drawn the flame devil's attention, they had used their last bit of energy to fly out and just happened to run into experts from their side that had been drawn over by the commotion. Of course, they had also encountered some righteous experts. When the crowd had seen Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao, they hadn't been able to believe their eyes. Seeing them in their half-dead states, they were unable to connect them with the peak experts in their minds. They hastily went to protect them. As for the righteous experts, they hadn't known what to do or what had happened. After being saved, they resisted fainting. Clenching their teeth, they had ordered their people to detour around the flame devil and chase after Long Chen. They were sure he wasn't much better off than them. Now was the best chance to hunt him down. Long Chen, you bastard, you won't be able to escape. Lord Zhu, you will definitely make you live a life worse than death, shouted a corrupt expert. What kind of garbage barbecue are you sending to me? Which cook burn it so badly? Fuck off. Just looking at those burnt lumps makes me nauseous. Long Chen refused to lose out. As he rushed away with Yue Zioqian, he shouted a loud response, causing Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao to almost pass out from rage. He was actually treating them as barbecue. Long Chen al-tirfed, Yu Changhao coughed up a mouthful of blood. Both he and Zhu Yu had already exhausted all their heavenly Tao energy. They didn't even have any spiritual yuan either. They were in a dreadful state. Right now, they had no ability to heal. They first needed to use medicinal pills to recover and restore their spiritual yuan. That was an extremely slow process, and in this state, they might die to the slightest danger. But they also knew that Long Chen was completely spent. If they didn't kill him now, it would be much more difficult in the future. So this was a rare opportunity. Suddenly, one of the ancient race experts shot an arrow at Long Chen. Long Chen swung his broadsword behind him, destroying that arrow, but he was also sent flying. Ha ha ha, as expected, you really are out of energy, Long Chen. It's hard just for you to block an ordinary attack from me. The person who had shot the arrow was just a rank 2 celestial. This arrow of his was just to test Long Chen's state. Right now, Long Chen was also exhausted, with his spiritual yuan drained. With just his physical strength, just raising his broadsword was taxing, let alone using Bloodrinker. Out of energy, you can come and try it, sneered Long Chen, suddenly stopping. Fine, then let me try it. A rank 3 celestial walked out from the corrupt path side, and forming hand seals, a skull appeared in front of him. He spat a mouthful of blood onto it. A fierce, evil aura erupted from the skull. It instantly grew larger, and it shot out a ray of light at Long Chen. Long Chen raged inside. Fuck, I tell you to try it and you try it. I don't see you bastards listening so obediently normally. Seeing that light coming at him, he knew it was a treasure item. Although it was a heretical one, this kind of attack could easily kill him and Yue Zioqian in their weak state. Yue Zioqian was pale. Blocking the flame devil's attack in the end had already overdrafted her power slightly. She was powerless to fight. Bloodrinker, slaughter him. Bloodrinker suddenly appeared. A ray of red light soared into the sky, transforming into a heavenly saber that slashed down on that light. Long Chen was already powerless to use Bloodrinker, but it had agreed to his request and released an attack on its own. However, without Long Chen's power supporting it, the attack was much weaker, and he could only use it once. The corrupt expert and the skull were blown apart by Bloodrinker. Those experts turned pale with fright, and they all stopped, not daring to get closer. Long Chen hastily put away Bloodrinker and sneered, "Let me tell you, even if I'm out of energy, I can still use this kind of attack 3 times. I've used it once now, so whoever else wants to die can come out now." Long Chen was simply trying to frighten them. Although treasure items were strong, they weren't energy storage weapons. Without the owner putting any energy into one, being able to release one attack already made it peak grade. He was only able to do this because he was connected mentally and spiritually to Bloodrinker. Bloodrinker was willing to offer up its energy to Long Chen. That was absolute trust. But no matter how much it trusted him, without any energy supporting it, it couldn't help Long Chen. Don't listen to him. He's definitely just putting on airs. Such an attack can only be released once. Zhu Yu clearly wasn't so easy to trick. After all, he was a peak expert, and he had a deeper understanding of treasure items. The others felt the same way, but they didn't dare to take that risk. They just stayed together, chasing after him, each of them maintaining the same speed. None of them wanted to be the first to test it again. Seeing that, Long Chen sped off. If he could run into some companions, there really was a chance of getting away. "Wu Hai, I order you to attack. You understand the consequences," shouted Zhu Yu. The person he had named was an ordinary rank 3 celestial. Being ordered by Zhu Yu, he was infuriated inside, but he still attacked. This fellow was smart. He used a long-distance attack of sword chi. At the same time, he prepared to retreat, causing Zhu Yu to clench his teeth. He was clearly just going through the motions without any actual power. When that sword chi was about to reach Long Chen, a lightning dragon appeared and blocked the sword chi. But Lei Long had previously endured an attack from the terrifying flame devil. It was also out of energy, and it shattered. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian were blown away. Yue Zioqian even coughed up blood. She had no defensive ability and was weaker than a rank 1 celestial right now. Fuck, how are there none of them here? The map clearly indicates their existence. Long Chen was looking around constantly. Suddenly, he sensed spiritual fluctuations and his eyes brightened. Yes, it was here. He pulled Yue Ziokian in that direction. After a few more miles, dozens of figures appeared. Their auras were vast like the sea, and their robes were strange. They icily stared at Long Chen and the others, their weapons raised. Chapter 881 Stone Tribe. Seeing those people, Yue Ziokian's face paled, but Long Chen became ecstatic. Yue Ziokian didn't know about his relationship with the Zio tribe. Here, Long Chen tossed out a jade plate to the person who seemed to be the leader of this aboriginal group. Although that person's aura was retracted, the pressure coming from him was extremely strong. He was definitely an expert amongst experts. That person was startled and caught the jade plate. Once he looked at it, his expression changed slightly, and he waved his hand at the people behind him. Kill them, following his shout, those experts charged forward at Long Chen and Yue Ziokian. Illusory seas appeared behind them. They were all sea expansion celestials. Fuck, did that old man trick me? Long Chen was startled to see these people charging at them. He pushed Yue Ziokian behind him and raised his sword at them. But those aboriginals shot past Long Chen. They launched a fierce attack on Zhu Yu and the others. When those aboriginals had first appeared, Zhu Yu and the others had paused, thinking that the aboriginals would kill Long Chen. But the aboriginals actually ignored him. Fall back! Zhu Yu couldn't raise his head to see what was going on, but he quickly realized the situation had turned sour. They only had 100 people here. In the face of dozens of sea expansion celestials, they wouldn't stand a chance. Most importantly, he and Yu Changhao were so heavily injured that they really might be killed. However, they had still underestimated the viciousness of the aboriginals. Although they had fled quickly, the aboriginals didn't let them off. They chased after them, and in just the first clash, over 10 of their experts were killed by them. This was the aboriginals' territory. There was no heavenly Tao suppression here. Their power was at its peak state, and facing invaders, they would naturally kill them with their full force. Seeing Zhu Yu and the others fleeing miserably, Long Chen and Yue Ziokian were no longer able to endure. Long Chen quickly took out a seat for Yue Ziokian. Then he sat straight on the ground, gasping for breath. This had been too dangerous. He had almost fallen into their hands. You should be Long Chen, correct? The leader of this group of aboriginals walked over. He appeared to be in his 40s. He had a square nose and appeared dignified, the kind of person who didn't speak much. Yes, I'm Long Chen. A senior told me that as long as I took out this tablet you would help me, said Long Chen. Correct. This is Lord Heavenai's token of trust. Furthermore, Lord Heavenai told us to look after whoever showed this jade plate. Even if our entire tribe were to be destroyed, we had to do anything to help you, said that man. He actually offered Long Chen the jade plate with both hands extremely respectfully. Long Chen hastily tried to get up to receive it, but he was just too tired. The fact he wasn't lying on the ground was already not bad. He had no energy to stand, so he could only awkwardly receive the tablet with both hands. Senior, why would Lord Heavenai look after me so much? Furthermore, just what status does he have for you to put your tribes on the line with just his word? Asked Long Chen. He was extremely curious about that old man's status. The man smiled slightly. Lord Heavenai is the guide of all aboriginals. In our eyes, he is like a god. We naturally have to listen to his words. Just as they were talking, the aboriginals that had charged at Zhu Yu and the others came back. They were holding quite a few weapons that were covered in blood. Did you manage to kill those 2 pieces of barbecue cough? I mean those 2 people that looked like they were charcoal, asked Long Chen. One of them glanced at the middle-aged man and seeing him nod, he said, No, they fled too quickly and they had quite a few experts amongst them. Even here, we didn't have a guarantee to capture them. They quickly escaped into the cursed region, so we didn't dare to chase. Regretful, let me tell you, those 2 fellows are the fattest sheep. Under that charred layer, their entire bodies are good meat. Long Chen slapped his leg in pity. Yue Ziokian felt like she was dreaming. How did Long Chen know the aboriginals? Then that really is regretful. Those aboriginals all felt some regret. They urgently needed the invaders' resources, especially their medicinal pills and weapons. But that's also fine. Since you've saved me, I naturally won't let you work for nothing, comforted Long Chen. Long Chen, we helped you because of Lord Heavenai. We don't want your money. Are you looking down on us? Said the middle-aged man frostily. Ha ha ha, good. Then I won't stand on courtesy. Can we stay here for a bit to recover? Probed Long Chen. After all, their spiritual yuan was exhausted. This kind of state was the worst to be in. Even if they had less than half their spiritual yuan, they could have fully recovered it in just a few days. But now that they were fully exhausted, it was like their bodies had entered a state of quasi-death. They needed a long time to fully recover. It was an extremely troublesome matter, which was why cultivators wouldn't use their final bit of power unless they had to. "You're welcome to come and rest in the tribe." The middle-aged man nodded. He was actually extremely curious why Lord Heavenai would care for this Long Chen, an invader. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian swallowed a qi recovery pill. An hour later, they finally felt like they could walk, and they went with the aboriginals to their ancestral land. But this time, Long Chen wasn't forced to wear a blindfold. After a few short-distance transportation formations, they arrived in a desert. They continued through the desert. Because Long Chen and Yue Zioqian had exhausted all their spiritual yuan, they couldn't fly. Furthermore, Yue Zioqian was a woman. It wouldn't be good for her to be carried by others, so everyone could only walk. "May I ask Senior's name?" Long Chen finally broke the silence. "I wouldn't dare to be called Senior by you. I am Shi Kang, a member of the Stone Tribe. All of us are surnamed Shi," said the middle-aged man. "No wonder you don't like to talk," laughed Long Chen. "Long Chen." Yue Zioqian lightly hit Long Chen, meaning not to make jokes at their expense when they weren't friends. "It's fine. Our Stone Tribe's people really are a bit taciturn," said Shi Kang frankly. Long Chen smiled. "I haven't come into contact with the Stone Tribe before, but I did stay with the Zio Tribe for a while. I feel like we aren't outsiders anymore. Furthermore, you've saved my life, so there's no need to stand on courtesy." The Stone Tribe's experts nodded inside. Their people didn't like speaking that much, and the words they did speak were always direct and to the point. Their character was just like that, and although they didn't dare to go against Lord Heavenai's orders, they still didn't feel very kindly toward Long Chen. After all, he was an invader. But Long Chen had been speaking sincerely and naturally from the start, as if they weren't strangers. That made them feel more comfortable toward him. "Big brother Long Chen," said one man. "No, I'm not older than you. You can just call me brother." Long Chen hastily waved his hand. He wasn't so old that someone who appeared to be in his 30s could call him big brother. Was he trying to make him seem old on purpose? "Okay, brother Long Chen. Why were those people chasing you?" asked this person. But as soon as he did, he saw Shi Kang glare at him, and he realized he had misspoken. Long Chen laughed, and being a bit taller than that person, he wrapped his arm around his shoulder. "Ha ha ha, just talking about it is infuriating. One of them is my mortal enemy while the other. He was just trying to be a poser and trample me to death to prove how badass he was. Brother, tell me, if you were me, what would you do?" "What else could I do? Just beat them to death." "Exactly, that's exactly what I did. So they ended up turning into barbecue, but we weren't much better off than them. Those two brats couldn't beat me, so they called over a group of little brothers to handle me. If it weren't for you, I would have died," laughed Long Chen. His coarse words caused the Stone Tribe's experts to smile slightly. They liked this kind of speaking method. It was direct and blunt. Of course, Long Chen also could tell that the Stone Tribe's people were like that, which was why he spoke this way. Yue Zioqian was a bit speechless. She was skilled in observation, and she could tell with just a few words and gestures from Long Chen, the aboriginals' wariness toward him had dropped a great deal. They began to talk and joke with him. In just an hour, Long Chen had begun chatting to them like they were old friends. It seemed Long Chen's face-reading ability was truly effective. The Stone Tribe's people were a bunch of direct men just like him. "Ha ha ha, brother Long Chen, you really are refreshing and to my taste. Once we get back, let's have a proper drink together," laughed one of the aboriginals. The Stone Tribe's people were already treating him as a brother. Shi Kang frowned. "Long Chen has exhausted his spiritual yuan. He needs to rest. You guys shouldn't disturb him." I forgot. "All right, then we'll wait until brother Long Chen is recovered before drinking." "Long Chen, those two charcoal people should be very strong, correct?" asked Shi Kang. This was his first time asking Long Chen a question. Perhaps he felt Long Chen was frank and straightforward enough that he could put down his misgivings. "Yes, they truly are powerful. Their breeding was good, and they are two innate rank 3 celestials with ancestral bloodline inheritances. Even amongst innate rank 3 celestials, they are peak figures," said Long Chen. Previously, Long Chen had been able to dominate anyone in the same realm, but now he was starting to feel like freaks were surrounding him. It was getting more and more taxing to fight them. Now he couldn't even beat them. But the others were deathly silent. All of them looked at Long Chen with shock. They clearly knew just how powerful innate rank 3 celestials were. "We've arrived. I'll bring you to see the tribe leader." An oasis appeared in the desert. There was a string of tents within the oasis. She equals stone. Chapter 882, Checking the Spoils. Shi Kang brought Long Chen to see the stone tribe's leader. Long Chen was startled to see that he was a foundation forging expert. In terms of appearance, he seemed to be the same age as Shi Kang, and only later did Long Chen learn that he was Shi Kang's grandfather. He didn't seem to find it too strange for Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian to arrive here. He was very cordial. He directly set up a new tent for Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian, as well as setting up guards so that they could heal in peace. He even offered them their stone tribe's most precious medicinal pills. But naturally, those medicinal pills were refused. They were too lacking, and Long Chen couldn't even force himself to eat them. He simply said that he had his own pills before going into seclusion with Yue Xiaoqian. This time, it took him a long time to recover. Long Chen only came out of seclusion after half a month. His spiritual yuan had finally begun to recover. It was like starting a fire. The first requirement was a flame seed. When the spiritual yuan was completely exhausted, the flame seed was also extinguished. To recover, the flame seed had to be reignited in order to recover more spiritual yuan. Igniting the flame seed of his spiritual yuan took him half a month. The price for completely exhausting one's spiritual yuan was a heavy one. Yue Xiaoqian was still sitting. While in seclusion, she wasn't wearing her veil. Her beautiful face that was both holy and bewitching was fully revealed to him. That was a kind of soul-stealing beauty that would make it so a person couldn't extricate themselves from it. After staring at her for a while, Long Chen suddenly realized he was breathing faster, and a strong desire had appeared. He had an urge to kiss her. Stay calm, stay calm, stay calm. Important things have to be said 3 times. The meat will sooner or later be cooked in the pot. It won't run away, so don't rush things. With supreme willpower, Long Chen turned away from Yue Xiaoqian to avoid losing control. It was too difficult to control himself around her. Let's check the spoils. To distract himself, Long Chen looked inside his spiritual space. Damn, am I seeing things? There's this many. Long Chen almost jumped. His spiritual space was filled with various treasure items. They were piled into a small mountain. There were probably no less than 1,000 of them. Furthermore, hundreds of spatial rings could be seen piled up beside the treasure items. While you killed people, I'd be embarrassed to just do nothing, so I helped you gather some of this junk. It'll cancel out the karma of absorbing their spiritual strength, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Senior, how much have you recovered? Long Chen was delighted. He wanted to know just how much the Eastern Wasteland Belle had recovered so he could decide when to use it. How much have I recovered? He, you don't need to play such a game with me. The injuries I've suffered are not something you can imagine. My body is incomplete, and this little spiritual strength is only able to nourish my soul. To recover, I need to find the other pieces of my body, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Where are the other parts of your body? Do you need me to help you? Asked Long Chen courteously. You want me to owe you another favor. Little fellow, give up on that thought. Your fate is different from others. Even if it's to get rid of karma, each time I help you will still cause you to bear the heavenly Tao's karma. You can't rely on anyone in this life. You can only rely on yourself. To put it in the manner of the secular world, if you lean on a mountain, the mountain will collapse. If you lean on water, the water will dry up. What the fuck? Why does it feel like I'm an unlucky star? Long Chen was speechless. That's not the case. All you need to know is that your cultivation path is different from everyone else's. You'll need to work for whatever you have, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Suddenly, it shut its mouth. It must have felt that it had touched upon some taboo. Fine, I feel like power is more reliable than luck anyways. Senior, are there any good treasure items amongst this pile? Can you help me pick some? Asked Long Chen. They're all trash. What is there to pick? Said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. No, please don't look at them from your height. I need to know which one of these are top grade and which are trash, said Long Chen. Treasure items are split into low, middle, high, and top grade. You already have 2 top grade treasure items. One of them is that sword flying rainbow. The other one is your blood-colored saber. As for that saber of yours, it should have been forged by an ancient craftsman. It's much better than average, and its innate quality has also received an upgrade. It's not bad, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Long Chen hastily took out Flying Rainbow and Bloodrinker from the primal chaos space. He asked, Senior, can you tell me more about them? Are you treating me as some ordinary craftsman? Said the Eastern Wasteland Belle with irritation. But although it was dissatisfied, it still said, Flying Rainbow's quality is not bad. The forging technique that went into it was a bit lacking, but because an expert once used their own sword Dao to create its spirit, it contains a trace of the sword Dao's will. However, you aren't a sword cultivator, and you can't receive its approval, so it's fated that it can't become your companion. You should find a better master for it. Long Chen thought to himself that there would be no better master for it than Yue Zaifeng. Originally, his plan had already been to give it to him. As for your blood-colored saber, its item spirit has been injured. No wonder its power is low. Oh, it actually absorbed Phoenix Blood Black Gold and is still digesting its essence. Long Chen, you have Phoenix Blood Black Gold? Asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Yes, I do. If you need it, you can take it. But there are only some broken down pieces now, said Long Chen. Long Chen saw that the Phoenix Blood Black Gold ore he had obtained was already fractured. It was now broken down, and he assumed there wasn't much use to it any longer. Let me see it, said the Eastern Wasteland Belle a bit urgently. Long Chen took out a piece of the Phoenix Blood Black Gold out of the primal chaos space. The Eastern Wasteland Belle scanned the ore and was shocked. It actually contains the Divine Phoenix's essence blood, and from a pure-blooded descendant of the Divine Phoenix at that. This is very helpful to me. Hearing that the Eastern Wasteland Belle wanted it, Long Chen brought all the Phoenix Blood Black Gold out of his primal chaos space. Seeing more and more ore entering the spiritual space, the Eastern Wasteland Belle couldn't help but say, Long Chen, this ore is very important to me. However, your conditions don't change. You can only help me once, said Long Chen. Yes, if you feel like you're on the losing side. It's fine, I'm not so stingy. Blooddrinker has already said that it doesn't need this ore. It's useless to me. If you didn't want it, I'd have to just throw it away, said Long Chen. He truly didn't have a use for it, as he didn't have the time or energy to go smelt the ore for its essence. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was a bit embarrassed. After all, its status was extremely high, but it had its own difficulties and couldn't help Long Chen too much. After obtaining the Phoenix Blood Black Gold, the Eastern Wasteland Belle felt bad not helping Long Chen more. Hence, it helped Long Chen divide the treasure items into grades. Long Chen was disappointed to see that many of the treasure's items he had obtained were just low grade. He had obtained 1187 treasure items in total when including the ones from the coffins and the ones from people he had killed. 1045 of them were only low grade. That caused his excitement to diminish. But then when he thought about it, he laughed involuntarily. He had been too greedy. After all, those were treasure items, not cabbages. When he thought about it, just how many treasure items had been in the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's treasury, a person should know when to be satisfied. There were 107 middle-grade treasure items. Middle-grade treasure items had higher-level item spirits. They had a certain level of intelligence, and thus wouldn't be as foolish as low-grade treasure items. They could help their masters release even greater power. There were 35 high-grade treasure items. 2 of them were the pagoda and the bracelet he had swindled out of Huang Junmo. Long Chen's guess was that Huang Junmo definitely hadn't known the true power of these 2 treasure items. He had just felt them to be not bad, but hadn't known their true value. If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Belle, Long Chen also wouldn't have been able to distinguish their value. High-grade treasure items had even more intelligent item spirits, but such treasure items required their masters to use spiritual strength to nourish them and form a bond of trust. They would form contracts with their owners, with each side dependent on the other. With the 2 sides working together, they could release the greatest power. The Eastern Wasteland Belle explained that Blooddrinker was originally a peak-grade treasure item. Its quality was extremely high, and the craftsmanship that went into it could not be criticized. Most importantly, having absorbed some of the Phoenix Blood Black Gold's energy, its quality had greatly increased. It was just that its item spirit had once been injured, so Long Chen needed to nourish it with his own soul. It gave Long Chen an item nourishing technique. That delighted Long Chen. The Eastern Wasteland Belle was so picky, so whatever it transmitted to him was definitely a priceless treasure. This nourishing technique was incredibly refined, and he had never heard of it before. Furthermore, the Eastern Wasteland Belle hadn't said that he couldn't transmit this technique to others. He planned on transmitting this secret art to everyone by his side. That way, they could quickly control treasure items as well. Regretfully, Yue Zaioqian was from the original devil race. Their weapons were different from his world's. She couldn't bring out these treasure items' power, which was why they were all in Long Chen's hands. Half a day later, Yue Zaioqian also awoke. She had managed to activate her heavenly Tao energy and begun to recover her spiritual yuan. However, she had completely exhausted her core energy, and it was impossible for her core energy to recover in this world. She had to return to the skyscraping world for that. Seeing Long Chen look at her with distress, she smiled and comforted him, saying that it was a good thing. Without the slightest bit of the original devil race's energy, she could undergo tribulation in the immemorial path and receive its lightning baptism. Countless people were waiting for the spiritual chi eruption right now. That would give them a perfect foundation for sea expansion and allow them to walk further on their cultivation path. Many people even thought that the secret to becoming a god or immortal lay in this heavenly tribulation. Originally, Yue Zioqian had no intention of undergoing that tribulation. But because Long Chen had given her a heavenly Tao fruit, she could enjoy that special treatment. She was also preparing to tell her clansmen to find ways to exhaust their own core energy so that they could undergo their tribulations as well. "Brother Long Chen, there's someone looking for you," a person called out from outside the tent. Chapter 883, Spiritual Chi Eruption. Xuanhuan. Long Chen had never expected that the person looking for him was Xuanhuan. Within the Stone Tribe's territory, Xuanhuan was surrounded by a dozen experts. They only let him go with Long Chen when they saw that Long Chen knew him. "Haha, boss, I've been looking for you for a long time now, but to think that you ended up with the Aboriginals. Junior brother's reverence is like torrential water." Xuanhuan was amazed to see Long Chen had muddled his way into the Aboriginals' side so peacefully. "Can you stop with the useless words?" said Long Chen. This brat was becoming more and more of a suck-up. Seeing Xuanhuan's mischievous smile, Yue Zioqian couldn't help but laugh. The two of them really were alike. It was just that it was unknown who had infected who. "Well, boss, you were so fast in catching another." Long Chen grabbed Xuanhuan's throat and just like that, dragged him into the tent. This brat had no handle on his mouth, and who knew what he would say in a moment. "Boss, you almost strangled me to death. Cough, cough," grumbled Xuanhuan. "Oh, thank you, sister-in-law." Xuanhuan respectfully received a cup of tea from Yue Zioqian with both hands. Yue Zioqian blushed and hastily went over to Long Chen's side. "You two can chat. I'll go for a stroll." Once Yue Zioqian had left, Xuanhuan couldn't help but sigh with admiration. "Boss, your pickup abilities really are unrivaled beneath the heavens. When can I also reach your realm? Ah, killing the strongest enemies, picking up the most beautiful girls." Long Chen couldn't be bothered to explain that he had known Yue Zioqian for a long time. He asked, "How did you come here?" Xuanhuan said, "Aren't I doing exactly what you told me to do? I spent all this time looking for everyone." "It's been hard on you, so did you manage to find everyone?" asked Long Chen. He knew that Xuanhuan's armor could transform into a flying boat. No one could compare to him when it came to searching for people. Luckily I didn't fail your orders. I managed to get in touch with Meng Qi and Wan'er. They're in seclusion right now. As for Yue Zifeng, his luck was heaven-defying. He obtained an ancient sword Dao inheritance. When I found him, he thought I was an enemy and almost killed me with one slash of his sword. Gu Yang also wasn't lazy. He obtained an ancient medicinal pill and is in the process of absorbing it. Everyone is hidden in seclusion. Other than me, no one else knows their positions. As for Wilda, I know about Wilda. We ended up running into each other. However, Long Chen told Xuanhuan about how Li Qi and Song Minjuan had left. Xuanhuan nodded. "In truth, I also sensed that the two of them were hiding something from me when I brought them to Wilda. There's nothing that can be done. People all have their own pride, and the stronger a person, the greater their pride. People as shameless as me are rare. As captains, the two of them are both in charge of 90 Dragonblood warriors. However, compared to Gu Yang and Yue Zifeng, they are much weaker. They naturally don't like that feeling. To want to get stronger wasn't wrong. Long Chen should loosen his reins and give them more space to find their own opportunities. That was a principle Long Chen understood, but he was unable to go through with it. The loss of even one of his brothers would make him feel pain. Seeing Long Chen's grave expression, Xuanhuan continued, "Sister-in-law Meng Qi obtained a secret art in an ancient maze. She's in the midst of studying it. As for sister-in-law Wan'er, she found a wind attribute trial region. She decided to just stay there." Hearing all this good news, Long Chen's heart finally relaxed. "I've given them everything you asked me to give them. Now, everyone's focused on the spiritual chi eruption to break through to sea expansion," said Xuanhuan. He was already at the peak of Xiantian and just waiting for that moment. "But compared to boss, we really were lazy. I've already heard all the stories circulating about you, which is how I managed to find you here. Even when you Changhao and Zhu Yu worked together, they were still beaten like dogs by you and almost killed. Long Chen shook his head. That's not something to be happy about. Someone told me that innate celestials like Zhu Yu and Yu Changhao, who also possess their ancestors' bloodline blessing, will automatically advance to rank 4 celestials upon reaching sea expansion. And that's not the worst part. Many of their innate divine abilities can only be fully used upon reaching sea expansion. So once they advance, their battle power will increase by dozens of times, perhaps even more than 100 times. Long Chen wasn't just trying to scare him. This was what Leng Yuan had told him. Before she had encountered him, Zhu Yu had been her target. She had precisely been waiting for Zhu Yu to reach sea expansion before having an all-out fight against him. Now that she had changed targets to Long Chen, she didn't want him to vainly die at other people's hands, so she had warned him about this. With Leng Yuan's character, she definitely wouldn't just try to scare him. Now that he had fought with those powerful geniuses, Long Chen was shocked by their innate divine abilities. Once they reached sea expansion, they would be able to erupt with their true power. That much? Asked Yu Ran in shock. Perhaps even more than you imagine, said Long Chen gravely. Making sure he wasn't careless was best. I have another task for you. Since you know everyone's location, it's perfect. Long Chen took out 4 heavenly Dao fruits. Those were heaven-defying treasures. He naturally didn't need to introduce them to Gu Ran. He almost shouted in delight. Long Chen also gave Gu Ran 4 spatial rings. There was one for Meng Qi, Tang Waner, Gu Yang, and Yue Zaifeng. He had given them things in accordance with their own traits. Each one of them was given at least 10 treasure items, and only the best. There were weapons, boots, and arm protectors, as well as hard and soft armor. There were even bracelets, rings, necklaces, earrings, and all kinds of various treasure items. To sum it up, Long Chen was fully equipping all of them. He was like a wealthy landlord using his own money to raise everyone's power to a new level. However, to release these treasure items, true power would require everyone to advance to sea expansion first. Otherwise, that little bit of spiritual yuan in the Xiantian realm wouldn't allow them to use even a single treasure item. Originally, these treasure items couldn't be stored in spatial rings. It was the Eastern Wasteland Bell which had helped seal their power so that they would lie asleep in the rings. They would only awaken once they were taken out. After making sure Gu Ran wouldn't mix up the spatial rings, Long Chen gave him all the treasure items he didn't need. Gu Ran's forging table was a priceless treasure. As Gu Ran's own skill improved, he discovered more and more amazing aspects of it. One was that it could merge into his body. Another one was that the forging table had its own space. It could store many things, but even so, over 1,000 treasure items almost filled the entire space. Boss, am I dreaming? Gu Ran couldn't believe his eyes. How had he obtained this many treasure items? In the Xuanhuan Dao sect, there were so many sea expansion experts that still didn't have the qualifications to possess a treasure item. In truth, treasure items were very rare. It was just that Long Chen had encountered a nest of them, as well as plundered the other experts who had arrived there with him. So now he had a ridiculous number of them. You can study these treasure items. Perhaps they'll help your forging arts. Ah, there's also these. Long Chen waved his hand and a pile of needles appeared on the ground. They were the rockthorn mice's quills. What are these? They don't look like metal. Aya. Gu Ran picked up a needle, but as a result, the sharp quill pierced his finger. Pig. Long Chen was speechless. A dagger appeared in his hand, and he cut off Gu Ran's finger. That finger quickly turned pitch black and corroded upon falling to the ground. Damn, how poisonous. Gu Ran was shocked. He even forgot to use his heavenly Dao recovery. You can properly study these and see if you can include them in your inventions. If you can use these properly, they'll be a terrifying killing tool, said Long Chen. Finally, here is a priceless treasure. I'm sure you'll be happy to see it. When Gu Ran saw the huge earth dragon's egg, he was incomparably excited. Long Chen had him take the remaining 2 eggs for Meng Qi and Tang Waner as well. He told him to go find Meng Qi first, so that she could help Gu Ran bind the egg and teach him how to raise a magical beast. When Gu Ran left, he was absolutely delighted. Long Chen also managed to relax. He once more entered seclusion with Yue Zaioqian, focusing on recovering his spiritual yuan. He also began devouring medicinal pills, pushing forward to the 9th star transformation. Once the Enlightenment Palace star had reached the 8th star transformation, Long Chen had realized the amount of energy required to reach the ninth star transformation was practically unfathomable. But as long as he continued consuming medicinal pills, he would succeed sooner or later. Long Chen also summoned Little Snow. Yue Zioqian liked Little Snow, and Little Snow liked Yue Zioqian. Once they had recovered their spiritual yuan, Yue Zioqian began to bring Little Snow out of the stone tribe to roam and play. As for Long Chen, he focused on consuming medicinal pills. He had some rare days of peace in the stone tribe. Long Chen decided to just stay here. In order to express his gratitude to the stone tribe, he gave them all the medicinal pills he had plundered. He had killed so many people that he had an ocean's worth of pills and weapons. This kind of wealth caused the stone tribe's experts to jump in shock. The stone tribe didn't decline his generosity. After taking his gift, they directly gave him a spatial ring. A mountain of yuan spirit stones was inside the ring. There had to be over 1,000,000 of them. Just like that, Long Chen passed more than 2 happy months in the stone tribe. Each day, he drank and played with the stone tribe's men. He was content during these days. Finally, the world turned gloomy. Mist began to condense in the sky. Long Chen's heart shook. The legendary spiritual qi eruption was finally beginning. Chapter 884, Familiar Aura. It had been exactly half a year since the immemorial path had opened. On this day, Long Chen clearly felt the spiritual qi of heaven and earth change qualitatively, and the spiritual qi in the air was growing denser and denser. "Brother Long Chen, the tribe leader wants to see you," said a stone tribe expert. Long Chen and Yue Zioqian hastily followed him to the tribe leader's tent. All the stone tribe's experts had gathered. Shi Kang was also present, and he nodded in greeting upon seeing Long Chen arrive. The spiritual qi eruption has begun. Not only is the spiritual qi in the immemorial path growing denser, but the laws of heaven and earth, as well as the world's core energy, are within it. This is the best moment to advance to see expansion. Are you ready? The tribe leader got right to the point. Yes, we've long since made our preparations. Is there anything we should know? Asked Long Chen. The stone tribe leader smiled. Just a few things. This spiritual qi eruption is related to the crumbling of the immemorial path. As for the details, perhaps only Lord Heaven knows them, but I will tell you what I know. During this time, the special spiritual qi will spread throughout every corner of the immemorial path, so there's basically no difference where you make your breakthrough. However, there are a few special places with formations that will allow a cultivator to make twice the gains for half the effort. Those places are called immortal condensing platforms. Long Chen was startled to learn such a secret, but Yue Zioqian didn't reveal any emotion. She had long since known about this. Stone tribe leader continued. However, these immortal condensing platforms have their benefits, but they also have their drawbacks. The spiritual qi it gathers will contain more of the laws of heaven and earth and is extremely helpful to comprehend the heavenly Taos. But because your comprehension of the heavenly Taos increases, your corresponding heavenly tribulation will also be stronger. If you can't handle it, you'll be turned to dust. So I ask you, what do you want to do? Long Chen immediately understood something. Tribe leader, I don't think it would be right for us to use something as precious as your immortal condensing platform. Haha, no, it's not our stone tribe-s. In truth, there are quite a few immortal condensing platforms on the immemorial path. However, many of them were destroyed, and a few were noticed by invaders, so we hid the remaining ones for our own people. The Aboriginals possess 2 such immortal condensing platforms. However, we can't use them because that would just be sending ourselves to our deaths. The heavenly tribulation becomes furious and refuses to allow us to use it to advance. In fact, even if we don't use the immortal condensing platforms, advancing at this time would still be exceedingly dangerous. The tribe leader sighed. His gaze was full of hatred as he looked up at the heavens, but he was powerless. The Aboriginals felt like they were a pitiful people abandoned by the heavens. They could only rely on themselves. So I have to warn you, the immortal condensing platforms are a double-edged blade. You have to choose carefully, said the tribe leader. Although Long Chen was an outsider after being in contact with him for so long, he very much liked this frank child. He was to the stone tribe's taste, so he gave him this opportunity and warning. What do you say? Long Chen asked Yue Zioqian. It's an extremely difficult decision. Perhaps the immortal condensing platforms are the true secret to becoming a god or immortal. We can't miss it. Yue Zioqian's eyes were full of hope. This was a gamble. If they won it, then perhaps she could allow the original devil race to escape its current predicament. I'll accompany you, said Long Chen. All right, I knew you would make this decision, But don't blame an old man for talking too much, laughed the tribe leader. Of course not, laughed Long Chen. Let's go, I'll take you there. The tribe leader brought Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian out of the Stone Tribe's ancestral land. What surprised Long Chen was that the majority of the Stone Tribe's experts were also brought along. The Stone Tribe was huge. Half their experts would be numbered in the tens of thousands. For this many people to accompany him, it felt far too big in scope. It felt like they were going into battle. The tribe leader led them all for 7 days. The spiritual qi in the air was growing denser and denser, even condensing into a mist. 7 days later, they arrived at a huge altar. The altar had a diameter of 300 miles. However, half of it had crumbled, and it was unknown whether it could still be used. There were 2 pillars on the altar, each of them 300 meters tall and 30 meters wide. Countless ancient lines were carved into it, but there was so much dust on it, it was clear it had been abandoned for a long time. Shockingly, there were countless experts gathered in front of the altar. They were numbered in at least the millions. Lord Heavenai, Long Chen was startled. This group of people had all at least reached sea expansion, and there were dozens of people at the front with powerful auras. They were clearly foundation forging experts, and Lord Heavenai was amongst them. Haha, Long Chen, you won't mind if we come to watch the fun, right? Laughed Lord Heavenai. Of course I don't mind. Having this many people cheer for me is something I couldn't have even if I begged. Then, in a bit, remember to cheer loudly and wave some flags. That would be the most exciting, laughed Long Chen. Yue Xiaoqian was speechless. These people were clearly examining Long Chen as they had never seen him before, but he actually began joking with them. Big brother Long Chen, I'll cheer you on. Someone waved their hand amongst the crowd. Long Chen looked and saw several familiar faces. They were Xiao Fei, Xiao Ling, and the others, but he didn't see the old tribe leader. Good brother, Long Chen gave him a thumbs up. It seemed Xiao Fei was leading the group of the Xiao tribe's experts. He had finally begun to bear that heavy responsibility. You should go up there now. Take advantage of this little remaining time to adjust your states, said Lord Heavenai. His white eyes were a bit frightening, but his smile was kind. Long Chen nodded and bowed to him. He and Yue Xiaoqian jumped onto the platform's pillars. Long Chen smiled at Yue Xiaoqian and closed his eyes, focusing on bringing himself to his peak state. Both Long Chen and Yue Xiaoqian were at the peak of Xiantian. As long as they wanted to, they could attack sea expansion at any time. Right now, they had to relax themselves, making their hearts enter an empty state. One of the foundation forging experts behind Lord Heavenai looked at the two of them and said, Lord Heavenai, why did you have all of us come? Is it really just to cheer for these 2 children? Why not, said Lord Heavenai with a smile. The elder was speechless. They were the various leaders of their tribes, foundation forging experts, and behind them were their elites. However, they had come to cheer for some Xiantian rookies. Brother Feng, Lord Heavenai is just joking with you. He must have his own reasons. Let's just watch, laughed another tribe leader. Lord Heavenai smiled. Lines began to circulate within his white eyes, and it was like he could see through each of their hearts. I know everyone's time is precious, but I still took the risk of gathering everyone here despite the weakening of defenses. That's naturally not just to play around. It's all because of the ancestors' final words before ascending. They were startled, and one of them said, The dragon swims through the mortal world, the immemorial revives. Lightning breaks the sky, the end of the 10 worlds. The younger experts didn't quite understand what they were talking about. In fact, even some of the younger tribe leaders didn't know. But the seniors looked at Long Chen with shock. Could it be? It's too early to say anything for sure. It's similar, but not entirely the same. We'll be able to see the proof soon, so calling everyone here to watch isn't a bad thing, said Lord Heavenai. The tribe leaders immediately stopped complaining. They no longer looked at that figure on the platform so lightly. The spiritual qi in the air was still growing denser. The mist was starting to condense practically into liquid, a sign that the spiritual qi had reached an inconceivable density. It was like the entire world was drowning in spiritual qi. Long Chen sat cross-legged on one of the stone pillars, keeping his heart empty. It was like his mind had escaped its cage and was floating throughout the entire immemorial path. It was a strange, mysterious feeling that he couldn't describe. It was like he was a god overlooking this world. He didn't know that when he entered that state, the dust on the stone pillar slowly fell, and countless ancient runes began to awaken as if they were absorbing some mysterious energy. Long Chen felt empty, as if he didn't exist, as if he were one with the world. The empty Dowheart, a state of Nomi, Lord Heaven, I nodded slightly. The other tribe leaders were all startled, because even they were unable to reach such a state. That was an even deeper cultivation state than meditation. Long Chen didn't know about their shock. In this mysterious state, he felt completely relaxed, like a fetus in the womb. Because he didn't try to look at anything, he saw more than ever. But this kind of seeing was indistinct. All he saw was the general shape of the immemorial path. 4 paths had all been severed. The center of the original cross-shaped path had vanished, resulting in each path being unable to reach the center any longer. Not only did he see that general shape, but he also sensed countless auras. Suddenly, Long Chen felt an extremely familiar aura, and he hastily focused on looking. But as soon as he did that, he suddenly found the scene disappearing, as if everything had been a dream. He was still sitting on that pillar. It's Yijikyu, it's definitely her. Long Chen was sure he had sensed her aura. All right, the spiritual chi has reached its peak. You can decide who wants to attack sea expansion first, said Lord Heavenai. Chapter 885, 3,000-mile chi sea. On one of the other 4 paths, a woman was standing alone at the peak of a mountain. This was the Northern Source's trial path. The mountain beneath her feet was covered in ice. A verdant forest had originally been here, but it was now a land of ice. Snow constantly circulated around her. She was grand and beautiful, like a goddess of ice. Her eyes suddenly opened. Those pupils were icy cold, but within that iciness, a trace of warmth appeared. It's him. She looked in a certain direction, her gaze seeming to be able to pierce through space. A face appeared in her mind, one that was a bit naughty, but one that was extremely warm when it smiled. Senior Apprentice Sister Jikyu, the spiritual chi has reached its peak. You can advance to see expansion now, shouted a distant woman wearing the same white robes as her. All right, you can go too. The immortal condensing pillars have benefits and drawbacks. Don't force yourself. Yijikyu nodded, looking into the distance. She once more closed her eyes. Snow began to dance around her and an icy aura soared into the sky. Hearing Lord Heavenai's words, Long Chen and Yue Zioqian opened their eyes. Looking at each other, Yue Zioqian asked, together. Long Chen shook his head. No, you can go first. Yue Zioqian nodded and closed her eyes. Her aura began to surge, as if a peaceful lake was starting to boil. It grew more and more intense, until her aura was raging against the sky. Long Chen stared closely. He wanted to see how others advanced to see expansion. Yue Zioqian's aura was growing stronger and stronger, with everything within 100 miles trembling from it. An illusory sea appeared behind her. It was 5 miles wide. The spiritual chi around her was pouring into it. Heavens, it's already so big at the start. Once she steps into sea expansion, won't it be enough to frighten someone to death? The sea expansion experts were all shocked. The initial sea of a sea expansion expert was normally only 300 meters. 1,500 meters would make someone a genius, but even geniuses couldn't compare to Yue Zioqian's initial sea. This sea was a projection of her Danshin. As she used her Danshin's power, its image automatically appeared before her. The initial sea and her Danshin were linked. Their energy was the same. Once the initial sea behind her formed, spiritual chi began to be absorbed faster and faster by it. It gradually grew larger, growing by the mile every breath. What speed? The experts were startled again. Not only was her initial sea exceedingly large, but the speed at which it grew was many times faster than others. Yue Zioqian's body began to automatically float in the air. The more her initial sea grew, the higher she floated. In less than an incense stick's worth of time, her initial sea was already 30 miles wide. The powerful fluctuations were constantly causing ripples in space. But once it reached that size, the speed at which it grew clearly lowered. Or perhaps it was just too big, and so any increase in size seemed insignificant. Through the aboriginal's shock, Long Chen was able to tell that this speed was amazing, but he was worried. He didn't have a Danshin. How was he supposed to advance to see expansion? Thunder filled the air. Long Chen jumped, but when he looked up, he didn't see any change in the weather. The immemorial path's heavenly tribulations are linked. When nearby people undergo tribulation, it's common for others to sense it, explained Lord Heavenai. Long Chen nodded. The immemorial path truly was strange. He didn't know whether they would be disturbed because of others undergoing tribulation too close to them. As if seeing through Long Chen's thoughts, Lord Heavenai said, "You don't need to worry. Although you can hear the thunder of their tribulations, in reality they're probably millions of miles away. It's like swimming in an ocean. You don't need to worry about the ripples from other people affecting you. Right now, she's in the midst of fully forming her initial sea. Once it forms a resonance with her dantian, her tribulation will fall. Although the immortal condensing pillar does have an isolation effect, you might get affected by her tribulation. To be safe, you can temporarily leave. These pillars on the immortal condensing platform had runic formations. No matter who sat on them, they would feel a strange force field around them. Through that force field, their absorption of spiritual chi would increase, but the lightning tribulation would also grow stronger. It's fine, I'll stay right here. I can look after her like this. Long Chen smiled and declined his suggestion. His refusal caused quite a few people's eyes to turn a bit colder. Lord Heavenai was like a god to them, and Long Chen was being disrespectful. But Lord Heavenai merely smiled slightly without the least bit of anger. He continued watching Yue Zioqian with everyone else. As her initial sea continued to grow, Long Chen closed his eyes, seeing if he could enter that mysterious state again. As he circulated the 9-star Hegemon body art, his soul relaxed, and he gradually felt that feeling of being able to see the entire world. But what he saw was extremely indistinct. It was more like a sense, a kind of spiritual perception. As his spiritual perception grew, he saw experts surrounded by lightning nearby. They were receiving the baptism of heavenly tribulation. It seemed they didn't have any experience and hadn't timed it properly. They had begun their breakthrough before the spiritual chi had reached its greatest density. Now, they had already finished expanding their sea and were undergoing tribulation. From the strength of their tribulations, it was possible to tell that their expanded seas weren't very large. Otherwise, the tribulations wouldn't be so weak. His spiritual perception spread further. Long Chen sensed more and more people absorbing spiritual chi and attacking sea expansion. Some were deep in the mountains, some were in the ruins, while some were sitting in the clouds. To sum it up, all the disciples that had entered the immemorial path were now attacking sea expansion. Excellent, this fellow should be Gu Yang. Long Chen sensed a familiar aura. He seemed to be able to see a dazzling bald head that could light up heaven and earth. Such a thing was probably something only Gu Yang possessed. Boom! Suddenly, Long Chen was woken by a powerful pressure. He opened his eyes to see that Yue Zioqian's initial sea had grown to a huge size of 3,000 miles. What he didn't know was that in his empty state, he hadn't felt the passing of time. 10 days had passed without him knowing. Only now did he see that Lord Heavenai and the other aboriginals were thousands of miles away, still watching them. Seeing that huge chi sea, other than Lord Heavenai, everyone was astonished. This was a true sea. A chi sea of 3,000 miles. Perhaps she has already reached the level of an immortal sprout from the immortal era, gulped one elder. The other experts were as astonished as him. They were under a curse here and were unable to rely on the sudden influx of spiritual chi to advance or cultivate. Such a huge initial sea was something they had only heard of in legends. Lord Heavenai shook his head. The immortal sprout standard is to have a 3,000-mile initial sea at the very beginning. She's far from that requirement, but this huge chi sea of hers is truly startling. Although it can't compare to those legendary immortal sprouts, her future prospects are unlimited. But this is just the start. The difficult part starts now. Lord Heavenai's expression was slightly grave. The larger the initial sea, the stronger the heavenly tribulation. Those were the laws of the heavenly Taos. That was why the immortal condensing platform was a double-sided blade. Yue Zioqian's veil had been destroyed. She suddenly found that she was starting to lose control of her chi-si. She had been worried that she wouldn't be able to expand her chi-si large enough, so she had gone all out. However, now her chi-si had reached an immense size, such an immense size that it was out of her control. She also knew what the concept of a 3,000-mile initial sea meant. She was the first one to reach this level since the original devil race had declined. If she didn't fall, she would become the strongest expert of the declined original devil race. She was pale with terror now. She didn't dare to call her initial sea back into her dantian. Once she did, she would immediately be sensed by the heavenly Taos, and her heavenly tribulation would fall upon her. Its power would be beyond her imagination. Don't be afraid. If the heavens collapse, I'll be there to help you hold them up. A voice suddenly rang out. It wasn't loud, but it filled her with warmth. Yue Zioqian looked at Long Chen. He was still sitting on his pillar, a faint smile on his face. He gave her a victorious gesture. For some unknown reason, seeing his smile made her terror lessen a great deal. Long Chen's smile was full of confidence, confidence that increased her own confidence. Taking a deep breath, she slowly formed hand seals. The chi behind her slowly calmed and began to surge into her dantian. She began to glow, and her heavenly Tao runes automatically appeared around her. An innate rank 3 celestial, heavenly Tao runes. It's unknown how much of the heavenly tribulation's power they can block, said one elder. It would be too regretful for such a genius to fall to heavenly tribulation. As she drew her chi into her dantian, everything was calm and steady. That showed how steady her heart was. It took a full 2 hours for her huge chi to completely return to her dantian. Once the last bit of power entered her body, a majestic aura surged into the sky. Thunder filled the air. Boundless tribulation clouds condensed in the sky, covering an area of 10,000 miles. Everyone's expressions turned pale as paper. Chapter 886 Lightning Tribulation begins. What a terrifying aura. This pressure is on the same level as when we advanced to foundation forging, cried the tribe leaders. This pressure made them think of how they had narrowly managed to survive their own foundation forging tribulations. The tribulation clouds turned the world dark. The center of the tribulation clouds was over Xuanhuan, and it was constantly revolving. As the tribulation clouds revolved, energy condensed within them. The pressure was growing stronger and stronger. Some of the sea expansion experts even found it hard to breathe. They had also survived their sea expansion tribulations, and the majority of them had already reached the mid-sea expansion realm. But such a terrifying heavenly tribulation still made them tremble. Heavens, what is Long Chen doing? Why isn't he activating the immortal condensing pillars barrier to block the lightning? Does he not know how to? The Stone Tribe's experts saw that Long Chen was now standing on his pillar with his hands clasped behind his back. He was completely ignoring this terrifying tribulation. Long Chen, quickly activate the barrier. Otherwise, you'll be struck by lightning and killed, shouted one of the men from the Stone Tribe that Long Chen had drunk with. As soon as he shouted, Shikang slapped him on the back of his head. What are you spouting at this time? To say that he'll die during tribulation, are you cursing him? Tribulation was already a dangerous situation. To say that someone would die during it was a curse. Stop shouting. The place Long Chen is at is within the heavenly tribulation. He can't hear your voice over the heavens pressure, said the Stone Tribe's leader. The rumbling suddenly reached a peak, shaking heaven and earth before suddenly becoming silent. Then a torrent of lightning crashed down. This torrent of lightning horrified all the aboriginals, as it was completely different from when they underwent tribulation. This was no ordinary thunder force. Each drop of lightning was a lightning rune, and when they crashed to the ground, smoke would come out and the ground would be charred. The heavenly tribulation was supposed to be the weakest at the beginning, but even now that they had advanced to sea expansion, they wouldn't be able to last an incense stick's worth of time against this tribulation before dying. This terrifying torrent of lightning was just the first wave of Xuanhuan's tribulation. All their hearts sank in worry. A destructive aura filled the air. Xuanhuan stood in the air. A faint layer of light shone over her body. The lightning was blocked by that barrier, unable to harm her. That caused everyone to sigh with relief. If she was panicked at the first wave of lightning, then she would definitely fail in the end. That was something none of them wanted to see. Now that they saw Xuanhuan was easily blocking this torrent of lightning, they looked toward Long Chen. What? Everyone was startled to see Long Chen directly allow the tempest of lightning to land on his body. He seemed incredibly relaxed and indifferent. Monster! Even the foundation forging experts were shocked. Perhaps this lightning wouldn't be able to cause much damage to them, but they couldn't just allow the lightning to land on them forever without being injured. Long Chen bathed in the lightning. This little bit of thunder force was no different from ordinary rain to him. In fact, it was Lei Long that was growing uneasy, wanting to charge out. It was like a hungry beast that had encountered a fat sheep. But Long Chen didn't allow it to run amok. That would affect Xuanhuan's tribulation, and he didn't dare to cause any ripples in case the tribulation noticed him. So he simply allowed the lightning to fall on him as a taste for Lei Long. This thunder force wasn't enough food to even get stuck between Lei Long's teeth. It became more and more uneasy, but Long Chen refused to release it. However, Long Chen said that he would allow it to eat its fill soon. Only then did it calm back down. Bathed in the lightning, Long Chen suddenly sensed many other auras through the tribulation. The countless experts in the immemorial path were undergoing tribulation. Because they were all undergoing tribulation at the same time, Long Chen sensed several familiar auras, but he couldn't determine their exact location. He could only vaguely sense the power of their tribulations. He sensed Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, and Huang Junmo's auras. They were also undergoing tribulation, and the intensity of it was not weaker than Yue Zioqian's. That startled Long Chen. It seemed they had also run into their own fortuitous encounters. The existence known as karmic luck was too difficult to describe. The most startling thing was that he sensed other unfamiliar auras whose tribulations were just as strong as Zhu Yu and the others. It seemed he had underestimated the other experts. Many of them were low-key and waiting patiently. Their light had been drowned out by the light of others, but most importantly, they intentionally concealed their power. This way, they wouldn't be noticed as easily as other experts and they could grow easier. But now that they were undergoing tribulation, they had revealed their fangs. He sensed quite a few extremely powerful tribulations. This meant that the Eastern Wasteland had actually been hiding several powerful experts. It was just unknown what kind of people they were. The lightning rain continued for over 2 hours before buzzing filled the air. The rain grew more and more concentrated, more and more powerful, in the end becoming huge beads the size of fists that mercilessly smashed down. The experts watching all felt a chill. These lightning beads were like cannonballs shooting from the sky. If they allowed just one to land on their bodies, then even sea expansion experts would be at least heavily injured upon being struck, if not killed outright. The light barrier around Yue Zioqian's body was becoming unsteady under the attack of the lightning beads. She clearly didn't have it as easy as before. But that light barrier didn't shatter, so she was still out of danger. Looking at Long Chen, the others were speechless. He was still standing there like he didn't even sense the lightning beads smashing into his body. Big Brother Long Chen is amazing. He can ignore such terrifying lightning. Zio Fei's eyes were full of worship as he stared at Long Chen. In all the Zio tribe's experts' eyes, Long Chen was a true king. Perhaps only they knew just how strong and domineering Long Chen was. The tribulation clouds suddenly changed once more. They had originally been static, but now they began to revolve. As they revolved, the lightning beads disappeared. Spears of lightning began shooting down from the sky. The true heavenly tribulation starts now. Each of the lightning spears was 30 meters long and contained a fierce, destructive aura. They could kill any of the sea expansion experts watching. Yue Zioqian's expression finally turned grave. She formed hand seals, and her heavenly Tao runes wrapped around her. She no longer passively defended, but began launching attacks. Some of her 3-colored heavenly Tao runes formed a 30-meter barrier around her, while the rest formed thousands of flying swords that attacked the lightning spears. When the lightning spears and flying swords clashed, they instantly exploded, but each destroyed lightning spear was replaced with another. As for Yue Zioqian, when her runic flying swords were destroyed, she drew out more of the heavenly Tao runes' energy to form new swords. An awe-inspiring clash of swords and spears took place in the sky. The lightning spears were like rain crashing toward the earth, but Yue Zioqian was able to fight against them. Her initial sea had already formed, so the Qi Sea in her Danshan had grown by 1,000 times. This was the most terrifying part of sea expansion. Compared to before, she had 1,000 times more spiritual Qi. This immense consumption was nothing for her. Seeing that Yue Zioqian was still able to hold on under such a terrifying tribulation, the others were full of praise. They hoped to personally see a supreme genius with a Qi Sea of 3,000 miles pass her tribulation. They no longer felt the slightest dissatisfaction at being summoned by Lord Heavenai. Just being able to see such a shocking tribulation was worth it. Feeling this terrifying pressure and will was a valuable experience for them. It would be helpful to their own future tribulations. Heavens! Suddenly, one of the stone race's women let out a startled cry. Previously, everyone had been focused on Yue Zioqian, but now that they looked toward Long Chen, they jumped in shock. Long Chen was still completely at ease. That woman had just seen a lightning spear crash onto Long Chen's body, so she hadn't been able to hold back her startled cry. Everyone's gazes turned to Long Chen. Personally seeing a lightning spear explode upon striking Long Chen, their eyes almost popped out. That calm expression of his caused their hearts to pound. That's way too monstrous. Quite a few people gulped. This was no ordinary Thunder Force but the 9 Heavens Tribulation Thunder Force. Chapter 887, No matter what happens, I'm here. This level of lightning tribulation wasn't something Long Chen had to dodge. In fact, its power greatly dissatisfied Lei Long. It was like someone about to die from dehydration was only allowed to drink water drop by drop. But there was no way around that. Long Chen didn't dare to expose himself during Yue Zioqian's lightning tribulation. The slightest fluctuation might be sensed by the heavenly Taos. Time passed bit by bit. They were shocked to see that this tribulation endured for a whole day and night, and the lightning spears only grew stronger. From their original 30 meters, they had grown to 300 meters each. Each attack was powerful, and the scope had also increased. The aboriginals had no choice but to go further back. Long Chen was like a mountain the entire time. No matter how strong the tribulation grew, he was still so indifferent. The experts watching were numb now. They felt like all their shock had already been used up. No one bothered with the monster known as Long Chen. Instead, they just stared at Yue Zioqian, who was standing in the air, facing this heavenly tribulation. They wished for her to pass this tribulation. Then they would have borne witness to the birth of a legend. Long Chen was also watching Yue Zioqian closely. The thunder force was growing even stronger, and Long Chen was no longer able to sense other people's tribulations. He was completely focused on Yue Zioqian. Suddenly, the lightning spears disappeared. Those tribulation clouds shook, and lightning beasts charged down at Yue Zioqian. Each of those lightning beasts was like a small mountain. Heavens, what's going on? These aboriginals had never seen lightning tribulation transform like this. Seeing these lightning beasts, Long Chen's eyes narrowed. This was the true challenge. Whether Yue Zioqian could succeed depended on this moment. The lightning beasts came in all kinds of forms. Some were birds, some were beasts, and some were even fish. It was a veritable sea of beasts. Seeing these innumerable lightning beasts charging toward her, Yue Zioqian's heart turned cold. She could feel just how powerful each one of them was. Without her core energy, it didn't seem like she would be able to defeat them. There were so many of them as to cause despair. Don't be afraid, I'm here. Just do your best, and if you can't hold on, I'll take action. Long Chen's voice rang in her ears. Even at this time, his voice was so calm. Even she didn't understand why hearing his voice made her confidence increase by so much. The runes around Yue Zioqian formed a huge figure that stood like a god behind her. Her sword slashed forward. The illusory figure mimicked her movements. Its terrifying power destroyed the first few lightning beasts, transforming them into lightning runes. How powerful! The aboriginals' jaws dropped. This endless sea of lightning beasts had made them despair. The power of this tribulation had already surpassed their foundation-forging tribulations. Who could survive this? Seeing Yue Zioqian kill 3 of them in one move, they cheered. They saw hope. But Long Chen didn't cheer. Instead, he was worried. This magical art was Yue Zioqian's strongest move. She had relied on this move to allow them to escape from the Flame Devil. She had now condensed her Qi, however. The power of this figure was weaker than when she had used it before. He estimated that it had around 70% of its original power. If Yue Zioqian could use her core energy, handling these lightning beasts wouldn't have been too difficult. But her core energy was exhausted and couldn't be recovered here. Even if her core energy had been present, she wouldn't have dared to undergo tribulation in this world, because she wouldn't have been able to conceal her core energy under the heavenly tribulation. Right now, Yue Zioqian only possessed 70% of her peak combat power. Thus, these lightning beasts posed a deadly threat to her. Yue Zioqian's sword danced, and the lightning beasts were killed one by one, unable to stop her sword. However, their number only continued to increase. Yue Zioqian was in a crisis now, being completely submerged by a sea of lightning beasts. Boom! Suddenly, Yue Zioqian's sword pointed toward the sky. Countless ripples flowed out of its tip, forcing back the closest lightning beasts. She used that opportunity to escape their enclosure and continue killing. But there were still too many of them. Yue Zioqian was quickly surrounded once more, and she had no choice but to release her magical art again. Fortunately, having condensed her initial Qi, she had plenty of spiritual yuan. Otherwise, doing this twice would have completely exhausted her energy. Although it was extremely dangerous, Yue Zioqian managed to ensure that she wouldn't be defeated. She went all out killing these lightning beasts. Seeing her sweat as she struggled against these beasts made Long Chen's heart ache, but unless it reached the point of no return, he didn't dare interfere. Although his own cultivation base hadn't reached that realm yet, he was aware of the conventional cultivation path. Once a cultivator broke through to see expansion and condensed their initial C, it would bring down the baptism of heavenly tribulation. This was a trial and also a law. Only through the trial of the heavenly tribulation would the initial C be accepted by the heavenly Taos and become the true Chi C. If it wasn't able to accept the baptism of heavenly tribulation, the initial C wouldn't have the world's approval and would quickly evaporate. Yue Zioqian would once more fall back to the Xiantian realm, and it wasn't as easy as simply trying again. It would be many, many times more difficult for her to advance again. So unless Yue Zioqian was on the verge of losing her life, he wouldn't interfere. He could only watch anxiously. There were many times where Yue Zioqian was sent flying by a lightning beast and coughed up blood that he wanted to charge forward, but his rationality suppressed that urge. However, one thing comforted Long Chen. Although there was a sea of lightning beasts in the air now, there were no longer any new lightning beasts coming down from the sky. Zioqian, there are only going to be this many lightning beasts. Once you kill them all, you'll pass, encouraged Long Chen. Yue Zioqian finally had a target. Her morale surged, and she continued using her magical arts to kill the lightning beasts. This battle took a long time. Over half a day, the lightning beasts' numbers fell. The last one was finally killed by Yue Zioqian. Good. Everyone cheered when the last one was killed, but their cheering was quickly cut short by a heaven-shaking roar. A huge, mile-long lightning beast descended from the sky. Its lightning runes were glaringly bright, making it look like the sun. What? Even Lord Heaven Eye's expression changed. This lightning beast's aura was too terrifying. Despair appeared in Yue Zioqian's eyes. The intensity of this lightning tribulation was abnormal. It was endless, and it refused to allow her to live. As she examined the huge lightning beast, she suddenly looked at herself and bitterly smiled. Long Chen, I thought I was smart, but I think I've been sensed by the heavenly Taos. When this lightning beast appeared, Yue Zioqian felt her exhausted core energy release a slight but strange fluctuation. That made her guess that tricking the heavenly Taos wasn't as easy as she had thought. Don't be afraid, our plan won't fail, it's just a slight change. I have plenty of experience with handling this kind of lightning beast, and I'll tell you its weak points, shouted Long Chen. Long Chen had fought against lightning for so long now, especially tribulation lightning. He was an expert in this, and he had also seen all kinds of lightning beasts. His knowledge in this aspect was enough to compile an encyclopedia. Most importantly, this lightning beast was one he had personally seen before. It was a huge scorpion with a long tail. Where its pincers were supposed to be were a pair of huge claws. This was what had appeared in the end during his meridian opening tribulation. Although their size was completely different, their shape was the exact same. They were clearly one breed. At that time, he had almost died to it. It was only with Lei Long's help that he had managed to defeat it in the end. Once he had defeated it, the primal chaos space had allowed him to seal it so that Lei Long could refine it, and that was what had allowed his lightning serpent to transform into a lightning python. Yue Zioqian charged toward the lightning scorpion. She appeared above it and it instinctively charged up. But as soon as it did, Yue Zioqian stopped. The scorpion's stomach was wide open to her. Devil Heart Pierce. Yue Zioqian's sword stabbed forward, but it landed on nothing. At first, people were startled. But then the huge figure behind Yue Zioqian also stabbed its sword forward, striking a certain glowing part of the lightning scorpion's abdomen. Boom, in front of everyone's wide-open eyes, that incredibly powerful scorpion shattered into pieces from one attack. Ha success. Everyone cheered. The tribulation cloud slowly condensed, forming a huge rune. This was the last step. This rune represented the approval of the heavenly Taos. As long as Yue Zioqian absorbed this rune, her initial C would become completely stable, and she would become a true C expansion expert. Just as Yue Zioqian was full of joy and preparing to accept this rune, rumbling filled the entire immemorial path. Every C expansion expert present couldn't help but vomit a mouthful of blood as a terrifying shockwave struck them. Chapter 888 Terrifying Lightning Tribulation, Long Chen's Fury. Lord Heaven Eye looked up at the sky with shock. Countless lines began to circulate within his white eyes, and inconceivable words came out of his mouth. Experts from another world broke through the dome of the sky and forcibly sent 4 people here. Everyone was horrified. How was that possible? Who could possibly possess enough power to break the laws of the heavens and send someone into the immemorial path? Zioqian, quickly absorb your rune, shouted Long Chen. Only now did Yue Zioqian react and hastily fly up into the sky. She didn't need to wait for the rune to descend upon her. She could take the initiative to merge with it. Just at this moment, a voice rang out. HMPH, undergoing tribulation with a bunch of ants is practically an insult. That voice was icy, its tone seeming to say that only he was supreme. This voice resounded throughout the air. The aboriginals were all horrified and looked up at the sky. 4 figures were standing above the heavens in the center of the immemorial path. Their bodies were covered in flames, so it was impossible to see them clearly. They were like gods above the heavens. Don't bother with it too much. Gods and ants exist in the same world. There's nothing to be done. Now that the heavenly Tao energy here has been activated by the ants, it's perfect for us to undergo tribulation. Don't waste any more time. Another arrogant voice rang out. Boom! 4 incomparably powerful auras erupted. The immemorial path had begun calming down as people's tribulations ended, but now it became chaotic once more. Furthermore, their auras were even grander than when those countless experts had been undergoing their tribulations. Are they even human? How could they possess such terrifying auras? Almost all the experts within the immemorial path had already finished their tribulations. They looked up at the sky in horror. These auras are still in the Xiantian realm, but how could they be so powerful? Are they gods? These 4 people's auras caused the immemorial path to rumble. Endless tribulations clouds gathered over them, making it look like the world was ending. Zioqian, careful! Long Chen suddenly shouted. Just as Yue Zioqian touched her rune, heaven and earth's energy began to rage. Her rune flew toward the tribulation clouds, toward the 4 of them. Yue Zioqian panicked. This was something she had won through immense danger. If this rune was taken away, all her efforts would be wasted. Thus, she went to grab the rune. The tribulation clouds continued to condense. Yue Zioqian's body shook, and she coughed up a mouthful of blood that dyed her robes red. But she grabbed her rune, refusing to allow it to fly away. Oh, there's still an ant. Hee, still lacking the final step. Stupid. One of those godlike people sneered. They continued releasing their auras, preparing for their tribulations. They didn't care the slightest bit about Yue Zioqian. Friends, can you be generous and pause your tribulations for a moment? Let my friend grab her heavenly Tao rune, or all her previous efforts will be wasted, said Long Chen to those figures in the air. Long Chen had activated the 9-star Hegemon body art, and each of his words was shouted using his immense spiritual yuan. His voice rang throughout the sky. Ants don't have the qualifications to speak. Don't waste our time. If you irritate me, be careful of me destroying you in passing, said an icy voice. Yue Zioqian had a hold on her rune, but it was still being drawn into the tribulation clouds. She did her best to hold on. She was the scion of the original devil race, their only hope of changing their future. Long Chen was panicked and infuriated. At this moment, he couldn't help Yue Zioqian. Once her heavenly Tao rune was infected by his aura, it would dissipate to nothing. Original ancestor, please, hear your descendants call, bestow me my bloodline power. Yue Zioqian's face was pale. She had no core energy left, but she forcibly summoned her bloodline power. The rune in her hand suddenly escaped the pull of the tribulation clouds and merged into Yue Zioqian's body. Yue Zioqian immediately collapsed from the sky. A pair of arms caught her. Her face was pale without the slightest bit of color. The light in her eyes had dimmed a great deal. Zioqian, Long Chen felt a burst of pain. I succeeded, Long Chen, I'm happy. Yue Zioqian was exhausted, but she was still delighted. Long Chen nodded. He suddenly flew over to the Zio tribespeople and handed Yue Zioqian to Zio Ling. Then he charged back up the immortal condensing pillar. Long Chen, what are you planning on doing? It's not a good time for you to undergo tribulation. Their terrifying tribulation will affect you, shouted Lord Heavenai. That's fine. If they want to play, then I'll accompany them. Let's see just whose tribulation will be affecting whose. Long Chen slapped his hand on the immortal condensing pillar. The entire pillar shattered. In front of everyone's dumbfounded gazes, Long Chen absorbed all the pillar's runes into his body. Has he gone crazy? The seniors felt like their eyes were about to pop out. As long as the immortal condensing pillar's runes were activated, it would have an effect. However, there had been no record of anyone trying to absorb those runes into their bodies. Who knew what the terrifying consequences would be? This wasn't any different than suicide. Big Brother Long Chen is furious. Zio Fei clenched his fist. Xiao Ling helped Yue Xiaoqian into a chair. Although she had managed to snatch her heavenly Dao rune and truly entered sea expansion, she was incredibly weak now. After absorbing all the immortal condensing pillar spirit gathering runes, Long Chen soared into the sky. Idiots, I'll let you see just who the ant is. Long Chen's furious roar resounded throughout the sky. Boom! As Long Chen fully activated the 9-star Hegemon body art, the world's spiritual chi poured toward him. Rumbling came from Long Chen's body as though shackles had been broken. A terrifying aura soared into the sky. As Long Chen broke through, the world was silent for a moment. Very soon, the entire immemorial path began to quiver as a destructive aura filled the heavens. Is this the end of the world? Sensing that destructive aura, people found that no matter where they were under a terrifying pressure. Their bodies involuntarily quivered. Some people had already dug their way into the ground to conceal themselves. The fury of the heavens desired to destroy this entire world. All the people in the immemorial path were terrified. Many of them didn't know what was going on, but they all knew something horrifying was happening. Those 4 figures were still immersed within lightning. At this moment, the lightning around them began to surge as if it had been affected by something. It was no longer steady. Heavenly tribulation, don't make me look down on you. Let me see just how much power you have. Long Chen released his powerful will as well, one that wished to fight against the heavenly Daos. As if hearing Long Chen's provocation, the heavenly tribulation in the whole immemorial path surged toward him. It was absolutely endless. Even those 4 figures were enveloped by his tribulation. Brat, you're courting death, shouted one of the 4. Those 4 were wrapped in flames, being surrounded by some kind of formation that made it so they couldn't move. They could only undergo their tribulations within the flames. Long Chen's actions had infuriated them. They considered this a provocation from him, and they were unable to accept such a thing. The ones courting death are you, sneered Long Chen. The tribulation clouds around him grew denser. Their scope could no longer be described. They covered the entire world in darkness, and their thickness was over 100 miles. Long Chen even sensed the surrounding space solidify. Even like this, Long Chen still wasn't satisfied. He suddenly took the initiative to charge into the lightning tribulation and punch it. Boom! A terrifying astral wind blew apart the tribulation's clouds. Long Chen continued punching, and the condensing tribulation clouds were pulverized by him. The aboriginals below felt their scalps turn numb. Long Chen had definitely gone crazy. Was he afraid that the heavenly tribulation wouldn't be strong enough, so he was intentionally provoking it? Since ancient times, every person revered the heavens. Each time they underwent tribulation, they were careful and respectful, who dared to take the initiative to attack the heavenly tribulation. As expected, following Long Chen's actions, the heavens were enraged. A terrifying destructive will descended, and people were horrified to see cracks appear in the ground. Energy poured out of them and into the tribulation clouds. All the immemorial path's experts were dumbfounded. Whether it was the eastern, western, southern, northern, or even the central section, they all sensed that terrifying phenomenon. With all of heaven and earth's energy gathering, the heavens were blocking any form of mental probing. Other than the closest aboriginals, no one else could see what was happening any longer. All they knew was that something incredibly major was happening inside the immemorial path. Seeing this, Lord Heavenai suddenly ordered everyone to retreat further. Lord Heavenai, if we retreat any further, we won't be able to see anything at all, grumbled Xiao Fei. At this distance, they weren't even able to see Long Chen's figure anymore. The surrounding heavenly Dao energy was blocking their line of sight. Stop wasting words. Not being able to see Long Chen for now is better than Long Chen never being able to see us ever again. This level of heavenly tribulation is heaven-defying. Whoever wants to live better, retreat, shouted Lord Heavenai. Boom! Just as they were retreating, the void suddenly shook. Endless lightning filled the spot Long Chen was at. Chapter 889 Lightning Sea devours the heavens. Heaven and earth rumbled and lightning filled the sky. From a distance, it looked like the spot Long Chen was at had been submerged in a sea of lightning. The immemorial path quivered. Lord Heavenai and the others stood far off in the distance, unable to speak in the face of that terrifying lightning sea. Xiao Fei began to sweat and no longer grumbled about not being able to see. Anyone who wasn't blind would be able to clearly see this terrifying lightning sea. Even from such a distance, they could feel the berserk energy within the lightning sea. Even Foundation forging experts sensed the threat of death from that lightning. If they entered this tribulation, they would definitely die. There's not the slightest bit of life energy in this lightning. On a fundamental scale, it refuses to give anyone a path to life. With its aura being entirely destructive, this is no longer heavenly tribulation, but heavenly punishment, cried a shocked elder. Heavenly tribulation was just a law to wash out the weak. No matter how dazzling and intense the lightning tribulation, it always left behind a trace of life energy. But Long Chen's heavenly tribulation was filled entirely with a berserk destructive will. It was clearly intent on obliterating him. Is this the result of Long Chen provoking the heavenly tribulation? Lord Heaven I shook his head. Heavenly tribulation is a part of the heavenly Taos. It has no life, nor does it have any emotions to speak of. How could it have become angry? Long Chen has simply intentionally broken the heavenly tribulation's process, forcing it to advance to the next level while not having released its previous power. That's making its power superimpose. But even so, laws are just laws, and this kind of situation should never occur. This heavenly tribulation is fundamentally not allowing Long Chen to pass. Lord Heaven Eye's eyes were locked onto that sea of lightning. There was a figure bathed in that lightning, full of an undefeatable will that was clashing against the will of the heavenly Taos. Yue Zioqian had consumed medicinal pills and recovered a bit of her energy. Although she was still pale, she could now stand. She nervously looked at that figure. She knew that Long Chen was doing this because of her. He was getting revenge on those four figures, making them pay a price for their actions. The feeling of being protected was a warm one, but she was also incredibly worried. Long Chen's temper was too explosive. This was far too dangerous. The first wave of the tribulation is already so powerful. How strong will it grow later? The thunder force was like a sea, its lightning runes surging like the tide, rumbling with heaven and earth. This kind of scene was something that they hadn't dared to imagine ever in their lives. As Long Chen's heavenly tribulation erupted, those four people wrapped in the flames were also affected. They were startled to find that their own tribulations were growing stronger because of Long Chen's influence. An ant's fury is laughable. Did you think that by infuriating the heavenly tribulation, you could bring us down with you? Foolish to the pinnacle, laughed one of them. It was unknown just which of the four had spoken these words. These four were extremely strange. Ever since they had broken through the void to appear here, each one of them had a whirlpool above their heads. Those were like four portals that had allowed them to break into this world. Breaking through the barrier between worlds and sending four experts here to undergo tribulation was a shocking ability, one that was hard to imagine. Even an idiot would know that these four had to possess terrifying backgrounds. However, Long Chen didn't give a damn about their origins. In order to show off their arrogance, these four hadn't given a damn about Yue Zioqian's life or death. In the end, Yue Zioqian had exhausted a huge amount of her blood essence to snatch back her heavenly Tao rune. Her miserable state still burned his heart. If they wanted to play, then they had better be ready to play. He had absorbed all the immortal condensing pillars runes, as well as actively attacked the tribulation. This heavenly tribulation's intensity was beyond belief now. Although this was impetuous and not a smart decision, Long Chen had never thought himself to be a wise sage. All he knew was that whoever hurt the people by his side would have to pay a price. That was the typical conduct of a fool, but Long Chen had always acted like that. They seemed to be talking. The aboriginals could only barely sense some fluctuations from them. Their voices were completely drowned out by the booming thunder of the tribulations. Long Chen seemed to not hear the mysterious expert's words. Flying higher into the air, he suddenly reached toward the sky and pulled. A whirlpool appeared over his head, and it instantly grew. Endless lightning crashed down on him. What? Even Lord Heaven Eye jumped in shock. Instead of doing something to block the lightning, Long Chen acted like he still hadn't gotten his fill. He took the initiative to absorb the thunder force pouring out of the whirlpool. Lei Long cried out in delight. It crazily devoured all the thunder force pouring into Long Chen's body. It was like a bottomless pit, able to take in as much energy as available. In this manner, Long Chen allowed Lei Long to absorb thunder force faster than when it acted on its own. This kind of scattered thunder force wasn't like the lightning beasts, it was just simple lightning. With Long Chen's assistance, Lei Long quickly absorbed the huge sea of lightning in less than 2 hours. Heaven and earth returned to calm. The aboriginals were all dumbfounded. What was going on? The tribulation had been passed just like this. Hand over your energy. Long Chen shouted and suddenly charged into the tribulation clouds, attacking them with his fists. The lightning clouds had originally been brewing, but once Long Chen scattered a huge mass of them, they were even thicker than before when they regathered. As for the four mysterious experts wrapped in flames, the thunder force attacking them once more increased. Fool, idiot, incurable, plebeian. Each one of the mysterious experts spat out a disdainful snort. All four of them were men. The four of them were truly terrifying. Even immersed in this lightning, they didn't have to take any action to block it. This level of thunder force was clearly nothing to them, so they looked down on Long Chen's actions. Lord Heaven, just who are they? Asked Xiao Fei. Everyone greatly wanted to know this. They are peerless geniuses. Their power has surpassed your imaginations. Perhaps only such people are worthy of supreme powers paying such an immense price to forcibly send them here to undergo tribulation. Lord Heaven sighed, a complicated expression on his face. His heaven eyes had clearly seen through some secrets. Boom! Suddenly, rumbling cut off their conversation. Lightning swords began to shoot down from the sky at Long Chen. Each one of them was huge, over 300 meters long. But Long Chen continued to tear into the sky. The huge whirlpool still existed above him, and he actually began to absorb those terrifying lightning swords. People felt like they were going crazy. They had never seen someone undergo tribulation like this. The lightning swords flooded toward Long Chen and were all absorbed by him. The four of them are also affected, shouted Xiao Fei. Everyone hastily looked to see the thunder force attacking the four of them had also transformed into lightning swords. Long Chen's tribulation was affecting them. Although they were up in the void and the distance between them was impossible to estimate, they were still affected. Long Chen ignored what was happening over there as his mood was getting better now. Lei Long was too amazing. No matter how much thunder force he fed it, it would absorb it and grow stronger. Long Chen knew that heavenly tribulation was weakest at the start. Therefore, this was the best time to absorb thunder force. He had to absorb as much as possible now before it grew to the point where he couldn't absorb it. The lightning swords eventually disappeared. The tribulation clouds above Long Chen's head actually linked together with the four experts' tribulation clouds. They formed one huge mass of tribulation clouds that covered the entire world. Originally, each of them was undergoing their own tribulation, but now the situation had suddenly changed. All their tribulation clouds had connected, and the pressure immediately grew by hundreds of times. Retreat again, shouted Lord Heaven. At this point, some of the sea expansion experts were quivering, feeling like they were about to be crushed. Within every inch of the immemorial path, experts were looking in horror at the central area. They were unable to see anything, but they could sense all the immemorial path's energy converging in that location. Terrifying fluctuations were spreading from there. This tribulation was too powerful, and it isolated all other auras. The other experts in the immemorial path could only tell something exceedingly terrifying was happening at the center of the immemorial path. However, they didn't dare to probe it. All of them had just endured their own tribulations. Many had been killed, and of those that had succeeded, the majority had only survived with half their lives. They didn't dare to do anything risky at this moment. They could only heal and sense what was happening. Suddenly, the tribulation clouds trembled. Endless lightning beasts began to fall from the sky, each of them 300 meters long and incomparably fierce. Chapter 890 Lightning Dragon Devours All Beasts. Seeing those lightning beasts, Yue Xiaoqian's heart clenched. The lightning beasts she had fought during her own tribulation gave her a profound understanding of how terrifying they were. The last one had been especially powerful, and even though there had only been one, if Long Chen hadn't told her its weaknesses, she wouldn't have been able to handle it. But these lightning beasts were packed together and endless. Because it was impossible to grasp their numbers, even knowing their weaknesses was useless. Just how were you supposed to take advantage of those weaknesses when they were packed together in such numbers? In front of this sea of beasts, any strategy, any technique would be useless and impossible to use. There was only one option, to use power to beat power. Long Chen's tribulation clouds had now joined with the other four experts' tribulation clouds to form a mass of supreme tribulation clouds. They were absolutely endless. As for the lightning beasts, they were like water spurting out of a broken dam. They poured down from the sky. Seeing Long Chen enveloped by the sea of lightning beasts, everyone's hearts rose into their throats. Yue Xiaoqian's palms were already covered in sweat. Come out and gorge yourself. Long Chen laughed. A dragon roar suddenly rang out, and a 3-mile-long lightning dragon appeared. Its huge body released a majestic aura. Lei Long's body had originally just been 1 mile long, but after absorbing the lightning tribulation, it had tripled in size. Its lightning runes were circulating with an even fiercer power. Long Chen jumped onto Lei Long's head. Lei Long once more roared, opening its mouth and beginning to devour the lightning beasts. There were too many lightning beasts, but to the huge Lei Long they were nothing more than rabbits. With each mouthful it devoured 5 or 6 of them. The most interesting thing was that the lightning beasts only had eyes for Long Chen. They didn't attack Lei Long, allowing it to devour them. They only knew how to struggle, but not to counterattack. Laws were laws. They weren't flexible. Lei Long came from heavenly tribulation, so these heavenly tribulation beasts didn't recognize it as an enemy. When the lightning beasts came charging at Long Chen, Lei Long would simply swing its tail, and they would be sent flying. In terms of power, these beasts were a far cry from Lei Long. Lei Long was like a dragon swimming through a sea, easily devouring the closest beasts. The lightning beasts were unable to approach Long Chen. Long Chen could just stand atop Lei Long's head and watch as the lightning beasts were devoured. He felt Lei Long's own power slowly increasing. The Aboriginals' jaws all dropped. Their eyes almost popped out. If they weren't personally seeing this, they wouldn't believe it. Many people wanted to say something, but they found that no words were able to express their current thoughts. In the end, nothing came out of their mouths. Yue Zioqian looked up at the grand and majestic Long Chen with adoration. In this world where only strength was respected, the stronger the man, the greater their charm. That was especially true when this man had risked his life and was now settling a debt with mysterious experts for her. Long Chen was surrounded by countless lightning beasts, but the mysterious experts were also being attacked by countless lightning beasts. They could no longer remain as indifferent as before. People were unable to see their movements clearly because the divine flames around them blocked their sight. But in any case, those lightning beasts were all destroyed as soon as they got close to them. It seemed that they still had it extremely easy. Heavens! One of the Aboriginals suddenly shouted, causing everyone else who was watching with rapt attention to jump. "What are you shouting for?" raged someone. "No, do you not notice something strange?" said that person. "Something strange? Fuck, how could I not notice this lightning tribulation is strange?" "No, think about it. Long Chen's already in his lightning tribulation. He didn't expand his initial C yet." Hearing him say this, everyone fell silent, looking at each other. It seemed they had truly missed that detail. Could it be? Long Chen really hadn't condensed his initial C before undergoing tribulation. Did he forget? They were speechless, but they really couldn't figure it out. Just who would possibly forget such an important step? Furthermore, if he hadn't condensed his initial C, how did he draw on the heavenly tribulation? What was going on? No one could explain it, not even Lord Heavenai or someone as learned as Yue Zioqian. Let alone them, even Long Chen couldn't understand. In any case, he knew one rule about the 9-star Hegemon body art. As long as he passed his tribulation, he would definitely advance. Who cared about expanding the sea? 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. Time passed bit by bit as Lei Long's body was growing larger and stronger. After a whole day had passed, it had grown to 7 miles. 7 miles. That was a huge monster. As Lei Long grew larger, its power increased and its devouring speed also multiplied. After this whole day, the lightning beasts finally stopped coming down from the sky, allowing people to relax. At this moment, Lei Long was still swimming through the air, devouring the few remaining lightning beasts. From the start until now, Long Chen hadn't done anything to resist the lightning tribulation. That easy manner of his made it look like he was just playing a game, not undergoing tribulation. Fool, using a devil item to absorb the heavenly tribulation is just an inferior cheating method. Ants really are ants, only capable of using the most contemptible tricks. Suddenly, a sneer came from one of the 4 experts. They had already killed all the lightning beasts around them, and it seemed that it hadn't taken any effort. "Devil item," Long Chen sneered. He saw through some of their secrets. These 4 were wrapped in divine flames, and the flames should be their method to break through the spatial walls. While they were wrapped in them, others couldn't see their figures clearly, but the same issue could also be applied to their sight. They could only vaguely sense things, and so they thought Lei Long was a special tool used to trick the heavenly Daos. "Where did you 4 bumpkins come from? Now that you've come here, you want to act grand. If you had any guts at all, you wouldn't hide in your tortoise shells. Come out and fight," sneered Long Chen. Right now, the first wave of the tribulation had just ended, and there was a bit of time to say a few words before the next wave came. Long Chen was very curious about their origins. Brazen Ant, you don't have the qualifications to know our origins. You should bless your fortune that we're wrapped in these divine flames, otherwise, a single finger from this lord would crush you, shouted one of them. Don't bother bragging. If it weren't for your tortoise shell, you would have had your crap crushed out of you when you broke into this world. Who do you think you're trying to trick? Although Long Chen didn't quite understand everything about them, he wasn't so easily tricked. These four had clearly used some kind of divine energy to break through the walls of this world. But even though the world's barrier had been broken, not just anyone could get through. At the very least, it wasn't something that mere Xiantian experts could survive. Although these people's auras were powerful, they were still undergoing their sea expansion tribulations. If it weren't for the protection of the divine flames, they would have been crushed by the power of spatial pressure upon breaking into this world. So Long Chen didn't fear them. "And you're courting death," raged one of them. "Cowards, wait until you grow up and come out of your shells before saying such vicious words," laughed Long Chen. Boom! Just at this moment, the tribulation clouds once more shook. Huge lightning beasts descended from the sky, each of them being a mile long. This time, there weren't that many, but there were still over 1,000 of them. They charged at Long Chen. These lightning beasts were on the same level as the final lightning beast that had appeared in Yue Xiaoqian's tribulation. But Yue Xiaoqian had only had to deal with one, while Long Chen had over 1,000 of them. Yue Xiaoqian was pale, and everyone else was also nervous. These lightning beasts were too terrifying. Boom! One of those lightning beasts had only just gotten close when Lei Long bit into it. It was too huge for Lei Long to devour in one bite. Furthermore, it was also struggling, making it so Lei Long couldn't smoothly swallow it. Just at this moment, another lightning beast charged at Long Chen. Its huge claw was the size of a small mountain as it smashed toward Long Chen. A blood-colored saber appeared in Long Chen's hands. A huge saber image whistled through the air. The huge lightning beast was cleanly cut in two by Long Chen's saber. This attack caused everyone to be dumbfounded. Long Chen hadn't used any battle skill. With just brute force, he had killed it. Lei Long spit it out. "Eat the one I killed," shouted Long Chen. Lei Long was trying to devour a lightning beast, but it was stuck in its throat and struggling. Lei Long wasn't able to swallow it. Hearing this, Lei Long spat it out and directly went to devour the lightning beast Long Chen had killed. But it was one step too late, and the lightning beast transformed into lightning runes that dissipated. Lei Long's fierce bite only managed to get a very small portion of those runes. "Don't worry, work with me," Long Chen shouted, and Blooddrinker began to rumble, its runes lighting. He charged at those lightning beasts. Chapter 891, Berserk Lightning Battle Warriors. The huge lightning beasts were slashed apart by Long Chen one by one. Each one of them was killed in just one blow. "Blooddrinker, you really are amazing." Long Chen was delighted by Blooddrinker. As long as he gave it the slightest bit of his spiritual yuan, Blooddrinker would release its specific sharp aura. The terrifying lightning beasts were easily cut down. Now Blooddrinker had truly awoken. Long Chen hadn't even known that it was so powerful before. Each bit of his spiritual yuan was being transformed into killing power. This weapon that had come from the barbarian race's expert was definitely extraordinary. As Long Chen killed the lightning beasts, Lei Long was behind him taking advantage. When they were cut down before their runes could scatter, it would devour them in one gulp. These huge lightning beasts contained incomparably pure thunder force. If those previous lightning beasts were likened to rice, then these huge beasts were like meat to Lei Long. Long Chen swept through the air, blood-colored saber images flashing in the sky. Each attack killed a lightning beast. Sometimes there would be too many lightning beasts for Long Chen to handle, and Lei Long would swing its tail, knocking them back and giving Long Chen space. In this manner, Long Chen's dominance could not be stopped. It had been a long time since Long Chen had felt this satisfying feeling of using all his power to attack with a heavy weapon. "Big brother Long Chen is amazing," cried Xiao Fei. He had always treated Long Chen as his idol. He hoped to become a domineering expert like him one day. Who cared about heavenly tribulation? Who cared about the heavenly Taos? Even in front of heavenly tribulation, Long Chen wasn't afraid. He was fighting against the very heavens, forcing them to submit to him. The other experts were affected by his imposingness and clenched their fists, their own hot blood surging. They had been suppressed here by the heavenly Taos for countless years. Moreover, they had to face the scheming, robbing, and killing of the invaders. They had long since grown dissatisfied with this world. But they didn't have the bravery to fight against the heavens. They were dissatisfied, but they didn't dare fight. However, Long Chen's display showed them what a true domineeringness was. His domineeringness even caused those old seniors to feel a passion they hadn't felt in many, many years. Each lightning beast he killed was like another shackle he broke through. He advanced dauntlessly. I want to fight the heavens too. I'll exterminate these merciless and unfair heavenly Taos. Whatever tries to stop me, I'll cut them down. Suddenly, a young sea expansion expert began to shout. He came from the Stone Tribe and he had drunk with Long Chen quite a few times. His eyes were red and he charged out, startling everyone. That person had only just flown out when the Stone Tribe's leader slapped the back of his head, making him collapse on the ground. Just watch, don't get drawn in too deeply. Being domineering and being suicidal are two different concepts. Long Chen is domineering now, but if you went, you'd be suicidal, he shouted. He felt a bit helpless. The Stone Tribe's warriors all possessed one-track minds. Having drunk and laughed with Long Chen before, they found him to be their kind of people, and they were now like brothers. Hence, they were receiving the greatest influence from Long Chen. It was unknown whether that foolish fellow hadn't sobered up from his drinking for him, to actually want to charge into Long Chen's tribulation to fight against the heavens. The heavenly Taos can't be opposed. The heavenly Taos can't be disobeyed. Perhaps that's not true for all people. Lord Heaven, I looked at Long Chen. He extended his hands and touched his middle finger to his thumb several times. It seemed he was calculating something, but in the end he sighed and pulled back his hands. Heavens, are those people also monsters? They're also killing the lightning beasts in one attack. While their attention was drawn to Long Chen, they forgot about the four mysterious experts. They were slaughtering the lightning beasts as well. And just like Long Chen, each time they attacked, a lightning beast would definitely fall. Just who are they? These people have been sent here specifically to undergo their tribulations. They want to absorb as much thunder force as possible. My guess is that they finished condensing their initial seas from wherever they came from, and then were sent here by supreme experts to absorb more thunder force to temper their bodies to the greatest level. Then they'll return to their world. Their goal should be the laws present within the immemorial path's tribulation lightning. Perhaps the most valuable thing in the immemorial path is the tribulation lightning during the spiritual chi eruption, said Lord Heavenai. He looked at those four mysterious figures with a complicated expression. Here the aboriginals were like trapped birds, while the immemorial path was their cage. They were treated like criminals. Others could come and go, taking their resources, while they could only endure in silence. These four people hadn't just come to steal the resources. Even their tone toward everyone here was full of disdain as well. It made the aboriginals furious, but they were also powerless. Idiots, can you be a bit faster? I've been waiting for you all day. Long Chen's voice suddenly rang out, causing everyone to look over and see him standing atop a lightning dragon's head, a blood-colored saber resting on his shoulder. The lightning dragon was now 8 miles long. Foolish ant, you are provoking us. Shut up, hurry up and kill them. The next wave of the tribulation won't come until you do, shouted Long Chen. You, that voice seemed to be coming through clenched teeth. But before he could say any more words, the sky trembled. Countless human-shaped lightnings fell from the sky. Berserk lightning battle warriors. How is this possible? Lord Heaven, I was shocked. What are they? The Berserk lightning battle warriors are rumored to only appear in an extremely terrifying lightning tribulation. Each of those human-shaped lightnings possesses their own intelligence. They are created when experts fail their tribulations, and their soul essence is drawn away by them. In truth, each of these warriors is an expert, with an expert's battle experience. They're completely different from those mindless beasts, said Lord Heavenai gravely. This was something none of the others had heard of. These lightning warriors actually possessed their own combat experience. Just as they were filled with shock, Long Chen had already exchanged blows with one of those lightning warriors. He had already met these human-shaped lightnings last time. They were formed entirely of lightning runes, but they were like real people. Even the lines on their armor were clear. When his saber met the lightning warrior's spear, sparks flew. He didn't manage to cut through its weapon. At the same time, the other lightning warriors attacked. Lei Long opened its mouth and devoured dozens of them, but as a result, as soon as it swallowed them, their weapons pierced out of its body and they charged out. Lei Long's body was huge, but in terms of how solid its body was, it was a far cry from these lightning warriors. It couldn't devour them. Even if it could block them, it would be attacked. Lei Long was infuriated but unable to cause any effective damage to them. Divine Ring, 4-star battle armor. At this time, Long Chen couldn't keep holding back. His divine ring appeared behind him, and 4 stars circulated in his eyes. His spiritual yuan poured into Blooddrinker, and blood-colored light erupted. Whirlwind Slash, Long Chen spun, and saber chi blossomed like a flower. It devoured everything around him. The lightning warriors closest to him were all killed, while the others were knocked back. He killed over 100 of them in one blow, but that didn't make him the slightest bit happy. He saw that these lightning warriors all knew how to dodge and defend. They weren't much different from real people. In fact, when they had tried dodging just now, there had been hints of battle skills being used by them. Long Chen told Lei Long not to fight. It was just in charge of devouring the remnant lightning runes from when the lightning warriors were killed. Those were most important. Split the heavens. Long Chen repeatedly attacked. He used Split the Heavens 3 times, killing waves of those lightning warriors. Their lightning runes were crazily devoured by Lei Long. Long Chen was getting more and more shocked. Even when he was releasing all his power, he still felt a great deal of pressure. These lightning warriors were truly powerful, even stronger than ordinary rank 3 celestials. While he fought them up in the void, the 4 mysterious men panicked. The level of their lightning tribulations had exceeded their expectations. They had come here to absorb the remnant immortal aura that lay within this world's lightning tribulation. This remnant immortal aura was hidden deep within the immemorial path, and the outside world didn't have it. Each time the spiritual chi eruption occurred, the immortal aura would merge into the lightning tribulation. Hence, their goal had been to absorb that trace of immortal aura as preparations for their breakthrough. But they hadn't expected that incurring the wrath of what they had thought to be an ant-like existence would lead to a change in their heavenly tribulations. They were actually forced into the same tempo and intensity of tribulation as Long Chen. HMPH, ignorant ant, I'll show you what it means for there to always be heaven beyond the heavens, a height you couldn't attain even if you cultivated for millennia. The 4 people in the divine flames suddenly released multicolored runes, forming a vague barrier around them. At the same time, a terrifying pressure caused the sky to quake. Chapter 892, Ancient Heroic Spirits. The 4 people wrapped in divine flames suddenly began to release energy fluctuations. It was impossible to tell what kind of secret art they were using, but the terrifying pressure even came through the barrier of divine flames. The only things possible to see were those 4 figures flashing into motion and the berserk lightning battle warriors beginning to explode. That scene caused people to be dumbfounded. Just who were these 4? As expected, they have to be heavenly geniuses at that level, or no one would have paid the price to break through the walls between worlds and send them here. Countless runes began to appear in Lord Heaven-Eye's white eyes. He stared into the spatial cyclone in the air. That was where the barrier between worlds had been broken. There had to be experts on the other side maintaining it, making sure it didn't close before the lightning tribulation ended. Long Chen also sensed the change happening over there, but he didn't care. Everything was going according to his expectations. He sensed how terrifying those 4 were. They were experts on a level he had never seen before. They had a kind of aura that made it so even he found it hard to breathe. As soon as they appeared, they had displayed their tyranny, even causing Yue Zioqian to be injured. Long Chen clearly knew that they were powerful beyond his imagination, but once he got angry, he never cared about such things. He would make these arrogant idiots pay a price. They wanted to undergo tribulation. Then they could go ahead and undergo tribulation. Each time Long Chen had to go through tribulation, he had to fight against terrible odds. Bringing a few powerful companions with him would make it much more fun. He wanted to see if these 4 peerless geniuses could block his heavenly tribulation. In fact, Long Chen even thought of a certain thing. At the beginning of the tribulation, he noticed that their heavenly tribulations had been nourishing them, as if doting on them with care. This proved beyond a doubt that these 4 were definitely the favorites of the heavens. They had to be even stronger celestials and receive the heavens' pampering. But he, Long Chen, was the target the heavens wanted dead. Now that he was undergoing tribulation with them, he wanted to see what the heavenly tribulation would choose. Would it still mercilessly slaughter the 4 of them to kill him, or would it let him off because of the 4 of them? However, up to now, it seemed that the heavenly tribulation had chosen to kill him. It hadn't hesitated just because of those 4 favorites. It seemed that it wanted to kill them all together. Since that was the case, he was at ease. An intense battle shook the void. There were 5 battlefields with intense slaughter where thunder and lightning shook the land. Those 4 experts had clearly released their full power against the berserk lightning battle warriors. There were tens of thousands of lightning warriors, and each time one was killed, another would take its place. Long Chen was doing his best to kill them, but his arms were now numb, and he was constantly being injured. There were just too many of them, and they possessed all kinds of attack methods. Some were fierce and head-on, while some were sly and crafty. Each one had their own techniques, and being surrounded by this many of them, strategy was useless. The only thing to do was to go all out. The fortunate thing was that the huge forest in his primal chaos space provided him with enough life energy. Thus, all his injuries were instantly healed. Yue Zioqian clenched her fists as she watched Long Chen. She was filled with worry, because she saw that what Long Chen had released was just a Xuanhuan cultivation base. He hadn't condensed his initial C. Without condensing his initial C, his spiritual yuan hadn't changed much. How was he supposed to keep up with such a terrifying consumption of energy? The other experts also saw through the clues, but they didn't dare say anything. Furthermore, saying anything now didn't have any meaning. They could only pray for Long Chen, hoping he could create a miracle. The only thing that comforted Long Chen was that Lei Long was continuously growing as he slaughtered the lightning warriors. Their runes were all devoured by it, and as long as it didn't take the initiative to attack or block those lightning warriors, they wouldn't attack it. As Lei Long devoured more runes, its body grew more condensed, gradually appearing like solid matter. It was now capable of blocking the lightning warriors' attacks. That helped Long Chen out greatly as he was in a crisis now. Lei Long could attack some of the lightning warriors and then rapidly retreat. They would instinctively attack Lei Long, but once it fled, they wouldn't chase it. That distraction saved Long Chen a great deal of trouble. This was a shocking battle. The reason Long Chen could last for so long was mainly because he had been cultivating lightning in his body since blood condensation, so his body had a powerful resistance to lightning. If it was anyone else, then just a few dozen of these lightning warriors would take their lives. But when Long Chen was injured, they were just superficial injuries. The thunder force that entered his body was absorbed and wouldn't cause any damage. So Long Chen was shocked to see that those 4 mysterious men were also able to fight against the berserk lightning battle warriors. However, now they had shut their mouths and no longer continued sneering. It was unknown whether they just didn't have the time or energy to do so. This shocking battle continued for a long time before the lightning warriors gradually lessened. Suddenly, 9 huge figures condensed within the tribulation clouds. Each one of them wore strange clothes that were extremely ancient. As soon as they appeared, all sound disappeared from heaven and earth. It was deathly silent. These figures caused everyone to jump in shock. They seemed alive. Even their eyes had light and expressions. They were no different from real people. Ancient heroic spirits. Lord Heaven's expression completely changed. Of everyone present, only he knew that these ancient heroic spirits were the peerless heavenly geniuses that had fallen during their tribulations. They were on a completely different level than the berserk lightning warriors, and the tribulation had copied their states before they had fallen. Those 9 huge figures charged at Long Chen. At the same time, illusory chi seas appeared behind them. 3,000-mile chi seas, startled cries rang out. Those ancient heroic spirits all possessed 3,000-mile chi seas. They were 9C expansion heavenly geniuses, but right now, Long Chen was only at the Xuanhuan realm. Everyone's heart clenched. This was too unfair. This wasn't tribulation but extermination. Bastard, just what kind of heavenly tribulation is this? Raged one of the mysterious men. At the same time as Long Chen was attacked, they were also attacked. The first one to face Long Chen was a young handsome man with a spear. When his spear pierced toward him, space trembled intensely and he immediately locked down Long Chen. Boom! Long Chen didn't dare to be careless and he slashed down with his saber. Cracks appeared in the air as the void almost shattered. Long Chen's blood flipped within him and he flew back. This man was too strong, but through this exchange, he confirmed that this man was truly formed of lightning runes. As long as they weren't real people, there was hope. Just as Long Chen was about to attack, his heart suddenly shook and he activated the lightning body blink. A saber just missed his shoulder, almost cutting off his arm. Lei Long let out a furious roar and attacked them. Suddenly, 2 of them slashed their weapons onto its body, and Lei Long immediately exploded. Lei Long could block the berserk lightning battle warriors' attacks, but it couldn't block these attacks. The 2 were not on the same level. Lei Long, come back for now. You aren't their match. Long Chen waved his hand. Lei Long's runes returned to his arm. Lei Long's power had grown explosively, but it wasn't a healthy growth. Although it had expanded like a balloon to a shocking point, it wasn't able to endure powerful attacks. Lei Long needed some time to refine the energy it had absorbed, and only then could it release its full power. Right now, it was still too weak. After putting away Lei Long, Long Chen was immediately surrounded by those 9 figures, and the pressure instantly increased. These 9 figures were too terrifying. Even going all out, he was being constantly injured, and the most dangerous moment was when he was almost cut in 2. Long Chen clenched his teeth and bitterly endured. Right now, he was in a crisis, but those 4 experts were also surrounded in the same situation. None of them were better off than him, and he even saw one of them cough up blood. "Hee, how is the taste of an ant's tribulation?" sneered Long Chen. "Bastard, you are provoking us. Just wait." One of them ended up being slashed on the shoulder because he had divided his attention. It was unknown what treasure was protecting him, but instead of being cut, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Now, you should know what it feels like to be implicated by another person's tribulation. Fighting all out, Long Chen gradually switched to a defensive battle. He found that although these ancient heroic spirits were powerful, their moves were inflexible. Laws were laws. Their moves didn't adapt as easily as real people. If the 9 of them were really alive, Long Chen would definitely die. Even though they were made of lightning runes, Long Chen still couldn't defeat them. He could only stall and continue watching them. Using the lightning body blink, Long Chen retreated, doing his best to avoid facing them head-on and preserve his energy. Through the divine ring, he began to restore the spiritual yuan he had used up. In any case, the 4 of them were undergoing tribulation with him. He wasn't impatient. He wanted to see just who would die first. As time passed, Long Chen was constantly injured, but that wasn't a problem with the primal chaos space. Long Chen was using his life energy to stall while his spiritual yuan recovered. Suddenly, an explosive sound rang out. One of the flame-wrapped men used some unknown technique to kill an ancient heroic spirit. Chapter 893, Kun Lightning Chains. That person managed to kill an ancient heroic spirit, but he paid an immense price. He was counterattacked and vomited blood. "This is the last wave of the tribulation. Don't hold back any longer," said one of the men. He noticed that after killing one of the ancient heroic spirits, the tribulation clouds above him lessened. Following his shout, the others also began going all out. A huge saber image exploded, and another ancient heroic spirit was killed. As expected, as that one was killed, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. This represented that once the ancient heroic spirits were all killed, the heavenly tribulation would come to an end. Kill. Those mysterious experts erupted with immense power and were clearly using their ultimate moves. It was impossible to tell what their moves were while they were wrapped in flames. But one thing that could be confirmed was that their strength was horrifying. Even from such a distance, it gave the people watching endless pressure. "It seems it really is the last wave. I guess there's no need to hold back any longer. Blooddrinker, let's go all out." Long Chen smiled. His vast spiritual yuan all poured into Blooddrinker. Buzz, Blooddrinker seemed to come to life, and a blood-colored light soared into the sky. Boom! Long Chen's full-strength attack forced back all the ancient heroic spirits, and he used the rebound force to soar into the sky, raising Blooddrinker while he was at it. Blooddrinker rapidly grew into a huge heavenly blade. This was a treasure item's true form, a sign it was about to release its full power. Long Chen's spiritual yuan was sucked dry. Blood chi erupted from Blooddrinker's blade, forming a huge illusory image. That image was 3,000 meters long, 10 times longer than its true form. Split the heavens too. The huge saber slashed down, instantly devouring those ancient heroic spirits. Explosive sounds reverberated. The only thing remaining after that huge saber slashed down was a skyful of lightning runes. All those ancient heroic spirits had been killed by Long Chen's attack. Lei Long, time to eat. Long Chen summoned Lei Long and simply lay on its head. He felt like he was hollow now. He didn't have the slightest bit of energy left, but fortunately the tribulation had ended. Lei Long devoured those runes. Although they weren't large, consuming them caused Lei Long's body to swell up explosively. Its body grew stiff, and it couldn't even swim through the air anymore. It slowly fell to the ground. "You've eaten too much and need to digest it. Go into seclusion." Long Chen put Lei Long away again, and it fell into a slumber. Its power had increased too much and it needed to digest it. Seeing that Long Chen's final attack was able to destroy all those ancient heroic spirits, the aboriginals let out a cheer. Long Chen had actually succeeded. Yue Zioqian even began to cry. Long Chen stood up on the immortal condensing platform, looking at those four figures above. He just managed to see them using their trump cards to kill their ancient heroic spirits. That caused Long Chen's heart to sink. Those four were truly powerful. As the final ancient heroic spirit was killed, the tribulation clouds in the sky shrank. Just as they were about to disappear, the tribulation clouds shattered. In that instant, lightning chains descended from the sky, piercing straight toward the five of them. These are Kainkun lightning chains. This bastard. Run, shouted one of the men, seeming to have realized something. The divine flames on his body suddenly fluctuated and runes wrapped around the four of them. They flew back toward the spatial whirlpool in the air. Before Long Chen could even figure out what was happening, he was bound by the lightning chains and dragged into the air. He was startled to find that he couldn't even move with the lightning chains around him. Those four rapidly fled, but just as they were about to enter the spatial whirlpool, the lightning chains formed a huge net that trapped them. The four of them were horrified, but no matter how they struggled, it was to no avail. These were heavenly Dao chains and were impossible for them to break. Suddenly, space exploded. A large hand stretched out from the whirlpool and caught the four of them. It pulled, and the lightning chains were broken apart. The hand brought the four of them into the spatial whirlpool and disappeared. Everything returned to normal. That scene was too shocking. That large hand had been hundreds of miles long, like a celestial hand. Just what kind of power was that? The aboriginals were all motionless, unable to say a word. This kind of power had exceeded their understanding. Long Chen, Yue Zioqian cried out and didn't bother with that huge hand. She was focused completely on Long Chen. He was bound by the chains and being pulled into the air. The tribulation clouds had disappeared, but chains were coming from heaven and earth, binding Long Chen. The lightning chains suddenly stretched taut, wanting to pull him apart. Yue Zioqian panicked. She actually rushed over but was stopped by Lord Heavenai. At this moment, no one could help Long Chen. Fuck, I just knew my luck couldn't be this good. But good thing I still have a backup. Long Chen cursed inside. A seal within his body suddenly opened. This was where Long Chen had sealed all the medicinal energy and essence of the Enlightenment Palace pills he had consumed during this time. The medicinal energy erupted, pouring into the Enlightenment Palace star. The star had originally been almost full, and now it suddenly shook. The Enlightenment Palace star absorbed all the medicinal energy that poured out of the seal. This was like the straw that broke the camel's back, and the originally still star began to slowly revolve. As it revolved, it went from an ordinary ball of light to become a planet. Images appeared, mountains, rivers, valleys. Once the Enlightenment Palace star had revolved 9 times, a faint mist began to appear over it. It then came to a sudden stop. The Feng Fu, Alioth, and Life Fate stars all revolved, sending energy to the Enlightenment Palace star. After receiving a trace of the 3 other stars' core energy, the Enlightenment Palace star suddenly began to rapidly revolve. Long Chen's divine ring suddenly reappeared behind him. But this time, it was no longer 300 meters wide, but 3,000 meters. Red, orange, yellow, and green rings were present within it. It rapidly spun, resonating with heaven and earth. All the spiritual qi within 10,000 miles was instantly sucked dry. Long Chen's exhausted spiritual yuan was fully restored in an instant. His mind shook, and that tearing force from the chains no longer felt so strong. At least for now, he didn't need to worry about being torn apart. Something's different. Is the 9-star Hegemon body art C expansion supposed to be done like this? Long Chen suddenly noticed that once the Enlightenment Palace star had reached perfection, the 4 stars suddenly had small whirlpools appear underneath them. The whirlpools were rapidly growing as energy was poured into them. Could it be these are my initial Cs? I have 4 of them. Long Chen sensed the energy within the whirlpools rapidly growing, but he was unable to tell how large they were. At this moment, he was still wrapped by countless lightning chains. He suddenly thought of something, and his divine sense entered the 4 whirlpools. He connected them to the chains binding him. Boom! The 4 whirlpools instantly grew explosively. 4 huge illusory initial Cs appeared behind Long Chen. Each of those 4 Cs was 300 miles wide, and they blocked practically half the sky. What? Lord Heaven, I couldn't help being shocked. Long Chen had originally been in danger, but now he suddenly summoned 4 huge initial Cs. Everyone looked at Long Chen with shock, not knowing what was going on. Long Chen was still bound by the lightning chains. They stretched far into the sky, too far to even see their end. It was an extremely shocking scene. Long Chen snorted. He hadn't expected to accidentally realize the mystery of the 9-star Hegemon body art C expansion. So the requirement was that the 4 stars had to reach perfection before undergoing C expansion. He had almost committed a grave error. Now the 4 Cs were connected to the lightning chains, and heaven and earth's energy were pouring into them. His initial Cs rapidly grew, reaching 3,000 miles in just a few breaths. Once they reached that size, they continued to surge, but something unknown was restricting them. He tried several times without succeeding. He tried many times but gave up in the end. Although there was more energy to be absorbed, this world's laws didn't allow initial Cs to grow beyond 3,000 miles. It was impossible to break this law. But having 4 initial Cs still delighted Long Chen. Now he had the equivalent of 4 dantians, which would give him enough spiritual yuan to play around with. Buzz. The 4 initial Cs disappeared. A Chi C appeared below each of the Feng Fu, Alioth, Life Fate, and Enlightenment Palace stars. The 4 stars floated above them, each star and C being one unit. The 4 Cs' energy suddenly poured throughout Long Chen's body, and his divine ring rapidly spun. Heaven and earth shook as a terrifying pressure descended upon the world. A will desiring to tear apart heaven and earth's restrictions exploded. I want to see whether you really can restrict me. 4-star battle armor. Chapter 894, Tearing Apart the Dome of the Sky. As Long Chen struggled, heaven and earth quivered. Each of the chains soared into the 9 heavens and deep into the ground. His struggling made it seem like heaven and earth would collapse. The aboriginals were pale. They had never seen anything like this, and had never imagined that someone could rely on his own power to fight against the heavenly Taos. "Let's go help Big Brother Long Chen," said Xiao Fei. "Don't mess around. These are the heavenly tribulation's chains. Although the tribulation's clouds have scattered, the tribulation still isn't over. We would also be bound by the chains, or perhaps even killed," shouted Lord Heavenai, stopping a group of impetuous fellows. They were too young and didn't understand. But Lord Heavenai knew just how terrifying these chains were. They weren't things that could be resisted just through great power. Those chains represented the heavenly Tao's destructive aura. "You've come against me time after time, each time wanting to take my life. You blind heavens, just wait. Sooner or later I'll tear you down," roared Long Chen as he struggled. He wanted to break these heavenly Tao chains, but he didn't know what these chains were made of. No matter how he struggled, they wouldn't break. As Long Chen's fury erupted, space constantly trembled. Long Chen pushed his 4 stars to their peak, and he clenched his teeth so hard that blood poured out. "Break for me. Rumble. Heavens, the void is being torn." With Long Chen's full power erupting, cracks appeared in the space around one of the chains. As Long Chen struggled, those cracks grew larger. From the pitch-black cracks, primal chaos aura poured into the immemorial path like a dam had been cracked. Boom, the cracks continued to grow, and as Long Chen pulled the chain, a hole appeared in the sky. He really knows how to pull. Following the creation of that hole, the heavenly Tao chains gradually faded. The tribulation had finally scattered, and Long Chen broke out of his chains, regaining his freedom. Long Chen looked up at the sky and saw the huge hole. It was in the midst of closing. In less than the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the 10,000-mile-wide hole was fully recovered. The sky returned to normal. Long Chen, Yue Xiaoqian suddenly crashed into Long Chen's embrace. Long Chen smiled. "Sorry I worried you, I was too impetuous." Yue Xiaoqian gently sobbed into his embrace, shaking her head. She knew he had done this because of her, but that wasn't important anymore. What was important was that Long Chen was still alive. The heavenly tribulation had come to an end, and everything had returned to normal. Many of the experts collapsed on the ground, feeling like their hearts had been in overdrive. This tribulation had been too frightening. Lord Heavenai had his eyes closed, seeming to be sensing something. After a long time, he finally opened his eyes, a faint smile on his face. "Lightning breaks the sky, the immemorial revives. So that's what it is, that's what it is. Do you all sense it?" asked Lord Heavenai to the tribe leaders. "Sense what?" "You don't sense the change in the world." With Lord Heavenai's reminder, the tribe leaders spread their senses. An expression of disbelief and delight appeared on their faces. This, it's good as long as you know, don't let the children know, Lord Heaven I smiled. Now that the tribulation had ended, Long Chen bid Lord Heaven I and the others goodbye. He returned to the Stone Tribe. He had finally advanced to see expansion. Not only that, the Enlightenment Palace star had reached perfection, and he had created 4 Chi Cs. Even he didn't know how much his power had increased. Once he returned to the Stone Tribe, Long Chen got to work, refining pills for Yue Zioqian. Although he couldn't recover her core energy, he could at least make her feel better. Long Chen, I want to return to the skyscraping world. 3 days later, Yue Zioqian's condition had finally improved somewhat. She held Long Chen's hand, unwilling to part. Long Chen nodded. Yue Zioqian had a method to leave the immemorial path ahead of time. She had already advanced to see expansion, and her Chi Si was connected to her core energy. She had to return to the skyscraping world to replenish her lost core energy and blood essence, but she also didn't want to part with Long Chen. Just stay for a few more days. Long Chen gently brushed Yue Zioqian's cheek. He also didn't want to part with her, but he also knew she had to go back to her race, and the sooner the better. Otherwise, if her blood essence was exhausted for too long, it would affect her foundation. Okay, Yue Zioqian nodded. I'll refine a large batch of C-merging pills for you. When you get back, don't be in a hurry to stabilize your cultivation base. Use the medicinal pills to continue expanding your C until it reaches its absolute limit, said Long Chen. The C expansion realm was important. It decided how much a person could grow in the future, so the C had to be expanded to its peak. The initial C was just the first step of C expansion. Once the initial C was formed, it returned to the Danshan. Through medicinal energy, it was possible to continue expanding the C. Once a cultivator reached the first heaven stage, their realm would completely stabilize, and future expansions would be in proportion to the size of the initial C. So the greater the foundation, the greater the future prospects. Long Chen spent the next few days refining C-merging pills. Although he didn't have the Earth Flame's power, his spiritual strength had increased after advancing to C expansion, so the difficult C-merging pills were refined much easier this time. Yue Zioqian finally left a week later. She slipped away without telling him, but Long Chen was aware. He just acted like he didn't. He knew she had her own sorrows. Her tear-stained face when she left was enough to prove how badly she didn't want to leave. Long Chen also didn't want her to leave, but he had his own things to do. They had to part, and this silent departure of hers was just to avoid feeling more pain. Before she had left, Long Chen had given her a pile of heavenly Dao fruits and C-merging pills. The only way for him to comfort himself was to believe that they were parting so that they could stay together in the future. 2 days after Yue Zioqian left, Xuanhuan came. Xuanhuan was also a C expansion expert now. In his high spirits, he acted completely insufferable. Boss, did you hear about it? People are saying that there were experts that descended from beyond the heavens, shattering heaven and earth. It's just sad no one knows if it's true or not, said Xuanhuan. It was probably just a bunch of bragging and nonsense. Just let them spread the rumors. How big is your Chi Si now? Asked Long Chen. 350. How much? Long Chen thought he had misheard. 350 miles, said Xuanhuan. How could you possibly have done that? Isn't it said that rank 3 celestials can at least expand their initial Cs to 1,000 miles? Long Chen was speechless. Cough, there are multiple variables in all things. Boss, don't look at me like that, cried Xuanhuan. This wasn't something he could exaggerate to make it sound better. If it was anyone else but Long Chen, he wouldn't tell the truth even if he was beaten to death. You really are a marvel. You're lucky you don't rely on that to live. Boss, I've investigated many things during the past few days. I heard many bad pieces of news, said Xuanhuan. What bad news? I didn't expect so many people to have hidden themselves for this opening of the immemorial path. Now that everyone has advanced to see expansion, they've finally revealed themselves. Zhu Yu, Huang Junmo, Yu Changhao, and Jai Chengkang have all become rank 4 celestials, and it's not just them. Other sects hid their monsters just for this moment. There are several rank 4 celestials on the righteous side. Who would have thought they would actually restrain themselves for this long? Xuanhuan clenched his teeth. Anything else? Long Chen surprisingly didn't care about that. Yes, there are even more experts from the ancient races, and many of them are preparing to challenge Yu Changhao for the position of the #1 expert of the Eastern Wasteland's ancient races. And there's also someone from the corrupt path something. I forget his name because it was garbage. He calls himself the Ghost King, and he says that he will cut down the corrupt King Zhu Yu and subdue the devil Empress Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan, Long Chen's heart suddenly shook. Where had she gone? He hadn't sensed her undergoing her tribulation this entire time. According to reason, an expert like her would have caused a tribulation at least on the level of awakens, but he hadn't sensed her at all. Then he suddenly laughed involuntarily. Those four fellows that had appeared had summoned even more terrifying tribulations. In the beginning, people had been vaguely able to see them over the central area, but once their tribulations had descended, no one had been able to probe them. It was reasonable that he hadn't sensed Lang Yuan's tribulation while it was covered by theirs. "Boss, let me show you my treasure." Xuanhuan smiled with pride. That wretched smile made Long Chen's hair stand on end. Xuanhuan took on an extremely flashy posture, and a huge figure appeared in front of Long Chen. It was a 300-meter earth dragon. Damn, how did it grow so fast? Long Chen jumped in shock. It had only been such a short time. How could an egg turn into this giant? Sister-in-law Meng Qi gave me some special beast taming methods. I don't eat, I don't drink, I don't sleep. All day I just find food for it. At night I nourish it with my soul, communicating with it and helping it absorb spiritual qi. I really have spent my blood, sweat, and tears on it, said Xuanhuan. He was grumbling, but the wretched pride on his face showed the truth. As soon as the earth dragon appeared, it growled at Long Chen. But once Long Chen glanced at it, it went silent and obediently hid behind Xuanhuan. Its powerful spiritual perception allowed it to sense Long Chen's terrifying aura. Not bad. A magical beast that's raised properly will be even stronger and more intelligent than a magical beast in the wild. Congratulations on this dragon steed of yours, laughed Long Chen. It's all thanks to boss, Xuanhuan solemnly sucked up. I'll go say goodbye to the tribe leader. Let's regather with Meng Qi, said Long Chen, bringing Xuanhuan to the tribe leader's tent. Chapter 895, The Chanting Xuanhuan. When Long Chen left the stone tribe, he told them to be careful. Their position had already been exposed. He and Xuanhuan moved north, straight for Meng Qi's position. Xuanhuan told Long Chen that the others had set themselves up around Meng Qi, so going to her position was the most convenient. As they rushed on their way, they didn't see a single person. Everyone had only just advanced to see expansion and needed to use this time to continue expanding their sea. Otherwise, once their spiritual yuan stabilized, they wouldn't be able to expand them so easily. But Long Chen wasn't worried. He had seen merging pills, and he had also sent Xuanhuan to distribute those pills to everyone. Although he hadn't been able to give them many at that time, it was enough to keep their qi seas active for a while. The two of them were extremely fast. Long Chen was using the lightning body blink. Although he couldn't summon Lei Long's power right now, just the natural thunder force he had was enough to use it. He was like a bolt of lightning. Xuanhuan wasn't slower than him. His arms transformed into wings and wind roared out from behind his butt. He sped along shoulder to shoulder with Long Chen, but Long Chen was still vertical, while Xuanhuan was horizontal. Next time you design something, try to pay more attention to aesthetics. Does this really feel like flying freely to you? Looking at the energy shooting out of Xuanhuan's butt, Long Chen was speechless. It was all too easy for a person to link that sight to a waste-like expulsion. There's no way around it. Putting the propulsion at the feet or hands requires the energy to be balanced at all times. At least this way, my hands are free to move as I please, said Xuanhuan. He also knew this position wasn't very tasteful, but there was no way around it. Oh, there are fluctuations ahead. Strange, people came out to fight before stabilizing their realm. Let's go take a look. Long Chen changed direction, going toward the faint fluctuations he sensed. Having advanced to see expansion, his spiritual perception had greatly improved, and the perfection of the fourth star made his 9-star Hegemon body art even easier to use. The two of them were extremely fast. After passing by 2 mountains, they saw a group of people chasing 2 women. Those women were wearing the Righteous Path's robes, and the 7 men chasing them had their faces covered in scales. Their pupils were like crocodile eyes, thin, long, and vertical. They had to be members of an ancient race. It's the Scarlet Blood Salamander race. They're the most perverted ancient race, said Xuanhuan. They were a powerful ancient race, naturally predisposed to be excessively lewd. Whether male or female, they were required to be powerful. These experts had only just advanced to see expansion, and that hadn't just increased their strength. It had also provoked their most primal desires, and they needed to release them. One of their extremely perverted divine abilities was their exceptionally sensitive noses. Even from 100 miles away, they could sense people. So these two women were rather unlucky to be the ones they found. Half of the women's robes had been torn off already. Although they had advanced to see expansion, neither of them could compare to the perverts. Both of them were covered in injuries and had clearly gone through a fierce fight. Now they were fleeing miserably, but were unable to escape the pervert's grasp. It was like they were playing with their prey. The scarlet blood salamander experts were like beasts in heat. No way, it's this coincidental. Long Chen was stunned when he saw those two women. Those two were particularly familiar. He suddenly recalled that Xuanhuan had acted as the hero to save those two. Last time, they had been chased down by the corrupt paths experts, and it seemed that the corrupt experts had had some immoral goals. Now, these two were being chased by the scarlet blood salamander experts, and their goals were also immoral. These two really had to be excessively unlucky. Xuanhuan, I'll give you another chance to be the hero-saving beauties, laughed Long Chen. These two women are too fickle and definitely not good people. Last time I helped them, they immediately fled. If I hadn't been able to handle my opponents, wouldn't I have been killed? They don't even have the slightest empathy. Completely immoral, Xuanhuan grumbled, clearly dissatisfied with their conduct. Long Chen laughed and patted him on the shoulder. Men should be magnanimous, act straightforward and upright with a clear conscience. Being chivalrous isn't to get something in return. It's not a case of getting back what you put in. Although most chivalrous people don't have good ends and they'll occasionally be mocked by others for being stupid, they have their own considerations in their hearts. So let me ask you, if we don't do anything and just watch as these two women were used and killed by these perverts, will you have peace of mind? Not everything you do is to get a return, nor do you need to care about what others think. If you want to do it, then do it. That's called being a man. All right, boss is always right. Then I'll show off for them once more. Boss, keep watch and tell me if Junior Brother's posing abilities have improved. Xuanhuan shot forward, turning into a golden ray of light that appeared in front of that group of scarlet blood salamander experts. With a wave of his hand, a golden crossbow appeared and shot out a golden arrow. Those experts immediately sensed him and gave up on those two women. They hastily retreated. A huge arrow exploded on the ground. That was Xuanhuan's exploding arrow. Once the arrow exploded, it transformed into countless pieces of shrapnel with immense killing power. However, when the shrapnel struck the scarlet blood salamander experts' bodies, it simply caused some dinging sounds. It was unable to pierce their skin. These experts had inherited the fire-bellied salamander's tough hide, making their defensive ability shocking. Now that they had entered sea expansion, even ordinary treasure items wouldn't be able to pierce their hides if they didn't release their full power. "Who are you?" shouted one of them, not having expected anyone to dare ruin their fun. "I swept through the 4 seas, crossed 1,000 mountains, caused huge billows in heaven and earth, slaughtered demons, eliminated devils, plucked the stars and moon. If you want a chivalrous hero, you can come find me." Xuanhuan. The dust gradually settled. A figure appeared in front of the scarlet blood salamander experts. There was a huge golden crossbow resting on his shoulder, slanted at a 45-degree angle. He was looking at the sky, one of his legs lunged forward. His legs were constantly quivering from the effort. That ridiculous pose made people have an urge to throttle him. Then there were the verses he had recited just now. His words had just flowed off his tongue exceptionally smoothly, and the last words were said with extra emphasis, making them sound intimidating. The combination of his heaven-shaking arrow and flashy chant truly were imposing. But regretfully, Xuanhuan didn't have his helmet on. That wretched smile of his and his quivering legs made him seem more like a brat in need of a spanking. Long Chen rolled his eyes and patted himself on the forehead. There was no saving Xuanhuan. He had definitely learned this from Mo Nian. The new poser method didn't look anything like himself, but that chanting got full points for wretchedness. The two women had been in despair, so it delighted them to see someone come to save them. But seeing Xuanhuan's face, they felt a burst of shame. They both recognized him. "Bastard, are you looking to die? Just who are you?" An expert walked to the front of the group. He was a large guy with huge shoulders that made his neck practically disappear. He was covered completely in scales, and his blood chi seemed like it was about to erupt, showing just how strong his physical body was. This person was a terrifying innate rank 3 celestial. His voice was like thunder, shaking their ears. Xuanhuan jumped, not expecting such a powerful character to come out as soon as he started posing. How was he supposed to continue posing now? Wouldn't he be beaten into a dead poser soon? But then thinking about it, his boss was right there, so what was there to be afraid of? He icily replied, "Are you an idiot or are you deaf? I've already said that if you want someone chivalrous, you can come find me, Xuanhuan. You can't even tell my name from that. Have you ever read a book? Courting death. Do you know who we are, Miguran? A garbage name," shouted one of them. Xuanhuan's expression sank and he raised his hand. As he pointed his finger, they thought he was about to curse him, but a golden light suddenly shot out and pierced that guy's head. His entire head exploded, and he fell to the ground, dead. If a celestial's spiritual strength wasn't strong enough, the most fatal part of them would be their head. Once the head exploded, those without powerful spiritual strength wouldn't be able to condense a soul that could escape the body. They would immediately die. The other scarlet blood salamander experts were shocked. Xuanhuan had only raised a finger, and there had been no spiritual yuan fluctuations or soul energy fluctuations. This attack had come without any warning. All of them were infuriated and took out their weapons. The two women were also shocked. It was unexpected that after this long of a parting, Xuanhuan had become so powerful. That dead guy had been a rank 2 celestial that had just reached C expansion. Did you see it clearly? This is the result of offending this lord. This lord's Jade tree wind misty unrivaled max instant flash kill golden yang finger has never missed. It is known to be the finger that kills gods, slaughters ghosts, the finger that takes all life. You ignorant fools, did you think this lord was just trying to scare you? Furthermore, let me correct one other thing. I am Xuanhuan, not Miguran. Xuanhuan's gaze icily swept over them, his gaze full of disdain as if he didn't even place them in his eyes. Chen couldn't help but nod as he watched from not so far away. Xuanhuan had truly grown a great deal. His imposingness could intimidate his enemies. It had to stem from his confidence, so he trusted that this fellow hadn't lazed around during this time. His combat power had greatly improved once again. "You two, why aren't you leaving yet?" Xuanhuan asked the two women. "We've already been immoral once. We're already full of regret from that time, so now we swear not to do anything immoral for the rest of our lives. Even if we had to die 100 times, we would die without regret," said one of them. They had already changed robes and were slowly recovering their energy, preparing to fight to the death with Xuanhuan. "Ha ha ha, you two girls don't need to be afraid. With this lord present, I guarantee no one will dare touch a single hair on your heads." Hearing their words made Xuanhuan incredibly refreshed. He also had to admire Chen's magnanimity. That was the magnanimity a man should possess. He was also grateful to Chen. If he had just watched without saving them and only learned that the two had repented for their previous actions later, he would have been ashamed. "Since you all want to die, then come, we'll tear you to pieces," shouted the innate rank 3 celestial. Wait, don't be in such a rush. Let me first introduce you to a godlike figure. Boss, it's time for you to come out. Everyone warmly welcome my boss to the stage," shouted Xuanhuan, looking toward Chen. "This bitch." Chapter 896, A Small Test of Power. Clapping rang through the air. It wasn't very loud, nor was it very warm. In fact, the only one clapping was Xuanhuan. Chen raged. "You're the one who wanted to show off. What are you doing dragging me into it?" "Hee boss, I've already finished showing off. Now it's time for you to show off your own splendor. Junior brother wouldn't dare fight with you for the stage." Xuanhuan smiled mischievously. "Wouldn't it be better for you to hog the stage yourself?" Chen didn't understand. When had this brat learned to be low-key? After bathing under the baptism of your light all day, after listening to your teachings every day, Junior brother's immoral tendencies have already been dispelled. In the outside world, harmony and peace are the most precious. How could I start fighting with others so easily? Seeing Chen's despising glare, Xuanhuan hastily changed tones. "What I mean is that you know my power. Each time I attack, it costs money. I want to become a hardworking and thrifty man." At least Chen understood now. This brat definitely had the goods to kill these people, but he was unwilling. Many of his stronger attacks were one-time things. It not only wasted money, but it also exhausted his time and effort. Thus, he was unwilling. As for the top expert of the scarlet blood salamander race, he was clearly a stubborn, defensive opponent. After considering that, Xuanhuan had decided being a poser wasn't worth the money this time. "Bastard, you dare to dupe me," roared one of the scarlet blood salamander experts. He shot forward, slashing his saber at Chen and Xuanhuan. This attack was shockingly powerful. This was the terror of C expansion experts. With so much spiritual yuan, a random attack could shatter mountains. Xuanhuan hastily shot back. A hand caught the saber. Long Chen had one hand behind him, with one hand forward, holding the saber. That powerful saber chi vanished without a trace under Long Chen's hand. Boss really is boss. To grab a blade with his bare hands, what a badass method. Xuanhuan laughed as he hid in the distance. Many thanks to senior apprentice brothers for saving us. We thank the two women. It's fine, you can leave now. Once boss takes action, he'll definitely shake heaven and earth. You two should leave before being blown apart by the shockwaves. Xuanhuan waved his hand, his eyes only on Long Chen. The two women glanced at each other, clearly a bit disappointed. Xuanhuan wasn't warm to them. Perhaps it was due to their previous actions that had caused him to despise them. Without saying another word, they bowed to Xuanhuan and left. Xuanhuan didn't particularly care about their departure. His focus was on Long Chen. He had to solemnly learn these ultimate poser abilities. Long Chen had caught the saber with one hand, like he had caught a child's plaything. That saber was a low-grade treasure item, and its sharpness was shocking, but it wasn't even able to break Long Chen's skin. Long Chen finally experienced the delight of having his strength explosively grow. Having reached sea expansion and completing the 4th star, his physical body was comparable to treasure items. The feeling of catching treasure items barehanded was excellent. The Scarlet Blood Salamander experts jumped in shock. They didn't know this was Long Chen. Although they had heard his name, they didn't realize this was him. "Bastard, you dare look down on us," that expert roared. This was a naked humiliation. His aura erupted and berserk energy surged behind him. It was the sea manifestation of a sea expansion expert. There were 2 colored runes within that sea. That was the mark of a rank 2 celestial. Following the eruption of his full power, the ground began to shake, but he was unable to pull back his saber or to make it even twitch. Too weak, Long Chen shook his head. Suddenly a cracking sound rang out. Long Chen increased his strength, and that treasure item was shattered. He flipped the tip of it and stabbed it through the expert's head. Blood mist filled the air as he was killed in one blow. The innate rank 3 celestial's expression finally changed. Seeing how terrifying Long Chen was, he immediately attacked. Chi waves surged out of him, and his scales began to shine. He smashed his fist at Long Chen. Long Chen also punched out. As a result, that person was sent flying. He crashed into his fellow clansmen so hard that their bones broke and they fainted. As for the innate rank 3 celestial, his arm was completely deformed. He was appalled. Their Scarlet Blood Salamander race was renowned for their powerful defenses, but this one attack had broken his arm. "You've attacked twice. It should be my turn now." Long Chen suddenly sent a punch toward the innate rank 3 celestial. This punch sealed any of his escape paths. The innate rank 3 celestial's expression completely changed. In that instant, he felt like his skin was about to explode, as if an ancient dragon had woken and was attacking him. Scarlet Blood Gold Body. His entire body became covered in golden runes, forming layers of defense. He seemed like a golden statue now. This was his race's strongest defensive move. Boom! Long Chen had attacked with his full power. He wanted to see just how strong he was. The result was that the rank 3 celestial's arms were both broken, and Long Chen's fist still smashed onto his chest. The Scarlet Blood Salamander expert stared at the fist stuck in his chest in horror. "Your chi isn't stable, your magical arts are impure. You can't even use your own power. What a waste of my effort." Long Chen shook his head, pulling back his fist. "Who are you?" The Scarlet Blood Salamander expert's voice was as ugly as clashing steel. Bang! Regretfully, before he could hear Long Chen's response, his body exploded like a shattering statue. "Boss, you're too powerful. Even such a powerful fellow was one-shotted by you." Looking at those shattered remnants, Xuanhuan was shocked. His boss was becoming more and more of a monster. These people just advanced to sea expansion. They still weren't able to bring out a sea expansion expert's power, which was why they were killed in one blow. The strongest point of sea expansion experts is that they can use magical arts to activate natural energy. But these fellows came out before stabilizing their realm. It'd be strange if they didn't die. However, don't look down on the ancient races just because of this. These idiots from the Scarlet Blood Salamander race should have had many powerful inherited magical arts. The sea expansion realm is the stage where their power undergoes a heaven-toppling change. However, these idiots came out before even cultivating their inherited magical arts, so killing them was just a waste of time. There's no way to judge the ancient race's power through this. Long Chen shook his head. Xuanhuan nodded. "You're right. In truth, the most terrifying ones are those that have advanced to become rank 4 celestials. The rumor is that rank 4 have an immense suppressive effect on rank 3 celestials. They've already entered another kind of realm. For this many rank 4 celestials to appear at once, perhaps the immemorial path will be extremely chaotic for the next bit. Many people want to declare themselves king here. Seeing Xuanhuan's worry, Long Chen smiled. What are you afraid of? As we swept through the land beneath the heavens, when were we ever afraid of anyone? Aren't they just rank 4 celestials? Just as before, when we see them, we'll smash their balls. I knew Boss was the biggest poser. To tell the truth today, I've finally realized why I can't learn Boss's poser style, laughed Xuanhuan. Why is that? Because I'm just acting badass, but you really are badass. I have to act because I'm worried others won't realize I'm a badass, but you don't need to act like anything to prove who you are. So in the future, I've decided not to imitate you. I couldn't imitate you even if I wanted to. I have to find my own poser path, said Xuanhuan, his face lit up with comprehension. Are you planning on spending your whole life posing? Cursed Long Chen. There really was no hope for him. Then what else am I supposed to do? With how badass you are, and with me following you, if I didn't show off, who would even be able to tell how badass I am? Grumbled Xuanhuan. Long Chen looked at Xuanhuan, unable to find a word to say in retort. It seemed this preposterous reasoning of his actually did have some logic to it. Was being a poser also a kind of cultivation? Xuanhuan went and resolved the fainted fellows and took away any valuables. The two of them continued on their way. They traveled for a long time, but they didn't meet anyone. It seemed that other than those idiots from the scarlet blood salamander race, no one wanted to waste this critical time. On the way, Xuanhuan killed 2 7th-rank magical beasts as rations for the Earth Dragon. Xuanhuan had become a qualified keeper during this time, caring for the Earth Dragon like he would his own wife. After half a day, they reached a desolate temple that had collapsed. There was a statue within the ruins, but it had also crumbled. Only its lower body remained. However, it was shockingly huge. There was a large earth dragon lazily soaking in the sun on top of that the statue. What startled Long Chen was that this earth dragon was even bigger than Xuanhuan's, and its aura had already reached the 6th rank. When Long Chen and Xuanhuan arrived, the earth dragon suddenly stood up and glared at them. Xuanhuan hastily tossed it a magical beast's corpse as a bribe, and it obediently moved aside, revealing a cave. What is this? It takes bribes to get in. Long Chen was speechless. Boss, you can go down first. I'll go out and find some more food. This little fellow's stomach capacity is too shocking. Xuanhuan ran off. Long Chen followed the tunnel down. It wasn't long before he entered a large room. As soon as he did, a burst of fragrance attacked him, and a pair of arms tightly wrapped around his waist. Long Chen pulled that sweet body into his embrace. In spite of Meng Qi trying to dodge, his mouth firmly planted on hers, giving her a fierce kiss. Chapter 897 Search. Do? Meng Qi suddenly cried out and tightly caught Long Chen's evil hand. Her face was completely red. Long Chen had known he couldn't possibly succeed. Other than some kissing and hugging, he was always caught at the next step. Long Chen, don't make things difficult for me. Otherwise, I won't be able to face the other sisters. Meng Qi held Long Chen, pleading. But in this springtime of love, such a look made Long Chen even less able to control himself. Long Chen was helpless and could only release her. He was finding it harder to control himself around her, especially because of their bath in the spirit world. He had seen her flawless body, and it was because he had seen it that it made it even harder to stop himself. Being able to look but not eat was an extremely cruel torture. Perhaps if Long Chen tried pleading, he might have some methods that could work with Meng Qi's kind character. But he couldn't do such a thing. He loved her, and so he couldn't allow her to suffer the slightest grievance, even from himself. Love required sacrifice. Long Chen, I'm sorry, said Meng Qi. Foolish wife, what's there to be sorry about? I was clearly in the wrong. Long Chen lightly kissed Meng Qi on the forehead and smiled. Meng Qi was truly too kind. Meng Qi took out a sleek blanket and helped Long Chen take off his shoes, just like a gentle wife taking care of her husband. It made Long Chen emotional and apologetic, but he really wasn't able to refuse Meng Qi's kindness. She also took out a tea set and boiled tea for him, telling him about what had happened to her. Not long after she had entered the immemorial path, she had encountered Jai Changkong. That fellow's mouth had been so loathsome that even she had thought he had to die. When she summoned the red-eye sacred blood phoenix, she had almost killed that idiot. If he hadn't had a powerful soul item to protect himself, he would have long since disappeared from the immemorial path. After that, she had been sneak attacked several times. What made Long Chen furious was the fact that her sneak attackers were all experts from the righteous path. In the beginning, Meng Qi hadn't had the heart to kill them, but later, she found that more and more people were treating her as prey. She was finally infuriated and summoned the Blood Phoenix. As a result, those people all had miserable ends. She went through several trial regions without obtaining anything. In the end, she had inadvertently ended up here. She had found countless soul cultivator inheritances beneath these ruins, so she had stayed here to study them. When asked about how large her qi was, Meng Qi responded with 3,000 miles. That made Long Chen relieved. 3,000 miles was a limit. Having one marvel like Xuanhuan in the Dragonblood Legion was enough. When he asked about the Blood Phoenix, Meng Qi said that it was out hunting, finding food for the Earth Dragon. After being raised by Meng Qi for so long, it was at the peak of the 7th rank. Even if it ran into sea expansion experts, it would have the power to protect itself. Right now, everyone was in the midst of expanding their seas. There would be no problem with it going out alone. It was because of the Blood Phoenix that the Earth Dragon was able to grow so fast. "What about you, Long Chen? What happened to you once you entered?" asked Meng Qi, handing him a cup of fresh tea. "Me, I seem to have been born under an unlucky star." Long Chen couldn't help but grumble. He gave her a simple rundown of his journey in the immemorial path, starting with killing Shui Guanjai all the way to the heavenly tribulation. "Just what kind of existences were those for?" asked Meng Qi with shock. "Who knows? Although they're idiots, I have no choice but to admit that their strength exceeds my imagination. I only managed to con them once because my lightning tribulation is special. If it was a true battle, I definitely wouldn't be their match right now. I asked Lord Heavenai, but he avoided my questions, merely saying that I had to be careful of them. Those are peak geniuses." From their tone and conduct, I later guessed that those four are likely those legendary true celestials, in other words, rank 9 celestials, said Long Chen. Meng Qi was startled. Rank 8 celestials and below were known as quasi-celestials. Only rank 9 celestials were true celestials, but such figures were on the level of legends. In fact, some people even doubted their existence. "Long Chen, could it be that you guessed their identity from the start but still decided to go against them?" Meng Qi was a bit speechless. "My wife really knows me the best," Long Chen laughed, giving her a thumbs up. "Don't mess around. I have to say, your temper really is too explosive. If you don't care about any consequences, you'll suffer sooner or later," said Meng Qi. "There's no way around it. You know my temper. Back then, I was so angry I wanted to bite them to death. Just thinking about back then ignited Long Chen's rage. They really knew how to act arrogant, and in order to show off how badass they were, they caused Yue Zioqian to exhaust so much of her essence blood. Even if he had to repeat this 10,000 times, he would do the same. If he didn't go all out against them for such an offense, he wouldn't be Long Chen. That Yue Zioqian was willing to sacrifice her life to let you escape back in the GLI secret realm. She clearly is a woman who cares deeply about emotions and relationships," said Meng Qi. Long Chen smiled. Originally, he had just been probing Meng Qi's attitude toward Yue Zioqian by bringing her up. "You wouldn't be opposed to the matter between me and Yue Zioqian, right?" Long Chen solemnly held Meng Qi's hand. "She cares so much for you and is also willing to sacrifice her life for you. She even bitterly endured her own sorrows for fear of implicating you. How could I be opposed to such a woman?" Meng Qi shook her head. "You really are the best. This magnanimous and vast heart of yours is my blessing." Long Chen excitedly hugged Meng Qi and gave her a kiss. He knew that someone as kind as Meng Qi was the best person to talk to about this. As long as she wasn't opposed to this, then this matter would be easy. "However, you shouldn't tell Xuanhuan for now. That girl's spiritual yuan is wind attribute, and her temperament is also like wind and fire. She's extremely direct, and she won't be happy if you let her know," warned Meng Qi. "Then what am I supposed to do?" asked Long Chen. "Well, didn't you say that you and Zioqian would reunite? Wait for then. Once everyone gets a chance to know each other, you can bring up this matter again. Xuanhuan isn't unreasonable. Her temperament is just too direct, and if you simply bring it up out of nowhere, she'll think you were fickle-hearted and went out to seduce Zioqian. But once everyone is familiar with each other and becomes friends, she won't feel that rejection. In fact, even if you don't bring it up, she might help you pull her in. With Xuanhuan's direct temperament, she's amenable to soft tactics, not hard tactics," said Meng Qi. "Wife, you really are the best. Let me give you a kiss." Long Chen emotionally moved in. No, you'll want a mile if I give you an inch. Meng Qi covered Long Chen's mouth with her hand. No, no, I definitely wouldn't do such a thing. I just want to express my gratefulness. I won't believe your lies. This is already the 17th time you've done this. I might have fallen for it the first 16 times, but this time. In the end, Long Chen didn't manage to get his way, but he was extremely grateful to Meng Qi. She was definitely the best of all his beauties. Meng Qi asked Long Chen about his plans. He told her that he would refine a large number of sea-merging pills for everyone so that they could expand their qi seas to their limits before reaching the first heaven state. Now that their initial seas had formed, they would need a certain amount of time to adapt to their dantians. During this time, it was possible to use medicinal pills to expand the sea again. It was said that as long as the medicinal pills were strong enough, it was possible to increase the size of the qi sea by 30% before entering the first heaven stage. 30% was a shocking concept. For human cultivators, this could determine life and death. But this was just in theory. The quality of the medicinal pills determined everything. So Long Chen had come over in order to borrow the Earth Dragon's core flame. Long Chen extracted the Earth Dragon's core flame, using it as his pill flame. But during this time, the Earth Dragon entered a feeble state. It fainted, seeming almost dead. But there was no way around it. His Earth flame was still in slumber, and so he couldn't refine higher quality sea-merging pills. So Long Chen got to work immediately. His goal was to refine 9-ring sea-merging pills. Only pills of that level could allow them to expand their seas to their limits. For normal experts, increasing their qi si by 10% this second time around would be exceptional. But Long Chen was seeking the greatest possible results. He refined for 7 days and nights without sleep, refining over 600 9-ring sea-merging pills, as well as over 2,000 that were below the 9-ring level. He had Xuanhuan rapidly distribute these pills. The amount of 9-ring pills should be enough for his people to reach the pinnacle with quite a few leftovers. As for the remaining ones, he put them away. He was planning on selling them to gain more resources. After all, sea-merging pills were essentially extinct in the outside world. Returning the Earth Dragon Golden Blaze to the Earth Dragon, Long Chen also gifted it some of the beast flames he had been raising in his body to make up for the damage. It would allow its core flame to grow even stronger. Long Chen, you aren't going into seclusion with everyone else, asked Meng Qi. Long Chen sighed. Song Minjuan and Li Qi are still missing. I have to find them. But they're my brothers. I have to find them no matter. If they're alive, I want to see them. If they're dead, I want to see their corpses. Otherwise, I wouldn't be fit to be called boss. Long Chen gently rubbed Meng Qi's cheek. I know my temperament is aggravating and even sometimes stupid, but there's no way for me to change it. I won't be able to have peace of mind until I find them. Don't worry, my qi si is different from yours. All of you can focus on increasing your power. I'm the one most suited to finding them. After settling all that, Long Chen left with a specialized sensor device Xuanhuan had given him. Right now, his greatest hope was that 2 of their lives were hardy enough. Chapter 898, Finding a Clue. Even after 3 days of searching, there weren't the slightest vibrations from the sensor device. To search for the 2 of them, Long Chen had picked out 9 paths they could have gone after parting with Welda. These 9 paths were all paths to the trial regions. With the 10,000 beast forest at the center, these 9 paths were the most likely ones they would have taken. But after 3 days, he had already gone through 8 of them without finding anything. If he still didn't find anything on this 9th path, he would have to extend his search region on each of the 9 paths again. That would waste even more time. It had been over 7 months since the immemorial path had opened. There were less than 5 months until it closed. He was pressed for time. All the experts were in the midst of a metamorphosis. Once they came out of their seclusions, they would be true experts, and there would definitely be a bloody battle fought in the immemorial path. At that time, the righteous and corrupt paths would fill the sky with blood. But this time, the righteous path was clearly too weak. Furthermore, because of his enmity with Zuyu, the next time they fought would be to settle everything. Even facing such opponents, Long Chen wasn't afraid. The thing he was afraid of was losing his brothers, so he had to find them. Even if they were dead, he had to bring back their bones. He couldn't let them rest forever in this foreign world. A day later, Long Chen's expression was dark. The sensor device still hadn't found anything on the 9th path. In this huge immemorial path, searching for a person was like searching for a needle in a haystack. The 9 paths he had picked were just the ones the 2 of them would most likely have chosen. but who could say for sure just where they had gone? Long Chen stood in front of a barren desert. There was a trial region below, but Long Chen had no heart to check what treasures there were. With the sensor device Xuanhuan had made, he would be able to sense them if they were within 3,000 miles. If it didn't sense anything here, it meant they weren't in this desert. Long Chen sighed deeply. Calming his mood, he prepared himself to start a new search. Just at that moment, space shook. A terrifying attack shattered the void as it came for Long Chen's back. The attack had practically broken space-time. It had come without the slightest premonition. Long Chen was startled. The attack only accumulated energy for the blink of an eye before possessing such power. With a thought, Bloodrinker appeared in his hand. His spiritual yuan poured into it, and without looking back, he slashed his saber behind him. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. Long Chen felt a burst of pain in his arm and blew back like a lightning bolt. He shot 300 miles across the ground. He was absolutely shocked. Just who was so terrifying? Right now, everyone had only just advanced to see expansion, but this person's power had already reached such a monstrous level. Suddenly, swordlight filled the sky. Like falling stars, they shot toward Long Chen, and an aura of death enveloped him. This attack contained boundless killing intent. Long Chen's heart shook. He knew he had encountered a terrifying opponent. His saber danced, forming a web of saber chi. The sword chi crashed onto his defensive net, causing heaven-shaking explosions. That power turned Long Chen's arms numb, and he was forced to repeatedly fall back. When the sword chi faded, Long Chen finally saw a figure wearing a black cloak. But before he could clearly appraise that figure, a huge sword image pierced the sky, parting the clouds. With boundless killing intent, it once more slashed at Long Chen like a devil's blade. Long Chen frowned. His divine ring appeared behind him. The 3,000-meter, four-color ring shook heaven and earth. Bloodrinker pointed toward the sky, and its blood-colored runes lit up, split the heavens too. Boom! A saber image crashed with a sword image. This was a world-shaking collision. Screens of light appeared in the void, constantly twisting and appearing incredibly shocking. The cloak his attacker was wearing couldn't bear the force of this attack, and it was torn to pieces. His attacker's face was revealed, stunning Long Chen. An elegant, jade-like figure with hair that fell to her waist. The most stunning part of her was her blue eyes that were like sapphires. They shone like the sky's stars had fallen into them. In this world, only she possessed such a look. Lang Yuan. Long Chen was first stunned, but then he raged, "Do you have a mental illness?" Lang Yuan had attacked without the slightest mercy. Her attacks had been full of killing intent, and there was no way she could argue that she had not been trying to kill him. Lang Yuan's delicate mouth curved into a smile. She resheathed her bone sword behind her back and said, "Don't be so angry. Didn't I say that I'd give you a greeting before killing you? Let me warn you, stay further away from me. I'm not the old me. If you provoke me again, even I don't know what will happen. When I get mad, sometimes I even beat myself," raged Long Chen. He truly was intimidated by this crazy woman. Lang Yuan had also reached sea expansion, and now her spiritual yuan was extremely strange, completely different from before. It contained death chi. Furthermore, there was something else to her spiritual yuan. There was some hidden energy within it. When fighting against her, it was like there had been a death god staring at him from behind. That was an extremely strange feeling. Ha ha ha, Long Chen's words caused Lang Yuan to laugh. "You really are different from before. I can sense it just from the test I did. Excellent. I was originally going to kill you this time to finish up everything here before leaving, however, your growth has exceeded my expectations. If we fight to the end, the most likely result is that we'll both die. That's not the result I want, so I can only say goodbye to you now." "You want to leave? Great. It's great you can have a good rest. After all, for a lady to wander outside must be tiring. If you can find a suitable person, you should just go marry them and leave it at that instead of spending all day fighting and killing," advised Long Chen. Lang Yuan smiled. "Don't be so happy yet. You're the man I've set my sights on. It took a long time for me to find such an excellent target. I'll be relying on your support to live in the future. Other than that, let me give you a piece of bad news. I've looked through this entire world and finally found what I wanted. Once I return, I'll go into seclusion. Let us meet again once I come out." After saying that, Lang Yuan winked at Long Chen amicably and flirtatiously. For a beauty to do such a thing was an extremely moving sight. But Long Chen's hair stood on end, and cold sweat covered his back. Hearing that this crazy woman had actually had her own goal in coming into the immemorial path, and that she had obtained that goal, her power once she came out of seclusion would be Do you really have to kill me? Sighed Long Chen. Yes, you're the greatest target I've found in my life, said Leng Yuan. If you one day die beneath my hands, will you feel regret? No regret. To die to the man I acknowledge would be my best fate, said Leng Yuan, her gaze just as staunch as Long Chen's. Then sorry, sighed Long Chen. Why? My life isn't just my own. My life belongs to my brothers, my beauties, to each person who cares for me. If you kill me, they'll be hurt, aggrieved, and pained. I definitely won't allow anyone to hurt the people by my side. So the next time you come to kill me, I will go all out killing you. I definitely won't be merciful, said Long Chen. Long Chen was furious. If Leng Yuan wasn't so terrifyingly powerful, perhaps he wouldn't have to kill her. But Leng Yuan had the power to kill him, and he couldn't play with his life, nor could he play with the emotions of his comrades. Leng Yuan looked at Long Chen for a long time before sighing. Long Chen, you might be the most outstanding man I've seen, but I can't abandon my goal. Perhaps that's very selfish, but there isn't anyone in this world that isn't selfish, including gods. Perhaps you don't understand, perhaps you think I'm crazy, but as long as you can continue to live until the end, you will understand the reason behind this. Long Chen really was unable to understand her ridiculous goal. But the Eastern Wasteland Belle had said that she had her own reason that forced her to act like this. Long Chen wasn't someone who wanted to be friends with everyone. He was a selfish person. No matter what his opponent's reason was, as long as they wanted to kill him, he wouldn't be merciful with his counterattack. This time would be Leng Yuan's last warning. Be careful. When Zhu Yu and the others advanced to rank 4 Celestials, they awakened their bloodline power and their combat power has greatly increased. Regretfully, I'm in a hurry to leave, otherwise I really would want to see his power. Remember, you are mine and you can only die to my hands. Don't get slaughtered by anyone else. Leng Yuan reached out her hands and helped Long Chen tidy his slightly disarrayed robes. Long Chen was shocked by her actions. Even this killing goddess had a warm side. Beep. Long Chen didn't recover for a long time after Leng Yuan left, but suddenly, a soft sound woke him. They're here, cried Long Chen. The sensor device had actually sensed something. Chapter 899 Earth Spirit Bead. Long Chen hastily took out the sensor device. He saw a small arrow pointing to some extremely faint fluctuations. He hastily rushed off in that direction. After just a few miles, Long Chen had to stop. A huge abyss had appeared. It was even bigger than the abyss he and Leng Yuan had fallen into. They couldn't have. Long Chen looked at the sensor device with bewilderment. Once he was in front of the abyss, his heart sank. The arrow was pointing down into the abyss. They actually fell down. Now this matter was grave. If they had fallen down this abyss, then even 10,000 lives wouldn't have been enough. When he and Leng Yuan had gone all out and worked together, they had only managed to escape with their lives because of a coincidence. But Li Qi and Song Minjuan had only been at the Xiantian realm when they had left. There was no way they could have survived. Thinking of that, sadness crept across Long Chen's face. Although he had known the chances of them surviving were remote, he had still been hopeful. Now that he was facing this result, he couldn't accept it. No, Long Chen suddenly realized something was off. If they really had fallen to the bottom of an abyss, the terrifying spatial blades would have torn them to pieces. Even the sensor devices on their bodies should have been destroyed. They have to still be down there. Long Chen's heart jumped. Looking down at the abyss, he clenched his teeth and asked the Eastern Wasteland Belle, "Senior, if I go down, do you have the power to bring me up?" "That's no problem, but it would use up one of your favors. Think about it carefully. For 2 people who are likely dead, you are sacrificing a life-saving opportunity. Is it worth it?" warned the Eastern Wasteland Belle. "Of course it's worth it. Anything is worth it for my brothers. Since I know they're below, I have to go down. Even if what I find is their corpses, it's worth it," said Long Chen. "Sometimes I find you really are incurably stupid, but I like this stupidity of yours," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Its voice contained the slightest bit of gratification and admiration. "So then you're saying it's no problem?" asked Long Chen. "Of course, I am the Eastern Wasteland Belle. Even in my broken-down state, such a minor matter is nothing," said the Eastern Wasteland Belle indifferently, but its voice clearly contained its own arrogance. "All right, then I'm going down." "Go in peace." "Go in peace?" Long Chen was speechless. Those words seemed rather ominous. "Let me say it another way. With me present, you can be at ease as you go." The Eastern Wasteland Belle also seemed to have sensed that its words were a bit odd and changed them. "Is there any difference?" Long Chen rolled his eyes. "Did people from ancient times all talk this way?" "Are you going or not?" raged the eastern wasteland bell. Long Chen jumped down into the abyss. This time he was completely on guard. He did his best to control his own descent speed. He found that it was the same as the last abyss. He could only go down, not up. Now that he had jumped down, he had no way back up. He slowly descended. As he got deeper, his surroundings got darker. He suddenly found that this abyss was even deeper than the one he had previously encountered. Eventually, the sliver of the sky disappeared, but there still weren't any fluctuations from below. After another 2 hours, there were finally some spatial fluctuations. Minute spatial blades began to appear. But these spatial blades were gentle, almost like feathers. They didn't contain any offensive power. Furthermore, by stepping on them, it was possible to slow his descent. In fact, he could even stay stationary in the air. As he continued downwards, he gradually began to feel like something was off. He was hearing some faint rumbling from very, very far down. That had to be some terrifying force. It made his scalp numb. 100 miles down, the spatial blades were starting to grow powerful, but he still didn't see any sign of Song Minjuan or Li Qi. However, the sensor device's vibrations were growing more and more intense. He was clearly getting closer to them. The spatial blades here were now spinning. Long Chen had no choice but to take out Bloodrinker. This time, Long Chen wasn't as miserable as last time. These spatial blades weren't able to pose much of a threat to him. Bloodrinker was able to destroy any one of them with a single slash. There ahead, Long Chen suddenly noticed a huge, ancient tower below him. It was 100 miles long and was stuck diagonally into the side of the abyss, keeping it from falling to the bottom. Long Chen immediately began moving toward it. As expected, as soon as he jumped onto it, the sensor device's vibrating grew to a new level. The two of them had to be in the ancient tower. If it weren't for this ancient tower, they would have fallen to the bottom of the abyss and been exterminated by the spatial blades. There would be nothing left. The ancient tower was piercing the abyss's cliff. It had been split open, and he easily entered inside. The fact that the tower hadn't been completely destroyed after falling such a distance showed that it was actually exceptionally sturdy. Long Chen saw 2 sets of footprints in the dusty tower's floor. He was delighted and hastily rushed deeper into the tower. "Song Minjuan, Li Qi," he shouted loudly. His voice reached every corner of the tower, but he didn't hear their response, nor did he sense their auras. That made Long Chen's heart sink once more. He hastily continued deeper. When he reached the peak of the tower, he saw 2 earth statues. They were Song Minjuan and Li Qi. Long Chen was startled. The 2 statues were Song Minjuan and Li Qi, but their life auras had disappeared. They were standing there, wrapped in earth. Earth Spirit Bead. This tower actually had an Earth Spirit Bead protecting it. Regretfully, the formations were broken, and there was no one to look after the Earth Spirit Bead. It actually gave birth to its own intelligence and wants to devour their soul essence, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Only now did Long Chen see a huge sphere up ahead. It was 3 meters in diameter and covered in dust. He had just entered this region when his foot was suddenly caught by a powerful strand of earth energy. He instantly became encased in earth, just like Song Minjuan and Li Qi. This earth possessed its own powerful energy that was binding Long Chen. He felt like he was buried beneath endless earth. That pressure made it so he couldn't move. Break! With a loud bang, the earth around Long Chen exploded. This earth was extremely powerful. Perhaps it could trap even sea expansion celestials, but it was far from enough to bind Long Chen. After breaking his earth seal, Long Chen extended his hands and pressed them against the foreheads of Song Minjuan and Li Qi. He broke away the earth, touching their skin. Good, good. They hid their souls in their Nuan. They hadn't dissipated yet. Long Chen was delighted. The so-called Nuan was located in the middle of a person's head. It was also called the Nuan Palace and was the spring which gave birth to a cultivator's spiritual strength. When the earth seal had covered him, Long Chen had sensed a special energy from the earth trying to absorb his soul. As for Song Minjuan and Li Qi, they had been unable to fight against that absorption, so they had sealed their own souls in their Nuan Palace, which had made them enter a state of quasi-death. That was the only way to slow down the absorption of their souls. However, even if they had sealed their spiritual strength in their Nuans, they still weren't able to completely stop it. The only thing they could do was stall for more time. Their spiritual strength was extremely weak now, and the flames of their souls were almost extinguished. It was no wonder he hadn't sensed their life auras. Long Chen's powerful spiritual strength gently entered their Nuans, nourishing their souls. As he did so, Their souls were like dry riverbeds finally receiving nourishment and recovering. At the same time as they recovered, another kind of energy was absorbing quite a bit of Long Chen's spiritual strength. He sensed that it was being sent to the large sphere. Long Chen's mouth curled into a cold smile. He allowed it to continue absorbing his spiritual strength. Song Minjuan and Li Qi's souls were extremely weak, and so Long Chen didn't give them too much spiritual strength at first. Boss. It was several hours before their souls finally awoke. Seeing Long Chen in front of them, they were startled and delighted, but also ashamed. Recover your souls fully first, said Long Chen. Although the two had awoken, their spiritual strength was still weak. They needed more time to recover to their peak. Boss, we're sorry, said Li Qi. He felt himself to be too useless. He had wanted to get stronger, but the result was that he had just caused trouble for Long Chen. There's no need for such words between brothers. I have to admire the two of you. Can you tell me how you ended up here? Asked Long Chen as he continued pouring in his spiritual strength. He was curious. Had the two of them wanted to get stronger so badly that they had gone insane? Had they decided to follow the legends of people jumping off cliffs in search of opportunity? It was that bastard Yue Qianchen. He joined forces with Zhao Wuji to chase us down. We weren't able to beat them, so we were forced into this abyss, raged Song Minjuan. He hated those two to the core now, but they hadn't been able to defeat them. All right, don't be so mad. If you want revenge, you can get it once we get out. Once you see those two, just directly crush them. Long Chen smiled. These two really were unlucky. They had fallen here not long after entering the immemorial path. After being sealed here for so long, they didn't even know what had happened outside. As for Zhao Wuji and Yue Qianchen, they were just rank 2 celestials. To the current Long Chen, rank 2 celestials were weaker than cannon fodder. An hour later, their souls had fully recovered, but Long Chen still kept them encased in the earth. All right, be careful. I will help you refine this earth spirit bead. It might be a bit painful, but endure it. After saying that, Long Chen's spiritual strength suddenly spurted out wildly, and the two of them immediately felt a burst of pain in their souls. Chapter 900, Huge Skull. Ion. Although the two of them had been warned by Long Chen, they still screamed. They felt like their souls were being torn apart. Originally, half the spiritual strength Long Chen had been sending them had been absorbed by the earth spirit bead. But were his things ever so easy to snatch? It had always been Long Chen snatching things from others, and when others snatched things from him, they had to pay a steep price. Long Chen hadn't stopped the earth spirit bead from absorbing his spiritual strength. In fact, he had intentionally given it his purest spiritual strength. Once that spiritual strength entered the earth spirit bead, it began to spread, merging with every bit of the bead. The earth spirit bead was a spiritual treasure that only heaven and earth could give birth to. Because it had been nourished by the tower for so long, it had grown stronger, having its own intelligence. It had actually instinctively decided to absorb their souls to nourish itself. That would make it even more intelligent. In truth, although it was powerful, its current intelligence wasn't very high. Absorbing their spiritual strength had just been an instinct. As for Long Chen's spiritual strength, it just foolishly absorbed as much as it could. It didn't know that once his spiritual strength entered its body, it merged with all its core energy, making it so that the two could no longer be separated. Now that the opportunity had opened, his spiritual strength erupted and all of it was retracted. His spiritual strength pulled away all the earth spirit bead's core energy. What was entering their bodies was not only a massive amount of spiritual strength, but also boundless earth energy. It ravished their bodies, making them feel like their bodies and souls were about to explode. They continuously screamed. What are you shouting about? Don't you feel embarrassed to shout? Weren't you willing to give up anything, including your lives, in order to get stronger? You're going to scream from this little bit of pain, raged Long Chen. They hadn't listened to him, so Long Chen refused to slow down the energy flow. In fact, he didn't even suppress the earth spirit bead's retaliation, making the two of them endure it. Even since he had heard that the two of them had gone out on their own, there had been a stone on his heart. Now that he knew they were alive, they needed some punishment. Hearing Long Chen's words, the two of them actually did feel too embarrassed to continue screaming. They staunchly clenched their teeth, but it was truly too painful. The superposition of physical and spiritual pain made it so that their eyes were about to pop out and large veins bulged on their foreheads. Finally, the earth spirit bead realized something was wrong and began to crazily retaliate. At this time, Long Chen had no choice but to suppress it with his spiritual strength, or that power would make them explode. Don't just clench your teeth and wait for it to be over. Hurry and absorb this power. Gather it on top of your spirit root. In the future, you'll be earth attribute experts, said Long Chen. Now the two of them didn't just need to endure the pain. They also had to remain focused and absorb the unending earth energy. After 2 hours, the huge sphere cracked. The earth spirit bead's earth energy had all been extracted and given to Li Qi and Song Mingyuan. Long Chen suddenly felt a burst of weariness. The earth spirit bead was a treasure that had given birth to its own intelligence. The amount of earth energy inside it could be likened to an ocean. He had exhausted a great deal of his spiritual strength to handle it. Song Mingyuan and Li Qi didn't disappoint him. They had both become earth attribute experts and were now lying on the ground like lumps of mud. They had almost fainted several times during this torment, but in order to absorb more energy, they had endured it. "We're sorry, boss." When the two of them finally recovered enough energy to speak, their first words were still the same. They were ashamed enough to die. The fact that Long Chen had come down here to search for them made them gratified, but it made them feel even worse. "It's fine, seeing your expressions just now I feel much better. Don't bring it up again," said Long Chen. He examined their surroundings. The two of them had equally split the immense energy within the earth spirit bead. Now that they possessed earth energy, Long Chen's plans changed. Originally, he was going to ask the Eastern Wasteland Bell to bring them up. But now that these two had earth energy, why not have them dig a cave out? Although it might take an exorbitant amount of energy for them, it could be treated as part of their punishment. "Long Chen, you don't need to worry about leaving here. Help me out. Go down to the bottom of the abyss so I can figure out exactly what happened to the immemorial path." The Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice suddenly rang out in Long Chen's head. "What? I'll be killed by the spatial blades," said Long Chen. "I'll protect you. I can't go down by myself. Before things come to light, it's not convenient for me to reveal my body. I need your help," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. "Then be careful. I only have this one life and it's very important. Don't make me lose it accidentally." Long Chen bitterly smiled. "You two can rest here. I'm going out for a trip. I'll be right back." Not waiting for them to reply, Long Chen flew out of the tower, descending down. In truth, he also wanted to know just what secrets lay at the bottom of these abysses. Last time with Leng Yuan, he had vaguely seen a huge chain, but before he could see any more details, he had been forced to flee for his life. Now the spatial blades were even stronger than before. They came one by one, but this time, Long Chen didn't need to block them. A layer of light appeared over his body, smashing apart any of those spatial blades. After descending more, he saw what was essentially a region of death. Countless spatial blades were clashing here, and space was constantly rumbling. Long Chen felt his scalp turn numb. These powerful spatial blades were as big as a mountain. When they struck him, fierce ripples appeared on the barrier around him. He really was worried that the Eastern Wasteland Bell wouldn't be able to handle it, and he would be instantly blown to bits. The only comforting thing was that the Eastern Wasteland Bell was very reliable. Even when those terrifying spatial blades struck him, its barrier still blocked them. Finally, they were getting close to the bottom, but the Eastern Wasteland Bell told Long Chen to slide down from the wall. Those stone walls had been compressed by the spatial blades to the point that they were incredibly hard. After another, even more berserk sea of spatial blades, Long Chen finally saw the bottom of the abyss. When he saw it, his hair immediately stood on end. He saw that the block of land he was sliding down was actually an island, floating in the air. Below it was an endless sea of blood. That sea of blood was filled with surging blood qi. Even Long Chen felt terrified by it. There were huge chains within the blood, chains which connected to the bottom of the land blocks. Certain lines on the chains would occasionally light up. "Continue forward." The Eastern Wasteland Bell pointed out a direction for Long Chen. He continued, flying above the sea of blood. The sea of blood was still, but it filled his nose with a pungent smell. Blood, there was human blood and magical beast blood. Just what was going on? What had happened for there to be this much blood? Long Chen was like a small, insignificant fly compared to this sea. It was just enormous. Later, Long Chen realized his speed was increasing. The Eastern Wasteland Bell must have been unsatisfied with his speed and was increasing it. The floating blocks passed one by one over his head. Long Chen shuddered. At this speed, if he crashed into one of those blocks, he would be squashed to death. This speed was too dangerous. He didn't know how far he had flown before his speed gradually slowed down. Following the Eastern Wasteland Bell's instructions, he went along the wall of a block, slowly moving forward. When he reached the end, he raised his head and looked around. What is that? Long Chen was shocked to see a huge altar, countless chains connected to it. There was a mountain-sized skull on the altar. It looked like a human skull, but it was huge. The skull floated atop the altar, revolving ever so slowly. As it revolved, strange runes appeared in the air. Long Chen could almost sense strange energy flowing through the chains and into the altar. As he looked in horror at this unimaginable scene, the skull slowly turned to face him. He looked into its empty eye sockets. There were actually blue flames within them, and it seemed to be able to see him. Long Chen suddenly felt like his soul was about to flee from his body. A fierce sensation of death filled him from head to toe. It sees me. Long Chen was horrified. His intuition told him that this skull was somehow alive. A ray of light shot out from the skull's eyes, and Long Chen immediately felt the despair of death. He was locked down. This power was impossible to resist. The difference was too great. He was an ant against an elephant. This difference could make a person give up all hope. Leave. Boom. A powerful explosion rocked Long Chen. The land block beside him was shattered. He even thought that he had also been blown to bits. But the scene in front of him suddenly changed. He appeared at the place where he had jumped down into the abyss. Li Qi and Song Minjuan were beside him, stunned. Everything he had seen was like a dream. Senior, forget everything you just saw. Act like nothing happened, and definitely don't bring it up to anyone. You aren't at the level of being able to participate in any of this, warned the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Long Chen was deeply shaken. Perhaps he had just come into contact with a terrifying secret, which was why the Eastern Wasteland Bell was warning him so gravely. He nodded. Overthinking such things wasn't good and would simply cause disorder in one's heart. He directly acted like it had never happened. He gave Li Qi and Song Minjuan rank 3 Heavenly Dao fruits and the peak grade Divine Mortal Molting Elixir. Then, while the remnants of the spiritual Qi eruption were still present, they quickly underwent their tribulations to enter Sea expansion. The two of them managed to expand their Qi seas to 2,500 miles, which was beyond Long Chen's expectation of just 2,000 miles. The Earth Spirit bead must have helped them more than he had thought. Once they had advanced, he brought them back to Meng Qi's location. The Dragon Blood warriors were finally all located. Long Chen's heart was finally at ease. Now was the time to refine the true dragon essence blood. Chapter 901, Refining True Dragon Essence Blood. Once he returned to Meng Qi's location, Long Chen found an isolated place to take out the dragon scale. His heart was pounding quickly. He was finally at the level of being able to refine this true dragon essence blood. He was now in the Sea expansion realm, and his 4 stars had all reached the great circle of perfection. As his physical body had reached an unprecedented level, it was time. Long Chen gulped as he took out the dragon scale. This was the treasure the dragon expert had left for him, what he had to rely on to train in the dragon blood body tempering art. Last time he had tried to refine this, he had still been in the Xuanhuan Dao sect. Back then he had failed miserably and almost died. But this time, Long Chen was confident in being able to refine it with his new power. Do you have any last words? Just as Long Chen was about to extract the blood in the scale, the Eastern Wasteland Bell's voice rang out. Senior, what do you mean? Long Chen was startled. What I mean is, once you draw that true dragon essence blood into your body and try to refine it, you'll definitely die. So do you have any last words? Once you die, I'll tell your friends. It can count as resolving the karma between us, said the Eastern Wasteland Bell indifferently. Long Chen jumped. What are you talking about? That mysterious expert said that as long as my physical body was able to endure 1,000 caddies of force, I would be able to refine this blood. This matter was too important, and the dragon expert had told Long Chen not to tell anyone about it. So he simply said it was a mysterious expert. Mysterious expert. Whoever that was, they overestimated you, or perhaps they underestimated the change in the world. My guess is that the mysterious expert of yours said that in accordance with the standard of a rank 9 celestial. However, even a rank 9 celestial blessed with heavenly Dao energy would most likely die upon refining this drop of blood. That essence blood you're holding isn't ordinary true dragon essence blood. It comes from an emperor bloodline amongst the dragon race. Although it's just from a green dragon, it cannot be directly absorbed because of its incomparable purity. Furthermore, if you then attempt to refine it without the assistance of the heavenly Daos, you'll have to rely on yourself for everything. Furthermore, you don't know any techniques. If you just directly devour it like this, once you try drawing out its energy, your body will immediately explode. No way, Long Chen began to sweat. With the Eastern Wasteland Bell's experience, it definitely wouldn't just be messing around. Since this was what it was saying, it seemed that if he really tried to refine the blood, he would die. Then, what am I supposed to do? Ah, fine. I've gained quite a bit from you, so helping you with something minor shouldn't invoke karma. I will teach you a sealing technique. Your physical body is powerful, so drawing the dragon blood into your body isn't a problem. But if you try to refine it, the dragon blood will instinctively struggle. That's not something you can endure. So you have to seal the dragon blood in your body and then slowly refine its energy over time. That's the best method. Long Chen followed the Eastern Wasteland Bell's instructions, setting up a strange formation in his body with his spiritual yuan. The formation rested on top of his dantian. It was like a spider web, and once it was finished, Long Chen pressed his finger against the dragon scale. A drop of blood surged into Long Chen's arm. He immediately felt a burst of pain as well as a powerful attack from the blood. He hastily focused. This attack was what had almost killed him last time, but now that he was ready for it, it didn't threaten his life again. As the drop of blood passed through his arm, Long Chen felt his own blood heating up. Some of his blood began to incinerate, and the intense pain made him clench his teeth. This drop of dragon blood was like lava that had entered his body. He felt like all his blood was about to vaporize. He finally understood why the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said he was going to die. All he had done was draw it into his body, but it had caused such a reaction. If he were to attempt to refine it, he really would be done for. However, Long Chen was extremely curious. That dragon expert wouldn't harm him. Why hadn't it told him any of this? If it weren't for the Eastern Wasteland Bell, wouldn't he have just stupidly died? The drop of blood finally entered the seal above his dantian. Once it was sealed, it didn't react. It just quietly lay there. But when Long Chen tried to refine it, it suddenly released a blinding light, and a powerful force erupted out of it. Long Chen felt like his body was about to shatter. He coughed up a mouthful of blood, filled with shock. He hastily used the formation to once more suppress it. But now that he had tried to refine it, the dragon blood continued to struggle as if it were alive. Having sensed the threat of death, it tried to struggle free of its restrictions. Now Long Chen was truly grateful toward the Eastern Wasteland Bell. He activated the formation, pouring in the energy of his 4 chi Cs and forcibly suppressing the dragon blood's counterattack. In truth, as soon as the dragon blood had released its power, the primal chaos bead had begun to slowly circulate. But when the formation suppressed the dragon blood, it once more returned to its calm state. It was just that none of that had been noticed by Long Chen, as he had been focused on the dragon blood. "Don't be in a rush to refine it. Make sure it's completely sealed first," said the Eastern Wasteland Bell. Through 6 hours of work, even with his 4 chi Cs, Long Chen was covered in sweat. He was exhausted, but he had finally fully sealed the dragon blood. The dragon blood was sealed, but Long Chen had no energy to try refining it again. He had to recover first. Only after recovering did he try it again. This time, it went smoothly. It was unknown whether the dragon blood had accepted its fate and given up on fighting back, or whether the formation had wiped away its ability to resist. Traces of green blood were coming out of it now, spreading throughout his body. Long Chen hastily began circulating the dragon blood body tempering art. The dragon blood body tempering art was an extremely particular cultivation technique. As he circulated it, the blood energy merged with his own blood. However, they were like water and oil. Although they were together, they refused to fully merge. Long Chen ignored that and continued to circulate the technique, as well as absorbing more energy. He was shocked to find that he had still underestimated this drop of dragon blood. The amount of energy inside it could only be described as an ocean's worth. It wasn't something he could completely refine in a short time. He spent 6 hours, but he didn't notice any significant decrease in its energy. On the other hand, he was starting to become unable to continue. The energy from the dragon blood made him feel like his blood vessels would explode. At this time, Long Chen finally realized that the dragon blood body tempering art was trying to replace his blood. The dragon blood was too domineering, and it was constantly incinerating his original blood. Long Chen didn't dare to refine it too fast for fear his blood would run dry. He had to take things slowly. The dragon blood's energy was flowing throughout every inch of his body along with his own blood. As the practically imperceptible strands of energy spread, They merged into every single cell. Long Chen felt like his body was in a furnace, and the intense pain could only be called torture. The crux of the dragon blood body tempering art was to use a dragon's essence blood to replace a human's essence blood. However, that process required the body to first get accustomed to the dragon blood's energy. His own blood was still much weaker than dragon blood, so despite feeling like his physical body had reached a peak, he immediately felt the impact of the dragon blood's energy. His physical body was still too weak. But the dragon blood body tempering art was slowly improving his body bit by bit, allowing his body to get accustomed to it. This was a gradual process. Right now, he had just absorbed a trace of the dragon blood's energy to nourish his body, but that was already taxing. If he had tried to refine it all at once, then it would have been like what the Eastern Wasteland Bell had said. He would have died. This first nourishing process took 3 days, and only then did Long Chen's body get accustomed to it. He was pleasantly surprised to find that his body had clearly grown stronger and tougher. He was full of anticipation for the rest of the dragon blood body tempering art. After these 3 days, Long Chen told Meng Qi, who had been standing guard for him while he had been in seclusion, that there was no longer any need for that. Now, there was no longer any danger. Even if someone came to disturb him, he would only have to temporarily pause the refinement. He wouldn't be in any danger. Meng Qi called back the Blood Phoenix. With it and the Earth Dragon protecting them, they didn't need to have any worries. She also went into seclusion with Long Chen. Meng Qi focused on expanding her Qi Si, while Long Chen focused on refining the energy in the dragon blood. At this time, practically all the disciples in the immemorial path were in seclusion. They were expanding their Qi Sis to their limits before their realm stabilized. This moment was too important, and no one dared to be the slightest bit negligent. The current immemorial path was like a deep pool of water. It was frighteningly calm. The aboriginals were also silent. They sent all their women and children to safer places. Each time the spiritual Qi eruption ended, the invaders would launch attacks against them to snatch their resources. But this time, the aboriginals were surprised to find that, after Long Chen's tribulation, a change had occurred in heaven and earth. The curse they were under was slowly weakening. Although the curse was weakening extremely slowly, it was definitely weakening. Furthermore, the power of the formations on their ancestral lands was growing stronger, allowing them to increase their radius. In the future, they would have a wider range to move around in. Although the seniors refused to say anything about this matter, some of the younger disciples had guessed that it had to do with how Long Chen had torn apart the dome of the sky. His name was now something practically every single one of them knew. Time passed day by day. A full 3 months passed before the slumbering immemorial path began to awaken. Powerful auras began to rise one by one. Chapter 902, A Storm Approaches. Boom! A large mountain crumbled and soaring Qi waves surged into the sky. A long-haired man stood in the sky, 4 colored runes around him. Long Chen, the time for your death has come at last. My spirit blood has awakened, allowing me to comprehend the remote heaven canon. Just what will you use to fight me? A shout shook the sky. This person was the remote heaven gang's #1 expert, Jade Chenkong. His spirit blood had awakened, and he had become a rank 4 celestial. Lord Chenkong, a dozen righteous experts reverently bowed toward him. I've just reached the first heaven stage of sea expansion. I'll need a few days to completely stabilize my cultivation base and get accustomed to my new power. You are to spread out, gathering all the righteous experts. Spread the news that I've come out of seclusion as loudly as possible. This time, I want to teach Zhu Yu, Yu Changhao, Huang Junmo, and the likes just who is the #1 person of the righteous path, ordered Jai Chenkong. Yes, however, we've heard that the Wind Chant Pavilion's top disciple, Feng Jian, as well as the 7 Stargate's Zheng Mingkong, have advanced to become rank 4 celestials. The 2 of them probably won't be so obedient, said one disciple. HMPH, 2 nameless little sects. Did they think that just by hiding 2 talented disciples from others they could rise? Laughable. What sect isn't formed through countless years and generations of accumulated efforts? If they don't know how to appreciate kindness, just have them die here, sneered Jai Chenkong. Although he was a bit surprised that 2 such figures appeared out of nowhere, he didn't place them in his eyes. Small sects like theirs didn't possess a strong enough foundation. Even if they gave birth to talented disciples, their power would be limited. That had to do with the sect's foundation. There's also Long Chen, probed one person. HMPH, I will personally cut off his head, but before I do so, I'll make him lose all his reputation. I'll make him an absolute villain targeted by everyone. Then even if I kill him, the Xuanhuan Dao sect won't be able to make a fart. Hatred flashed in Jai Changkung's eyes. The icy smile on his face made them shiver. Greetings, Lord Zuyu. Hundreds of corrupt experts were bowing toward a slim man. This was the corrupt King Zuyu. There weren't any fluctuations coming off of Zuyu's body, but an indescribable feeling radiated from him, one that made people feel even more terrified. His devil eye was open. Countless runes revolved within it, looking like a starry sky. It was like it contained a universe that was filled with terrifying power. "What is happening outside?" asked Zuyu, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. "We've investigated. 7 rank 4 celestials have appeared in the corrupt path," reported one disciple. 7, that's not bad. Looks like there are quite a few scheming people who hid themselves deeply. What are their plans? Do they wish to follow me? Zuyu found this a bit unexpected. He had been focused on cultivating during this time, so he hadn't learned of what had happened in the outside yet. He had given the task of information gathering to others. "Your subordinates were too slow. 3 of the 7 want to follow you, but the other. They've been snatched away by Ka Wudu," said one disciple carefully. Ka Wudu, the one who provoked Leng Yuan and was then tormented for a month. He still has the face to continue living. Zuyu frowned. Yes, the Devil Empress once viewed him as a target to kill, but he was too weak, and each time he was defeated and then tormented. When talking about Leng Yuan, all of them felt a cold breeze on their backs. "That idiot! It was clearly Lord Zuyu who saved him, but now he dares to challenge you. He really is courting death," raged a corrupt expert. Saying that Zuyu had saved him was a bit exaggerated. The truth was that Leng Yuan had felt Ka Wudu to be too weak and had simply lost interest in him. So she had changed her target to Zuyu. In truth, at that time, Leng Yuan's fame hadn't been very illustrious in the corrupt path. It was because she had later set her sights on Zuyu that her fame had increased. They had fought 3 great battles without a clear victor. Of course, those 3 battles had ended with Zuyu miserably fleeing. The last time, he had almost been killed by her. He never mentioned the results of those battles, and Leng Yuan also disdained to mention the topic, so the outside world thought that they were evenly matched. In the corrupt experts' eyes, only Zuyu could fight against Leng Yuan. They didn't know that if Zuyu saw Leng Yuan, he would immediately turn tail and flee. That idiot does have some ability. However, he cultivates the corpse devil path and has cultivated his own body into a withered corpse. It's too disgusting. Now that he has advanced to become a rank 4 celestial, my guess is his bloodline's blood corpse energy has awakened, making his physical body even stronger. That's why he dares to challenge me. Ignore him. When the time comes, I'll put them all in their place. If they don't appreciate my kindness, I'll directly kill them. My devil eye has completely awoken, so starting today, the corrupt path is mine to lead. Those who oppose me will die. HMPH, I'll conveniently handle Leng Yuan as well, letting her know that I am the true king of the corrupt path," said Zuyu confidently. "That's right, Lord Zuyu, in a certain place, we noticed the 9 yin corrupt bone transportation formation. It should have been left by the Devil Empress," said a disciple. "She left?" Zuyu was startled. He couldn't understand why Leng Yuan had left at this time, but then he nodded. "That's fine, I'll end her once I get out." Although he acted dissatisfied, he was actually relieved. Leng Yuan's departure lightened the pressure on him a lot. "What about on the side of the ancient races?" asked Zuyu. "The ancient races are a bit disorderly right now. Quite a few vicious fellows have appeared. They were previously a bit irritated with Yu Changhao. 9 of them have just advanced to the 4th rank, and they've begun amassing troops, forming their own powers to declare dominance. That's normal. Those half-human, half-beast people have powerful bloodline powers. Once they reach the 4th rank, their bloodline power completely awakens, granting them immense power. As for Yu Changhao, he overestimated himself, thinking that he is unrivaled in close-range and long-range combat. That's why he often looked down and scoffed at people seeking asylum with him. Now that others have become rank 4 celestials, he's isolated. However, the ancient races are united. Even if they don't get along, they won't start an all-out war with each other. At most, they'll just work independently. That might be a good thing for us. What about the righteous path?" asked Zuyu. "On the side of the righteous path, there's nothing to worry about. After asking around, we found that other than Jai Changkung, they only have 2 rank 4 celestials from smaller sects. They're the isolated, poor kind of sects. Their combat power is probably only slightly greater than innate rank 3 celestials," sneered a corrupt expert. "A person's strength could not be determined merely by cultivation base and talent. Their cultivation techniques, their magical arts, their weapons, and all the resources that had gone into them were also extremely important. Just good talent alone was useless. It could be said that geniuses were built up mostly by resources. To put it even more bluntly, they needed money. So whether it was Jai Changkong or Zhu Yu, they didn't care about those two righteous experts. Such people weren't a threat. What about Long Chen? Is there any news? Zhu Yu's eyes narrowed. When he mentioned this name, killing intent surged within his eyes. He hated Long Chen to the bone. Long Chen was the only one in this world to have ever cut off his head. That was an indescribable humiliation. This entire time, we were unable to even find Long Chen's shadow. He should still be in seclusion. However, we did hear that Jai Changkong is searching everywhere for Long Chen. Furthermore, he is offering a bounty for anyone in Long Chen's group. A bounty? Zhu Yu was startled. Yes, Jai Changkong seems to want to rule the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path, using his power to intimidate all the righteous experts. Zhu Yu nodded. I've heard of Jai Changkong. The remote Heaven Gang's Jai family not only has a secret canon inheritance, but it seems that a supreme expert once appeared amongst their ancestors. Perhaps he has some ability. Jai Changkong is in the midst of gathering all the righteous experts. He sent out an arrest warrant for Long Chen with a reward on it. Anyone who finds any of the people in Long Chen's group will be richly rewarded. The funniest thing was, there are two experts from the same sect as Long Chen, Zhao Wuji and Yue Qianchen, who have become Jai Changkong's underlings. They're saying that Long Chen has colluded with the aboriginals to kill his fellow righteous experts. His group has become all the righteous path's targets, sneered a corrupt expert disdainfully. The righteous path was truly interesting. The others were also sneering in disdain. The righteous path was most skilled in this kind of game. Jai Changkong's confidence must have inflated to the point that he wanted to use the status of the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path's #1 expert to challenge the corrupt path. However, in order to become the Eastern Wasteland's righteous path's #1 expert, he had to first eliminate Long Chen. Long Chen truly did have relationships with the aboriginals. The crime of forging secret ties with aboriginals was a grave one, and there was proof. However, for the ones who accused Long Chen of working with aboriginals to be the ones from his own sect was too laughable. Although Zhu Yu hated Long Chen, he had no choice but to admit that Long Chen had his own pride and ability. Did he really need to collude with the aboriginals to kill a few people from the righteous path? Just how small did a person's brain have to be to believe such a thing? They were clearly framing him, but there were so many people who believed it without question. Those people clearly knew the truth but were just acting. They felt that Jai Changkong was stronger than Long Chen. Long Chen hadn't appeared, and the people from his own sect had betrayed him. They simply acted according to the situation. What should we do now? There's no need to do anything. Just calmly watch what happens. With Jai Changkong present, we don't even need to do anything. He'll force Long Chen to come out. When it comes to scheming, we are lacking compared to the righteous path. We should just wait until both sides are exhausted to kill them all. This time, we'll win a perfect victory, not letting a single one of those righteous experts to leave alive, said Zhu Yu. Ever since the righteous path had gained Long Chen, the corrupt path had run into setback after setback, irritating the higher-ups. Long Chen had been #1 on their must-kill list for a long time now, but he was still alive and healthy. That was a humiliation to the entire corrupt path. During this time, whoever could kill Long Chen would become the corrupt path's hero. They would gain unprecedented glory. Reporting to Lord Zhu Yu, a disciple from the righteous path wants to see you. Suddenly, a corrupt disciple walked in with a strange expression. Chapter 903, Trouble. The person who had come was wearing black robes. He was wearing a helmet to cover his face, and the only thing revealed was his eyes. He clearly didn't want to reveal his identity. Jai Changkong sent you, asked Zhu Yu. Here is the letter. That person had only just opened his mouth when a corrupt expert smashed his fist into his chest. The sound of bones breaking rang out, and that person let out a pained grunt. I'll give you another chance. If you don't answer to the point, you'll immediately become a corpse. Lord Zhu Yu is busy and doesn't have time to waste on you righteous idiots, raged the corrupt expert. Zhu Yu didn't even look at the letter. He icily asked, Jai Changkong sent you. That person nodded. But he had only just nodded when he was kicked in the leg. He fell to the ground. Are you mute? A corrupt expert now had a saber in his hand. As long as Zhu Yu nodded, he would kill this person. Yes, the righteous expert hastily opened his mouth. A corrupt expert received the letter and handed it to Zhu Yu. Zhu Yu opened it and an icy smile appeared on his face. Go back and report to Jai Changkong that I can cooperate with him, but he has to give me a third of the righteous path's heads. If he doesn't agree, then we can see just how much power he has. You can fuck off now." That person was delighted and hastily hobbled away. Having escaped with his life, he didn't have any more extravagant desires. "Lord Corrupt King, what did Jai Changkong say?" asked a rank 3 Celestial. He was one of Zhu Yu's trusted aides, so he dared to directly ask him this question. "Jai Changkong wants to cooperate with us. It goes without saying that the righteous path really is devious. Originally, I wasn't planning on cooperating with them, but this plan of theirs has moved me. I can't decline." Zhu Yu couldn't help but sigh. "Are we really going to cooperate with them?" asked one of them with astonishment. That was something absolutely not permitted. "The cooperation is just temporary. I need to cooperate with them to get the greatest profit. As for my request for a third of their heads, that was just to make them overlook my real goal. Not one of them will be able to leave the immemorial path alive. Did you all activate the photographic jades?" "Yes, we recorded it all. They will definitely be able to prove that Jai Changkong took the initiative to find you." "Good. It won't be long before they reply. In fact, Jai Changkong might personally come to discuss the details. Remember to secretly record it all. For us, this cooperation is just a plan of convenience. Even if the higher-ups learn of it, it will just be some light punishment. But it's different for the righteous path. By working with us to handle Long Chen and the others, they have betrayed the righteous path. That's a grave criminal act for them." The constant struggle between righteous sects. These photographic jades can be used to threaten Jai Changkong and make him bend to our will. If we can kill them all when our cooperation comes to an end, then it can be a gift we send to humiliate the righteous path. But if something unexpected happens and Jai Changkong manages to get away, then we can release them publicly. At that time, Jai Changkong will be attacked by the entire righteous path. I hear Jai Changkong's Jai family is quite strong. They'll definitely attempt to protect him. At that time, a huge war might erupt in the righteous path. We can take advantage of that opportunity to kill them all. Lord Zhu Yu is brilliant. This way, no matter what happens, it'll be to our benefit. The corrupt experts exclaimed in admiration for his intelligence. This skill is something I learned from Jai Changkong. Right now he's smearing Long Chen's name and he inspired me, laughed Zhu Yu. Gather all our experts. Send out my words. Those who want to go against me, Zhu Yu, had better consider the consequences. Don't blame me for being merciless when the time comes. Yes. The corrupt experts immediately left. Zhu Yu looked into the distance, a faint smile on his face. You came up with a nice plan, Jai Changkong, but you've underestimated my appetite. While Zhu Yu was busy gathering his army, the entire immemorial path became extremely lively. Perhaps it was agitation from feeling one's power explosively grow, or perhaps it was that a human's desire could not be satisfied. But people were fighting everywhere. Rumbling filled the air and chi waves surged. Battlefields appeared all over the immemorial path. Whether it was the righteous path, the corrupt path, or the ancient races, countless disputes arose. That was especially true of the righteous path. Some sects already had conflicts, so now that their disciples had advanced to see expansion and felt their power grow immensely, they all thought of getting revenge for those past grievances. However, this chaotic scene only continued for a while before becoming calm. The various experts had all received invitations. These so-called invitations were a mix of the carrot and the stick. The ancient races had fewer numbers, but their quality was high. As a result, they split into several factions, each extremely powerful and prepared. Even if they didn't want to snatch the #1 position from Yu Changhao, they wanted to prove they had the qualifications to stand on the same level as him. The corrupt path was split into 2 factions, one led by Zhu Yu, the well-known veteran, and another led by an upcoming newcomer, Ka Wudu. The 2 of them seemed to be at great odds, and Ka Wudu didn't seem to fear the famous Zhu Yu. The righteous path had essentially been unified. The righteous experts pretty much all accepted Jai Changkong as their leader. Other than Jai Changkong, there were 2 other rank 4 celestials. One was Zheng Mingkong from the 7-Star Gate, while the other was the Wind Chant Pavilion's genius, Feng Jian. But the remote heaven gang's power was enormous, giving Jai Changkong great influence. Even 2 of the 4 heavenly geniuses of the Xuanhuan Dao sect had surprisingly allied themselves with Jai Changkong. To put it nicely, they were allied, but to put it frankly, they were just licking his feet. Having entered the immemorial path, their luck hadn't been very good. They hadn't obtained any heaven-defying treasures and were still simply rank 2 celestials. As for the rank 1 celestials that had survived, many of them had obtained opportunities, allowing them to advance to rank 2 celestials. So the positions of Yue Qianchen and Zhao Wuji immediately fell. It was unknown what benefits Jai Changkang had given them for them to side with him. However, it wasn't that strange. The corrupt path was so strong, the ancient races were watching like tigers, and there was also the threat of the aboriginals. Thus, working together was a good decision. As for the 7 Stargate's Zheng Mingkong, as soon as Jai Changkang's subordinates had found him, he had immediately agreed to join him. But what Jai Changkang hadn't expected was that Wind Chant Pavilion's Feng Jian had immediately refused. He had even openly expressed that in this world, the only person worthy of him following was Long Chen. That infuriated Jai Changkang, but the situation was too unstable right now, so he didn't dare to make any big moves. He could only endure for now, but he had already placed Feng Jian on his must-kill list. The thing that the righteous disciples were somewhat unable to accept was that soaring Long Chen had actually become a traitor of the righteous path. Disciples from the same sect as him were personally accusing him of colluding with the aboriginals to harm his fellow righteous disciples. Unable to bear staying on the same side as such a person, they had formed an alliance with Jai Changkang to find and punish Long Chen, to get justice for all the righteous disciples who had fallen because of him. Many people had refused to believe it at the beginning, but when many resolute people shouted something loud enough, it was enough to obscure the truth. Many people started to form doubts. Then Long Chen refused to reveal himself, and no explanation came from him. That made Jai Changkang's influence even greater, allowing him to unite essentially all the righteous disciples, making him the #1 expert of the righteous path. People were like ducks. True or false weren't so important. In the end, those who joined Jai Changkang's side gave up their doubts and began to echo their peers, starting a snowball effect. From their point of view, standing by Jai Changkang's side could protect them. As long as he provided safety, he could say whatever he wanted. The truth wasn't important. The important thing was that as long as they were obedient, they could join this enormous army. As for whether or not Long Chen had been falsely accused, they couldn't be bothered to care. There were so many righteous experts that it even exceeded Jai Changkang's expectations. There were actually 30,000 of them that joined his side, and more were coming. However, then Jai Changkang recalled that of the 2 large entrances to the immemorial path from the eastern wasteland. Their entrance had only been for sects that were comparatively higher in status, but the other entrance had no such restrictions. He hadn't expected so many new celestials to have appeared in the eastern wasteland. It seemed that they came from smaller sects that had entered from the other entrance. The fact that he had tens of thousands of experts made Jai Changkang incomparably excited. His vanity was completely satisfied. He had actually become the leader of such a powerful army. Although the majority of them were just rank 1 celestials, with only a 10th being rank 2 celestials and less than 100th being rank 3 celestials, these numbers made him completely confident. Time passed day by day. The immemorial path had gone from peaceful to chaotic, and then back to peaceful. But the undercurrents of this peace were extremely grave. It was the calm before the storm. Long Chen was still in seclusion. Meng Qi had already come out, as she had long since reached the first heaven stage. Her Qi Si had been expanded by a full 10%. During this time, she had been nourishing the soul items that Long Chen had given her. The item nourishing technique he gave her came from the Eastern Wasteland Bell, and it was incomparably refined. It allowed a person to form a practically perfect connection with an item spirit, allowing them to release the greatest power from a treasure item. Sister Meng Qi. Suddenly, a golden-armored monstrosity appeared in the sky and landed in the ruins. "Has everyone been well? Is there any news?" asked Meng Qi. Xuanhuan was their messenger and information gatherer. His armor had already been completely remade, allowing his speed to reach a new level. "Everyone's fine. They don't have anything important to do now, just focusing on nourishing their treasure items. As for the outside world, the ancient races and corrupt path are rather calm. Only the righteous path is like a pack of idiots, continuously smearing boss. That Jai Changkang really is an idiot. He's like a shrew screaming on the streets. Then there are those shameless fellows who clearly know boss was falsely accused but still can blindly spout those lies without blinking. It's infuriating," raged Xuanhuan. "Let them do as they please. They're only doing that for their own protection. Is there any other news?" asked Meng Qi, indifferent to their actions. There was one laughable thing. I heard that Jai Changkang captured Long Chen and is going to execute him at Drake Mountain. What a joke. Tell me, don't you think they're idiots? Sister Meng Qi, what is it?" Xuanhuan had been laughing when he suddenly realized something was off. Meng Qi's expression was grave now. "Perhaps there's trouble now," said Meng Qi solemnly. She formed some hand seals. Chapter 904, Sinister Scheme. Meng Qi formed hand seals, and a spiritual rune lit up on her hand before fading. Xuanhuan could count as a dabbler beast tamer no, so he knew Meng Qi was sending a message to her housepits. They two of them were currently hunting for food. "Sister Meng Qi, what's wrong?" Xuanhuan was still startled. What he had thought was a funny joke had caused such a reaction in Meng Qi. "The only thing you learn from Long Chen is his useless skills. When will you get past his ability to joke and curse, and actually learn any of his smarts?" rebuked Meng Qi. Xuanhuan immediately felt awkward. It seemed the only things he wanted to learn from his boss were pick-up and show-off arts. This is no joke, but a trap set up by Jai Changkong. He at least has goals in announcing that he has captured Long Chen. "One is to force us to show ourselves," said Meng Qi. "But we're not so stupid. That's just an insult to our intelligence." Xuanhuan still didn't understand. "You're underestimating Jai Changkong. His other goal in sending in this announcement is to draw out the aboriginals. Once they appear, his second goal will be achieved," said Meng Qi. "But the aboriginals wouldn't get duped so easily, right?" Xuanhuan frowned. "That's why I said you underestimated Jai Changkong. Since he dared to make such a naive move, he must have another move we don't know about yet. He definitely has a trick to dupe the aboriginals. My guess is once they fall for it, they'll kill a portion of them and then release news that they'll kill the rest. With Long Chen's character, how could he just allow them to slaughter the aboriginals? After all, the aboriginals once saved his life. In this manner, Long Chen will fall into Jai Changkong's trap, and it'll also confirm his relationship with the aboriginals. Then the evidence from those four heavenly geniuses will become ironclad. No matter what Long Chen says, he'll be viewed as a traitor of the righteous path and attacked from every direction. If he's killed, the Xuanhuan Dao sect won't be able to do anything. And if he survives, then to protect themselves, the best case is they will help Long Chen slip away. At that time, Long Chen will be viewed as an enemy of all sides. This is a malicious scheme with no solution, said Meng Qi. "Fuck this damn Jai Changkong," cursed Xuanhuan. Although all of this was just a guess from Meng Qi, her guess was reasonable. Even if it was off, it wouldn't be off by too much. Xuanhuan had an urge to slap himself. All day, he only thought about showing off. This matter had been seen through even by Meng Qi. If it had been Long Chen, he would have seen through it easily. His intelligence was still too lacking compared to his boss. Furthermore, Long Chen has said that Lord Heavenai has left to somewhere unknown, and thus the aboriginals don't have a leader right now. For something like this to happen now, it's worrying. Meng Qi frowned. "Then what should we do? Should we disturb boss?" asked Xuanhuan. "We can't. Each time Long Chen goes into seclusion now, he stays in it for around half a month. There's still 1 or 2 days until he will come out naturally. This time is too important to him, so we can't disturb him. My housebits will quickly return. I'll leave the Blood Phoenix to protect Long Chen and give him the message. Once he awakens, he'll immediately rush over there. You have to alert all our people as fast as possible. Have them all hurry toward Drake Mountain. There will probably be a huge battle there," said Meng Qi solemnly. Originally, Song Minjuan and Li Qi had been with them, but then Long Chen had told them to find a place with denser earth energy to continue expanding their seas. So Xuanhuan needed to alert everyone on his own. "What about you?" "I'll rush over there first. Hopefully, I can get there in time before the aboriginals suffer too many casualties," said Meng Qi. Suddenly, 2 huge figures landed from the sky. They were the Blood Phoenix and the Earth Dragon. The Blood Phoenix was at the peak of the 7th rank. Its aura was unsteady, showing vague signs of being close to advancing ranks. When Xuanhuan saw the Earth Dragon, he let out a startled cry. "It has advanced to the 8th rank. Didn't your Earth Dragon also reach the 7th rank? Your soul energy is limited, so you need to nourish it longer. Only once a magical beast's intelligence rises will it be easier for it to advance ranks. However, this Earth Dragon has only just advanced, and its combat power isn't completely steady yet. It's only a bit stronger than the Blood Phoenix right now. I'll take the Earth Dragon with me, and you alert everyone as fast as possible. I'll do my best to stall." Meng Qi put the Earth Dragon into her spiritual space, and told the Blood Phoenix to guard Long Chen. She also left a sheet of paper for Long Chen, explaining what had happened. Then she and Xuanhuan split up. Drake Mountain was an unusual mountain. It was shaped like a circle, like a drake coiled on the ground. It formed a huge basin, with the only opening between the drake's head and tail. Within the 3,000-mile basin, shouts and roars rang out. Hundreds of aboriginals were fighting against righteous experts. They were caught in an irresolvable situation. The one leading them was a young expert. This person was the immemorial path's youngest tribe leader, Xiao Fei. When he had heard that his tribesmen had personally witnessed Long Chen being covered in blood and chased down by the righteous experts, he had immediately summoned all the elites of his tribe and charged over. Following the tracks, he eventually reached Drake Mountain, and only then had he realized he had been duped. The blood-covered Long Chen was a fake, but his outer appearance and even his weapons looked just like the original. This kind of trap was something the righteous path had long since overused to the point that not even children would fall for it. But the aboriginals were isolated from the rest of the world. The tribes all trusted each other and worked together. They had never schemed or been schemed against. Jai Chenkang had accurately seen through that fatal weakness of theirs, and he had managed to trick them with such a childish trick. The people Xiao Fei were leading were the Xiao tribe's elites. They had all reached sea expansion, but this place wasn't their ancestral land. Although there had been a change in the immemorial path, and the curse had already lightened a great deal, they were still only able to release 80% of their power. The good thing was that there weren't too many enemies. They fought for a full day and night. Suddenly, another batch of aboriginals killed their way in. "Uncle Shikang," cried Xiao Fei. The person leading this group was a middle-aged man, the future leader of the stone tribe Shikang. "We've fallen into a trap. Uncle Shikang, run." But as he shouted, a mass of righteous experts flowed down from the mountain, surrounding them. Shikang had received a report from his subordinates that Long Chen was heavily injured and being chased down. He hadn't even had time to inform his tribe leader before coming to assist. Both of them had been duped, but by the time they wanted to retreat, they were surrounded by righteous experts. It was impossible for them to escape. Following Shikang, 3 more waves of aboriginals came and fell for the same trap. Jai Chenkang had clearly figured out the locations of quite a few aboriginal tribes. Thus, this simple scheme of his was meeting with shocking effectiveness. These aboriginals are fools. They deserve to die if they couldn't even see through such a simple scheme. Jai Chenkang sat in a hidden location, watching everything with disdain. He was in a secret room within the mountain. Other than Jai Chenkang, there was another expert with him. He was Jai Chenkang's new subordinate, the 7-star Gates Zheng Mingkang. Brother Jai's strategic planning is beyond perfect. I, Zheng Mingkang, could never come up with such a thing even if you gave me a lifetime. Zheng Mingkang sighed regretfully, but he was clearly sucking up. "Mingkang, you definitely won't regret joining me. The 7-star Gate is just a small, worthless sect. No matter how good the seed, if it's planted in a garbage environment, it will easily die. Even if it manages to grow, it will be weak and frail. The most important thing is to grow in fertile land. As long as the soil is fertile, you'll be able to plant deeper roots and have more room to grow. Now you've also seen this. Although this game of chess has just started, the result is already obvious. Whether or not Long Chen dies, it's not important. My remote heaven gang's rise to the pinnacle of the eastern wasteland can no longer be stopped. In the 7-star Gate, even if you endure to the end, you'll only end up as a sect leader of a trash sect. But once my remote heaven gang leads the eastern wasteland and forms the remote heaven alliance, all you need to do is properly assist me, and Vice Alliance Master's position will be yours," laughed Jai Chenkang. Zheng Mingkang was delighted. He hastily bowed. "Many thanks for your favor, Alliance Master." Jai Chenkang nodded. He praised Zheng Mingkang for being smart. He wasn't like that poor brat Feng Jian who wanted to talk about some pride. If he had also joined him, they would have become his right and left hands. Then his plans would be even more perfect. Feng Jian refused to submit, and even said that the only one worthy for him to follow was Long Chen. That infuriated him, and he had decided that once this matter was over, he would properly settle things with him. "Any news from Zhu Yu's side?" asked Jai Chenkang. "A disciple just reported that they're fully prepared," said Zheng Mingkang. "Good. This chess move of mine is a bit big, and it's a bit too much for me. So to get the greatest profit, I have no choice but to work with them. Remember, there's no need to wait until the cooperation is over. As long as you see that it's more or less done, directly take action. Kill as many as you can and then immediately scatter," said Jai Chenkang. "Yes, I've passed down those instructions." "Good, if you're handling this, then I'm at ease." Jai Chenkang smiled as he continued watching the battle outside. "It's about time. Send orders to kill half of them. I hear the aboriginals have soul spirit jades back in their tribes. Once they die, their jade plates shatter. By killing a few of them, we should be able to bait more people in. An icy and excited smile appeared on Jai Changkong's face. He delighted in this feeling of control. Kill. A group of people charged at Shikang and the others. The aboriginals only had hundreds of people here. Thus, for them to face over 1,000 righteous experts, with quite a few being ranked 2 celestials, their hearts sank. Sorry, soul extermination life devouring art. A sigh suddenly rang out from the sky. Chapter 905, Meng Qi displays her power. More righteous experts suddenly appeared. They were multiple times their number, charging at Xiao Fei and the others. This time, they were no longer just launching probing blows. Having received Jai Changkong's orders, they were going to slaughter a large mass of the aboriginals. During this time, Jai Changkong had used Long Chen as a bait to draw the aboriginals over. Then the baited aboriginals would act as more bait for more aboriginals. However, the aboriginals didn't send very many reinforcements. They had clearly already realized something was wrong. Perhaps they were gathering and discussing what was going on. Jai Changkong delighted in this feeling of control, of forcing his opponents to dance to his tune. Once a large portion of the aboriginals were killed, the other ones would definitely panic. They would definitely send a huge army to save them. In the face of this many righteous experts' attacks, Xiao Fei, Shikang, and the others' expressions were all grave. They had all made their preparations for the worst-case scenario. Brothers, this is a sinister trap. They want to use us to draw out more of our tribesmen, but we can't let them have their way. Do your best to kill as many as possible. Those who have died are heroes, and as for those who haven't died, brothers, you should know what to do, shouted Shikang. He had seen through some clues. Kill, we definitely can't implicate others. The trapped aboriginals let out furious roars. They understood what he was saying. If they all died fighting, then their tribesmen wouldn't need to think about saving them. Then they wouldn't fall for this trap. They had all made their preparations. Either they had to die to their enemies' blades, or they had to die to their own blades. Of course, before dying, they had to break even. The righteous experts were like a flood now. Their numbers continued to grow. Just as the few hundred aboriginals were about to be submerged, a sigh rang out in the air. Sorry, soul extermination life devouring art. The voice was beautiful, but it was full of regret and unwillingness. A terrifying fluctuation spread around the battlefield. The righteous experts stiffened and collapsed on the ground. Their life auras had disappeared. Everything had happened too quickly, and their momentum carried them forward for a while before they became still. Of over 2,000 people, only 40 to 50 experts had barriers of light appear over their bodies. That was the automatic defense of protective soul items. But those barriers had only just appeared before they dimmed and shattered. No. Those people immediately despaired, but it was too late for anything. The flames of their souls were like candles that had been dropped inside a pool of ice water. They were instantly extinguished. What? Everyone was shocked. The righteous experts had all been killed in just a breath's time. Even Shikang and the others were dumbfounded. People raised their heads to see a graceful figure floating in the air. Her white robes were sacred and holy, and combined with her pure face, she was like a goddess from above the heavens. She was Meng Qi. A trace of pain appeared in Meng Qi's eyes. She didn't like fighting and she didn't like killing people, but she knew that these aboriginals had helped Long Chen. If it were Long Chen, he would definitely do this. Since Long Chen would do it, then whether or not she liked it, she would support him. So she had used a soul art to undertake a large-scale slaughter. As soon as Meng Qi appeared, corpses littered the ground. Everyone was appalled. They were all experienced people, and they knew they had just encountered a terrifying soul cultivator. But no matter how terrifying she was, how could she possibly kill this many people so quickly? Most of these people had possessed protective soul items, but even the strongest soul items had only lasted for less than a breath before running out of energy. Such a soul cultivator was truly too terrifying. The hidden Jai Changkong was shocked, but he quickly calmed down. He had fought Meng Qi before, but back then, her soul arts hadn't been so terrifying. Fuck, I didn't expect Long Chen to have such luck with women. Jai Changkong became a bit jealous. Don't worry, Alliance Master. How could any woman you fancy escape you? Zhang Mingkong smiled. A woman with an immortal-like charm like Meng Qi was extremely rare in this world, and any man would be moved. But Zhang Mingkong didn't dare to express his own desire. However, Meng Qi's arrival didn't cause Jai Changkong any worry. In fact, it relieved him. It meant everything was still going according to plan. Right now, he was just thinking of what he had to do to capture this peerless beauty. Many thanks for helping, miss. May I ask? Shi Kang cupped his fists to Meng Qi, and all the aboriginals bowed. I am Long Chen's friend. Thank you everyone for taking care of Long Chen. In truth, Long Chen is fine and he's already on his way here. Don't worry. Meng Qi returned the etiquette. Long Chen's on his way. Haha, good. Then Zhu can cut off his head. Suddenly, a cold laugh rang out, and a mass of corrupt disciples blocked the entrance to Drake Mountain, with Zhu Yu standing at the front. You fucker Zhu Yu, what the fuck are you doing? Cursed Jai Chenkong. According to the plan, Zhu Yu was only supposed to appear once Long Chen was baited. Then both sides would work together and make sure he had no chance of running. But Zhu Yu had appeared now. Once Long Chen learned that both the righteous and corrupt paths experts were lying in wait here, would he really just stupidly jump in? Jai Chenkong cursed every member of Zhu Yu's family. Girl, this lord has taken a fancy to you. The others will all die, but you won't. I hope you can see the situation and not force me to use violence. Zhu Yu looked at Meng Qi with admiration. Meng Qi was incomparably beautiful. Zhu Yu had only seen one woman as beautiful as her, and that was Leng Yuyan. However, even though he had gotten stronger, he didn't dare to place such thoughts on her. But he had no such qualms with Meng Qi. More and more corrupt experts were appearing. By the time over 10,000 experts had appeared behind Zhu Yu, Shi Kang and the others' expressions were extremely ugly. Over 10,000 sea expansion experts. Almost half of them were rank 2 celestials, and they had hundreds of rank 3 celestials. Furthermore, there were 3 fellows with vast auras behind Zhu Yu, auras powerful enough to cause everybody to despair. When fighting invaders, without an altar's protection against the curse, only Foundation forging aboriginals could fight against rank 3 sea expansion celestials, and their power would only be slightly greater. But now there were 4 rank 4 celestials. Even if all the aboriginals arrived here, they wouldn't be able to defeat such terrifying opponents. It would be a one-sided slaughter. You fucker Zhu Yu, you've actually ruined all my work for one woman. Jai Chenkong was clenching his teeth in fury. He hadn't expected Zhu Yu to be so unreliable. Now the chance of Long Chen falling for this trap had fallen. Secretly spread my orders. The concealed righteous experts aren't to move. Let this bastard deal with this. If he really ruins this matter, I'll kill him, ordered Jai Chenkong. Zheng Mingkong nodded and left, leaving only a gnashing Jai Chenkong in the room. The battlefield was still empty. Meng Qi's figure slowly descended from the sky, and she landed in front of Shi Kang and the others. To Zhu Yu, she said, I've heard Long Chen mention your name. Oh, the more Zhu Yu looked at Meng Qi, the itchier his heart grew. This goddess-like woman was too beautiful. He was only able to reply instinctively. Long Chen said that your neck was very hard, and cutting off your head took quite a bit of work. Is that true? Asked Meng Qi lightly. Zhu Yu's expression instantly changed. The fact that Long Chen had cut off his head was his life's greatest humiliation and his greatest taboo right now. Even just mentioning it was no different than a slap in the face. Zhu Yu turned icy. Looks like you don't know how to appreciate kindness. Since that's the case, I won't be courteous. What, you want to personally take action? Asked Meng Qi. HMPH, don't worry, if I were to personally handle you, it would just be bullying. You're a rank 3 celestial, so I'll also send out a rank 3 celestial. If you lose, obediently let yourself be captured. If you cooperate, I can spare these idiots' lives. Zhu Yu pointed to Shi Kang and the others. However, a crafty light flickered deep in Zhu Yu's eyes. This was a scoundrel oath. He had said he would spare their lives, but he couldn't represent the righteous experts. They were still allowed to kill as they pleased. Meng Qi was a soul expert, and right now, she had already refined that mysterious expert's soul crystals from the Xuanhuan Dao Sect's trial. Her spiritual strength was as vast as an ocean, and this little trick was unable to escape her eyes. No problem, Meng Qi agreed to his terms. Do. Yuka. This bastard is simply conspiring against you. We can't exchange our lives for a woman's dignity. The aboriginals immediately shouted. They refused to allow such a matter to occur. If Meng Qi was defeated, just how were they supposed to face Long Chen? They would rather die than be saved like this. Don't worry, I'm confident. Meng Qi smiled at them, and she also sent a spiritual message to Shi Kang. Shi Kang was also unable to accept this, but once he received her message, he stopped everyone shouting and led them to back up, leaving space for Meng Qi to fight. The aboriginals couldn't understand what he was doing, but his position was clearly high in their hearts. They still listened to Shi Kang's orders. Let's begin. Meng Qi's robes began to drift as she slowly floated into the sky. She made people have an urge to worship her. "I'll handle you." Zhu Yu cast a glance at a certain person. That corpse-like man immediately flew into the air. Chapter 906 Stall Tactics. A red-robed man holding a bone staff flew into the air. He was emaciated, without the slightest bit of flesh on his face. He looked like a skeleton, as if all his blood had been sucked dry. The bone staff had an egg-sized skull at the top. It looked like a human skull, but a human skull couldn't be that small. He immediately released his aura, and black chi surged around his body. His aura contained a sensation of rot. When that was added to his appearance, he looked like a zombie that had just crawled out of its coffin. The black chi behind him gradually formed 9 images. Each one of them floated in the sky. Space suddenly shook, and 9 desiccated corpses appeared behind him. Their skin was also black, and they released an aura of decay. The images and corpses merged together. An evil and terrifying aura instantly erupted, causing the sky to shake. "Heavens, those corpses are alive!" someone cried in shock. Those 9 corpses had begun to move upon merging with that black chi. "Girl, why don't you surrender? We're both soul cultivators, so your soul attacks are ineffective against me. I'd advise you to just obediently give up," he said coldly. His voice sounded like the grating of a toenail against a pot. He was a rank 3 celestial and a powerful soul cultivator at that. The 9 corpses he had summoned had been foundation forging experts when they were alive, and they had been refined into corrupt corpses by him. Although they didn't have a foundation forging expert's battle power now, the hardness of their bodies and their physical power were shockingly high. Even ordinary treasure items couldn't injure them. And he had 9 such powerful corpses. Within the same realm, he had never encountered someone who was his match, so he was viewed very importantly by Zhu Yu, which was why he had been chosen to fight. "Go ahead and attack," Meng Qi shook her head. "Then I won't be courteous." The corrupt expert formed hand seals, and the 9 corrupt corpses charged at Meng Qi, punching at her. What startled everyone was that their movements weren't stiff at all. They moved as if they were alive. These corpses were priceless treasures to that expert, and they had come from the righteous and corrupt battles. They were the fallen righteous experts. The righteous experts gathered the corrupt experts' souls and corpses and used them as tools in trials for their disciples. As for the corrupt path, they used the righteous experts' corpses as tools for battle. Before entering the immemorial path, his sect's elders had gifted him 9 foundation forging experts, letting him refine them into corrupt corpses once he entered sea expansion. Without strong enough spiritual strength, he wouldn't be able to control such powerful corrupt corpses. But with them, he could essentially be counted as an apex figure amongst the corrupt path's rank 3 celestials. Boom! The 9 corpses' punches smashed into a tower. That tower was 30 meters tall, with a total of 9 levels. Meng Qi was standing on the 9th level, indifferently looking at him. "A protective treasure item, HMPH, let me see just how long you can keep that up," sneered the corrupt expert. He controlled his 9 corpses to attack the tower. Each time their fists smashed into the tower, ripples would spread on the tower. Their attacks were unable to reach Meng Qi. "This is the soul-suppressing tower, a middle-grade treasure item. Just what can you do to me?" said Meng Qi lightly. But her expression was a bit unnatural, as if she wasn't as indifferent as she appeared. In truth, Meng Qi really was a bit uneasy. She was different than Long Chen. For Long Chen, nonsense lies could pour out of his mouth as soon as he opened it. In fact, his lies were sometimes even more believable than the truth. But Meng Qi was an obedient child. She had never tricked anyone. However, in order to stall for time, she lied. This soul-suppressing tower was actually a high-grade treasure item. That lie made her appear unnatural. But that unnatural appearance made Zhu Yu and the others think that she wasn't confident and was trying to cover it up. Furthermore, low-grade treasure items were normally unable to materialize their larger true forms, while middle-grade treasure items normally did materialize true bodies around 30 meters long. This size made them believe that it was a middle-grade treasure item. However, the truth was that this soul-suppressing tower was extremely powerful, and through the item-nourishing technique from the Eastern Wasteland Bell, her connection to it was extremely strong. If she didn't release its true power, it was very difficult for outsiders to see through its grade. "HMPH, watch me smash your broken tower. It's just a middle-grade treasure item. My corrupt corpses can pulverize it with their bare hands," sneered the corrupt expert. He had absolute confidence in his corpses. The corpses crazily attacked without any rhythm. They were like madmen foolishly beating a drum, and it was extremely unpleasant to listen to. But the concealed righteous expert didn't dare make a sound due to Jai Changkong's orders. Xiao Fei, Shi Kang, and the other aboriginals were watching nervously. Meng Qi might have told Shi Kang that she was just stalling for time until reinforcements arrived, but he still wasn't at ease. Hearing the tone from the corrupt experts, he felt this battle to be extremely unfavorable for Meng Qi. The corrupt expert was confident in breaking the tower. The other corrupt experts calmly watched. Soul cultivators were very rare, so they wanted to see their power. For those newly advanced rank 3 celestials, they wanted to see what this fellow relied on to be viewed so importantly by Zhu Yu. 1 hour, 2 hours, 3 hours. A total of 6 hours passed, but the tower was still fine. That made the corrupt experts grow a bit impatient. Your corrupt corpses only have this little ability. Don't tell me you're planning on hitting it until next year. If that happened, then before that woman was killed, we'd die from this irritating noise, insulted one corrupt expert. Even Zhu Yu was growing impatient as this was taking too long. However, he didn't say anything because this also had its benefits. Meng Qi's soul energy was being exhausted. Using a treasure item required a vast amount of spiritual strength and spiritual yuan. Once she exhausted all her energy, wouldn't she also be easily captured? This was the best way to capture her alive. It was best to avoid having an accident and getting her killed. But now, 6 hours later, Meng Qi was still calmly watching from inside the tower. That leisurely appearance was just one step away from sitting and drinking tea. Hearing that insult, the fighting corrupt expert glanced at Zhu Yu. He saw that Zhu Yu was also a bit impatient. He clenched his teeth and formed new hand seals. The projection of his qi appeared behind him, and black qi floated within it. Then it transformed into 9 streams that entered the corrupt corpses. The corrupt corpses began to glow, and their auras grew to a terrifying level. Black runes appeared on their bodies. Suddenly, their attacks grew to a whole new level. Each time they struck the tower's barrier, the entire tower would shudder. There were signs of the barrier collapsing. Meng Qi's expression finally changed. She formed new hand seals, and the soul-suppressing tower began to revolve. She had clearly increased her own output of energy. Everyone's expressions changed. Now the corrupt experts understood why this fellow was viewed so importantly by Zhu Yu. After doing this, each of his corrupt corpses was comparable to a rank 3 celestial. It was no wonder he was claimed to be the #1 expert below the rank 4 celestial level. He truly possessed that power. Shi Kang and the others' expressions changed. Such battle power was too terrifying, and even Xiao Fei jumped. He was a rank 3 celestial, but because of the curse, his combat power could only be compared to an acquired rank 3 celestial. He would definitely lose against an innate rank 3 celestial. Thus, each attack from the 9 corrupt corpses could be fatal to him. He finally experienced the terror of invaders. It was no wonder the invaders would invade their territories after the spiritual qi eruption. It was because they had the power too and didn't need to have any misgivings. Thinking of that, Xiao Fei's hatred for the heavens surged. He wanted to be like Long Chen and tear them apart. Explosive sounds shook the sky. The tower was now revolving as both sides began to use their full power. One wanted to break their way through their opponent's defense, while the other was pushing herself to her full power, her face slightly pale as she bitterly endured. Another 6 hours passed. The corrupt expert was sweating. This endurance was too shocking. The only thing that comforted him was that Meng Qi's face was also getting paler. Another 6 hours passed. The corrupt expert's body was quivering. He was clearly overdrafting his power and had to be under immense pressure. As for Meng Qi, she had clearly reached the point of a lamp with no oil. The soul-suppressing tower was revolving slower now, and its barrier was growing dimmer and dimmer. She was like a candle flickering in the wind, one that might be extinguished at any moment. No wonder Long Chen likes to be mischievous all the time. It really is fun. While Meng Qi bitterly endured, an indescribable delight appeared in her heart. That was pride in playing everyone else. As the saying went, following good examples was hard, but following a bad example was as simple as a single slip. There was no need for a teacher to teach you. You would quickly manage to see the way and be engrossed by that moving feeling. Time passed bit by bit, and the flickering candle in the wind was still burning tenaciously. People were holding their breath as they waited for it to extinguish, but it refused to go out. What is going on? It's been a whole day. Suddenly, an expert looked up at the sky and felt that something was off. Due to the tense atmosphere, they hadn't sensed the flow of time. The only exception was the one fighting. He had felt this day to be as long as a year and he was absolutely exhausted. But his opponent was still bitterly enduring, so he couldn't help but curse. If this continued, he would exhaust himself to death. Jai Changkong was still watching in his hidden room. He hadn't cared particularly at the beginning. If they wanted to exhaust themselves, then they could exhaust themselves. In any case, he was just waiting for his prey to enter his net. But as more and more time passed, he felt an inexplicable jitteriness. That made him uncomfortable. Now that a whole day had passed, he wasn't able to endure it any longer. That feeling of unease was extremely intense now. Don't bother with the corrupt experts. 2 rank 3 celestials, go out and kill a portion of the aboriginals, ordered Jai Changkong. He couldn't let that idiot Zhu Yu ruin his plan. 2 figures flew out. The aura of rank 3 celestials erupted as they shot toward the aboriginals. 2 rays of terrifying sword chi slashed toward the aboriginals. Xiao Fei and Shi Kang were startled and hastily defended with their full power. As a result, they were sent flying by the impact. They were under the suppression of the curse here and unable to retaliate. Yu inferior aboriginals. The 2 righteous experts shouted and moved in for the kill, but they had just raised their weapons when sword light flashed. It was simply a flash. The 2 experts didn't even have time to take out their defensive treasure items before they were turned to dust. Chapter 907, arriving one by one. Before people could even clearly see it, the sword had already been resheathed. A man stood in the air. He gave off the feeling of a sharp blade. This person was Yue Zifeng. He had already advanced to the first heaven stage of sea expansion, and he seemed like an awakened divine weapon. As soon as he appeared, he shocked everyone. His attack had come too quickly and too sharply. Many people hadn't even seen anything happen at all before it was over. 2 rank 3 celestials had been killed just like that. There were countless people who used swords, but there were only a few that could be called sword cultivators. As expected, he's still alive, Jai Changkong sneered. He had a deep impression of this powerful sword cultivator. Back then, Jai Hongling had warned him that he had to kill this sword Dao genius. They couldn't allow him to mature. However, Jai Changkong didn't make a move right now. Since Zhu Yu had already revealed himself and ruined his plans, then Zhu Yu could deal with the consequences. Do you need help? Asked Yue Zifeng. No, it's fine as long as you protect them. Meng Qi shook her head, her face extremely pale. Finally, someone had arrived. That made Meng Qi much more relaxed. If Yue Zifeng had arrived, then the others should already be on their way. The more time that passed, the more favorable their situation would be. Someone go kill him, Zhu Yu frowned. Running into a powerful sword cultivator was a bit out of his expectations. However, this wasn't enough to shock him. 5 experts behind him nodded, and they shot toward Yue Zifeng. They were all innate rank 3 celestials, but because of their impure bloodlines, they hadn't been able to use their advancements to see expansion to also advance to rank 4 celestials. But even so, their combat power wasn't something ordinary rank 3 celestials could compare to. There was an impassable divide between them. Brat, time for you to die. The 5 of them released their auras, treasure items in their hands as they attacked Yue Zifeng. Yue Zifeng coldly stared at them. His right hand slowly grasped the sword on his back. Flying rainbow came out of its sheath, striking like a bolt of lightning. It reached one of the experts in an instant. That expert was horrified. By the time he reacted, Yue Zifeng's sword was already right in front of his chest. His sword seemed to be able to slash through spatial restrictions. Despite doing his best to block with his saber, it was ineffective. What horrified everyone was that even his treasure item was cut in 2 along with him. Scatter, that is a high-grade treasure item, shouted one of the corrupt experts. Only a high-grade treasure item could so easily cut through a low-grade treasure item. But it was too late. Yue Zifeng's sword began to glow, and suddenly a sea of sword light enveloped the 4 of them. They didn't even get to make a sound before being killed. Yue Zifeng's comprehension into the sword Dao was incredibly deep now, and combined with the peak-grade treasure item flying rainbow, he was like a tiger with wings. Zhu Yu's expression finally changed. He hadn't expected Yue Zifeng to possess such battle prowess. Before he had to say anything, another expert suddenly flew out from his side. Let me handle him. That person was a rank 4 celestial, and he held a long spear in his hands. That spear was speckled with rust and extremely ancient. But if you were to look closely, you would see that the supposed rust was actually dried bloodstains. This was a terrifying corrupt weapon. The bloodstains were marks left behind when the spear killed supreme experts and absorbed their soul essence. Ordinary experts didn't even have the qualifications to leave behind such a speckle once they were killed. Blood chi erupted as soon as the spear appeared. The sound of countless ghouls wailing filled the air. Boom! When Yue Zaifeng's sword slashed onto the spear, it merely left behind a tiny white mark. This spear was clearly extremely high quality. Even if it wasn't a peak-grade treasure item, it had to be high-grade. Die! The rank 4 Celestial's spear suddenly grew explosively, piercing toward Yue Zaifeng. He had actually summoned his treasure item's true body. Yue Zaifeng snorted, and his sword also instantly grew. He had obtained Flying Rainbow's approval, allowing him to fully release its power. Boom! Terrifying chi waves erupted, and everyone hastily retreated. This was the power displayed when treasure items released their true bodies. Both Yue Zaifeng and the rank 4 Celestial were blown back by the other's power. Then, with a cold shout, they once more attacked. The two of them released their full power, causing the void to rumble. How is this possible? Isn't it said that rank 4 Celestials have an absolute suppression against rank 3 Celestials? But that brat doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. The corrupt experts couldn't help being shocked. The reason why rank 3 Celestials didn't dare to fight rank 4 Celestials was because of the suppression of the heavenly Tao runes. He is being suppressed. Look, his runic domain is clearly being suppressed and forced to a small size because of Senior Ku Ta's runes. But because he is a sword cultivator, his attacks are extremely sharp. That's why he's barely able to remain undefeated. But once enough time passes and he runs out of energy, he'll definitely be killed, said someone. On one side, Yue Zaifeng was fighting intensely against the rank 4 Celestial, causing huge explosive sounds. On the other side, Meng Qi was still bitterly enduring the attacks of her opponent. The expert fighting her was about to go crazy. Just as Yue Zaifeng had appeared and everyone's attention had been drawn to him, the zombie-like corrupt expert had stealthily taken out a medicinal pill, one that allowed him to regain a part of his energy. But even so, he was still unable to defeat Meng Qi. Although she seemed to be on the verge of collapse, she refused to fall. He almost had an urge to kneel down and beg her to give up. If she continued, he would be the one to die. Zhu Yu looked from the tottering Meng Qi to Yue Zaifeng. Lost in thought for a moment, he suddenly waved his hand. A few people, go and kill some of the aboriginals. Dozens of corrupt experts immediately shot toward the spectating aboriginals. Many of them were rank 2 Celestials. Hahaha, I suppose this counts as making it on time. Brothers kill. Suddenly, heroic laughter rang out. Out of nowhere, over 30 experts wearing righteous robes appeared. There were men and women in that group, and the one leading them was a rank 4 Celestial. That rank 4 Celestial was a handsome man who looked to be in his 20s. Wielding his sword imposingly, he led his people to attack the corrupt experts. Everything happened too quickly. Those corrupt experts had only just charged forward when they were slaughtered. The majority of them were killed by the leader of that group. In front of a rank 4 Celestial, they were nothing. "Who are you?" shouted Zhu Yu. "The Wind Chant Pavilion's disciple, Feng Jian." That man raised his sword at Zhu Yu. The Wind Chant Pavilion's arrival shocked everyone, whether it was Jai Changkong, Zhu Yu, or even Meng Qi. Why would they have appeared here? And it seemed they had come to help Long Chen. The aboriginals were also startled, but other than Long Chen, they didn't trust anyone. They tightly held their weapons. Who knew whether or not this was some trap? "You're going to stand on Long Chen's side." Zhu Yu was startled. If that was true, then they were too stupid, so stupid that he couldn't believe it. Haha, is that very unexpected? It is true, this is no different than courting death. However, we came just to court death. What's there to fear? Don't cultivators get stronger so they can do whatever they want to do? Otherwise, why bother cultivating? A portion of us simply admire Long Chen, for example me. Another portion of us have received Long Chen's favor. So even though we know we'll die, we refuse to be turtles that simply wait for their deaths. To be alive is to be willful. Feng Jian seemed calm, as if he didn't care about life or death. That made Shi Kang, Xiao Fei, and the others feel profound respect for him. If what Feng Jian was saying was true, then he really was a true man. HMPH, I didn't expect this idiot to actually be so stupid. Well, killing him here is also good. There's no need to find an excuse. Jai Changkong watched from his room, a sinister smile on his face. "Should I go and cut him down first?" probed Zheng Mingkong. He had his own plans. In his eyes, Jai Changkong was the future leader of the Eastern Wasteland's junior generation. Thus, he would be Jai Changkong's right hand. In truth, he really was worried about Feng Jian joining their side. If that happened, he would have a competitor. That was why he wanted to kill Feng Jian. One reason was to prove his own worth, and another reason was to get rid of a possible troublemaker. No need. That idiot Zhu Yu dared ruin my plan. All the consequences will be left to him, sneered Jai Changkong. Outside, Zhu Yu was icily staring at Feng Jian. He even suspected that this person was one of Jai Changkong's chess pieces, who was intentionally sneaking his way to Long Chen's side to stab him in the back. But he quickly tossed aside that thinking. The probability of that was too low, and it would be too easy for Long Chen to notice it. There's no need to care too much. A few more of you go out and kill half of the aboriginals. Remember, don't kill them all. As for anyone else, do as you please, ordered Zhu Yu. Following his orders, thousands of corrupt experts charged out, with a rank 4 celestial leading them. He went straight toward Feng Jian. Zhu Yu was clearly using his true pieces now. Boom! Suddenly, a spear shot out like a meteorite at the rank 4 celestial. That rank 4 celestial was startled and hastily blocked. What? But as a result, the power of the spear sent him flying. If he hadn't been caught by other experts, it was unknown how far he would have flown. Great earthen spears. No one had seen who had thrown this spear. Suddenly, 2 figures appeared in front of them. Their hands slapped on the ground. Retreat! Someone felt something was off and cried out with shock.